Cannon Fire Arc Volume 13. Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 760 Attack Plan. Absolutely impossible. Pavlov slapped the table. There is no way we can conquer Prosonia before January 7 next year. We can't do it. Wang Zhong, prioritize the troops participating in the attack to replenish returning soldiers. Now all the troops are looking forward to the return of injured veterans. Pavlov interrupted Wang Zhong. When you attacked Melania's capital in September, you had already used it to bring returning veterans into the assault. The army's tactics are great. Do you know how serious the shortage of backbones in the army is at the grassroots level? Wang Zhong was speechless. It seemed that the situation of the troops was worse than he expected. But he immediately thought of the Melania people. Where's our military recruitment in Melania? It is true that a lot of people were recruited, but they have no military literacy at all. I don't know how they occupied the capital. Vesely said, perhaps people with military qualities have died. Everyone in the headquarters turned to look at Vesely. Vesely, I served as Melania's temporary chief of staff in the capital for a period of time, do you remember? I knew only too well the level of guerrillas and resistance fighters who were still alive at that time. I think Marshal you should give up using Melania's soldiers to capture Prosonia. Wang Zhong began to pace in the room. Pavlov, does it have to be Christmas? Didn't we agree with the United States on March? We can definitely win with a 1-month fierce attack. Wang Zhong, but the enemy is more prepared to attack in March. Now there are a large number of children and old people who lack training among the enemies. And women. Vesely said, children and the elderly cannot cover a large number of women between the ages of 20 and 40. Thank you for your addition. The enemy is now much more vulnerable than we thought, and this is why Kashucha's penetration was successful. If we attack in advance, we may have miraculous effects. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Pavlov. The chief of staff touched his bald head. What you said may make sense, but no troops means no troops. Think about it, we have reached the point where we need to wait for the wounded soldiers to recover. Proson has no manpower. We and each other. Wang Zhong turned around and walked to the map of Prosonia hanging in the office. This is not a city defense map, but a map of an area with a radius of 100 kilometers with the central point of the capital of Prosonia as the center of the circle. The area on the east bank of the Oder River controlled by the Ant Army is in the northeast corner of the entire map. Wang Zhong, in just 60 kilometers, has it suddenly transformed into a natural chasm in front of us. Pavlov, we can cross it in March, there is no need to rush. Wang Zhong thought for a few seconds and sighed, we can't attack by force, we can only outwit them. Pavlov, I can tell you that our troops on the southern front are also exhausted, and letting them pretend to attack this road will not work. Wang Zhong, I know. Really? Pavlov asked. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, I knew it before, but I didn't have a practical concept. Now thanks to your expressive explanation, I have a practical concept. I will think of a method that does not require so many troops, that is the so-called outsmarting. Pavlov, even if you personally fly to direct the artillery targets and fine-tune the troops as before, you still can't do it. Give up. Remember, although our losses in that assault were much smaller due to your fine-tuning, but there are still losses. Before your decisive attack, the irrecoverable losses of each unit reached 15%. In addition to those who were killed in battle, there were also those who were seriously injured and unable to return to the battlefield. This figure reached 15%, and most of the troops had been reduced by nearly half. Ant is a country where priests and officers like to rush forward, and there are probably not many grassroots officers left. Wang Zhong pursed his lips, looked at the map, and fell into deep thought. Korek and Andreas looked at each other. Korek, the camouflage uniforms of the Asgard Knights look pretty good. Andreas, I hope camouflage can really increase our survival rate. What do you think of the awakening agent for hair? Korek looked around to make sure there were no military police or secret agents from the Imperial Household Ministry, then he lowered his voice and said, looking at the other people who have used this stuff, they look like people I have seen in opium dens. I suggest you don't touch this thing and pretend to have used it before entering the battle. Others who have used it probably won't recognize our brains anyway. We can fool it by shouting loud enough. Andreas nodded and asked again, has your family written to you? No, but it's possible that they are occupied by the Allies. The progress of the Allied forces on the Western Front is top secret. What about you? Kolak asked rhetorically. Andreas, it is said that the Ant army is parked across the river at the foot of my mountain, and the mountain division is stabilizing the defense line. I think we are so unlucky that we were incorporated into the armed knights at this time. Korek, don't be discouraged. We have escaped so many times. We will definitely be able to go home. Andreas nodded and said as if he was chanting a mantra that could relieve all depression and tension, go home. By the way, have you ever killed an Ant civilian? When Andreas entered the battle, it was almost time for the Ants to counterattack, and he did not lose any civilian lives. Korek, there are veterans like us who have not killed anyone. We are all inferior races, right? And at that time, no one could have known that they would turn defeat into victory. Think about what we did on their land. Maybe you when I returned home, all my relatives had been killed by the Ant people. Andreas took out the cigarette and held it in his mouth tremblingly, I hope God will bless my family. Emperor Prasen looked a little more haggard than a few days ago. The generals in the map room exchanged a few tacit glances. At this time, more than one person was actually waiting for the Emperor himself to be killed by the awakening agent, so that he could surrender to the Allies. Although after the Thebes conference, the Allies issued the Thebes Declaration, which did not accept surrender other than unconditional surrender, many people in the Plosan military system still dreamed of making peace with the United Kingdom and retaining part of the army and territory. Emperor, we have distributed enough awakening agents for 600,000 people. These are the products of the Empire's proud science and technology that cracked Barris's secret medicine. People injected with the awakening agents will become Iron Warriors. The Celtic Marshal suddenly asked, then you should have become an Iron Warrior, right? The Emperor raised his head and stared at the Marshal fiercely. This look could indeed be called a Steel Warrior, but it's a pity that looks can't kill. Finally, the Emperor looked at the map on the table again, we have not failed yet. The enemy has a protrusion at the bend of the Oder River. We only need to cut off the protrusion and eliminate the hundreds of thousands of Ant troops above it. Kosovo will be unable to organize an offensive for a long time. At this time we turn to the west and push the Allied forces into the sea. We will fight on two fronts like Frederick the Great and use the time difference to win on both sides. General Hawk, what are we going to do to capture this protruding part of the Oder River? The enemy's strength on the other side is 3 to 4 times ours, and they also have a steady stream of reserves. Emperor, we will put in the most advanced mouse tank, which will crush all enemies. Admiral Steiner, that thing is almost 200 tons. How is it going to cross the river? 6-9 book bar. Of course, diving under the water. The Emperor immediately replied, long before the invasion of Ant, we developed snorkel technology that allows tanks to sneak across. The nearly 200-ton tank dived across the muddy river bottom, using a snorkel to maintain ventilation. This is no different from seeking death. But no one dared point it out. The room suddenly became quiet. The Emperor continued to look at the map, now the enemy's attack on the Western Front has stopped. Our defense near Antwerp was very successful. General Mendel made a very wise decision. He regrouped the scattered troops and boosted their morale. We can take a few more prepared troops from Mendel and transfer them to the Eastern Front. Field Marshal Celtic, our railway system was bombed in turn by the Allies. It would take about 2 months to mobilize such a large number of troops. The Emperor was silenced for a moment, and after a moment he looked at Air Marshal Grand Duke Meyer with ferocious eyes. The Grand Duke wiped his sweat. Our synthetic oil factory's location was exposed for some reason. Now our aviation fuel output is only 1/5 of its original level. We have ordered the Me-262 jet aircraft to stop performing combat missions. Propeller aircraft with lower fuel consumption have no combat advantage, so... Emperor, the Empire lost its sky, didn't it? Grand Duke, but... The first batch of rocket interceptor aircraft have been equipped with troops. These aircraft use rocket power and have high speed and climbing capabilities. They can give the Allies a head-on attack. The Emperor nodded dully and continued to look at the map. As long as we launch an attack, everything will be fine. Admiral Steiner will be responsible for this attack. Steiner, me. Emperor, go and cut off Rokosov's salient and destroy his exposed troops. Steiner, this. The Emperor stood up. We still have hope of victory. The entire Prussian Empire is with us. We have 20 million people's self-defense troops. The Ant people want to defeat us, but they are wishful thinking. Celtic Marshal, what if Rokosov charges personally again? Our soldiers, especially veterans, are very afraid of him charging personally. There are also many superstitious theories, such as angels, demons, and think tanks. Curator, Brother Mao, or something like that. Emperor, what the hell is a think tank director? Marshal, the wailing on the radio seems to come from the Angsa language, with some distortions. In short, our troops are now in a state of panic. As long as Rokosov personally attacks, as long as the red flag appears, morale will collapse. Melania's battle has proven this. Our psychologists believe that the soldiers are just making excuses for their escape, but these excuses are said too much and they become reality, His Majesty. The Emperor waved his hand. What nonsense! The door opened, and a well-dressed gentleman entered the room. It's psychology, Your Majesty. I am an expert in communication psychology. My theories are very appreciated by your propaganda and have been widely used in propaganda practice. I think now our troops are in an unusual panic about Rokosov. If he charges in person once more, we will collapse. The enemy's naming him a living saint seems to be a top-level conspiracy. The soldiers will be fooled by the title of living saint and will spontaneously fear him. The Emperor waved his hand. Enough. Are you saying that Rokosov's personal charge can make our morale collapse? No, this kind of thing is impossible. Even if it really happens, as long as there is an imperial soldier who does not waver, he can kill Rokosov. The psychology doctor pushed his glasses. This is the scary part, Your Majesty. In our world, there really is such a thing as a magic arrow. The Emperor stopped. The doctor, what if Rokosov really has a mysterious power to help him? It may be quantum physics, or something else we have not yet figured out, or simply a mysterious power. The Emperor raised his head. Doctor, if a soldier raised his gun to Rokosov, he fired, but the bullet missed. It may be because of the wind direction, it may be because his hand was shaking, or it may be some other reason. But, what do you think he would think? I tell you, Your Majesty, he would think that there is a mysterious force protecting Rokosov, Your Majesty. Chapter 761, Attacking the Heart First. Wang Zhong gradually had an idea. He turned around and said to everyone in the headquarters, I have an idea, but for this idea to be realized, it requires a high degree of confidentiality. I don't think it can be said in a place like the map room, where people are so crowded. After saying that, he walked directly to his office. Wang Zhong has a special office, but he doesn't like to stay in the office. He likes to stay in places like the map room where a large number of staff move around, enjoying the unique atmosphere of the headquarters. In fact, after watching too much of the decisive battle, I prefer the atmosphere of our headquarters in the decisive battle. In the decisive battle, our headquarters was deliberately photographed to be lively, while the enemy's headquarters was completely silent. Now Wang Zhong returned to the mostly unused office, returned to his desk, turned his back to the door and looked out the window. Pavlov and others immediately followed. Vesely closed the door carefully and stood with his back against the door, his butt against the handle of the door. Wang Zhong, in this situation, we must use something mysterious to defeat the enemy. Vesely, are you going to bury the lids of the cans of pickles again? Wang Zhong, do you know nothing more than laying landmines? Vesely raised his hands and gave a Carolingian military salute. I just wanted to say something. Wang Zhong, but Vasily's words actually summarize the essence of the new plan I just thought of. Vesely, am I right? Then why did you lecture me so aggressively just now? I'm used to it. Wang Zhong waved his hand and said to the other two, Vasily used the lid of a can of pickled cucumbers to deceive the Prasen people, and combined with a few real mines, directly stopped the enemy's advance. The two bears, Pavlov and Popov, had not yet guessed Wang Zhong's intentions, but just looked at him in confusion. Wang Zhong, we once tried to use wooden tanks to deceive the Prasen people, and successfully made the Prasen people misjudge our intentions of action, and successfully escaped from the dangerous situation of being wiped out. What we have to do now is, Pavlov, build a bunch of wooden tanks. Vesely, actually, there's no engine inside. People are pushing it around. Wang Zhong, no. What I mean is that we can deceive the enemy. What is the enemy's biggest weakness now? The quality of the troops is poor, and there are a large number of old people, children, and women. These people must be less able to withstand morale blows than the regular army, right? Vesely seemed to be addicted to flattery, so he said, then how can we use deception to demoralize the enemy? Wang Zhong pointed at himself. Pavlov reflexively yelled, I refuse. Wang Zhong, calm down, it's not that I want to charge into the battle in person, but I'm deceiving the enemy into charging into the battle in person. My plan is this. First, let the main attacking troops participating in the operation change their flags to red flags. Second, on top of the heavy tank that serves as a guide, is my full-size straw statue. Vesely, why straw? Wang Zhong, when the bullet hits you, it will pass directly over and take away most of the energy. In this way, when the enemy shoots at me, he will find that no matter how many bullets he shoots, it is useless. Vesely said with a loud mouth, oh, and then their morale collapsed. Wang Zhong also became more enthusiastic and continued, there are old people among the enemies, and Prasen has only recently started to respect science. We can target these old people and paste pages of scriptures copied on the tanks. Vesely, things are getting interesting. Wang Zhong, in short, our goal is to demoralize the enemy. If the enemy's morale collapses and they abandon their positions and run away, we will only need to spend very little manpower and ammunition to achieve results. In this case, we don't actually need all the troops to be fully equipped, nor do we need to accumulate too many supplies. Pavlov, it's too fanciful to scare the enemy away, but as long as you don't go to the front lines and rush small tanks, you'll be fine. Wang Zhong, if I try it myself, it won't have such a good effect, because I will die if I am killed. But the straw dummy will not. Of course, all this must be kept secret, and the Praseners cannot know what is on the top of the tank. It's a straw dummy. Popov, don't worry about this, the Inquisition will definitely uproot the enemy's spies. Wang Zhong looked at the bishop accompanying the army and reminded, we are now in the enemy's territory. We must ensure not to accidentally injure civilians. I mean, there are really no civilians with guns. Popov, don't worry. But when we enter Prasen territory, will there be civilians? Wang Zhong looked at the map, I don't know, but in such a large area, there should be civilians, right? They can't arrest everyone into the People's Self-Defense Forces, right? No one answered because no one knew the answer to the question. After Wang Zhong made sure that everyone had nothing to say, he looked at Vesely. I'll leave the fraud to you, Vesely. Use your creativity to scare the enemy out of fear. Vesely dragged his chin and thought for a few seconds before saying, I think we can first investigate local legends, or even find some experts in culture and folklore, to first determine what the common people in Plosen are afraid of. Use the myths and legends of the Upper Prasen while fooling your enemies with your dummies. Wang Zhong, don't they admire Norse mythology? Valhalla and so on. This was introduced by Emperor Prasen from Northern Europe, and their citizens may not be interested. Vesely said, anyway, leave it to me to investigate. Pavlov, I only support the attempt, not the main offensive plan. Wang Zhong, no problem, you continue to prepare for the attack on March 1st next year. We have to do two things at the same time. Vasily, I have a good idea. Popov, our idea king has already started to do his job. Vasily, I think we can add dye to ordinary smoke bombs to make the smoke from the smoke bombs turn yellow-green, just like poison gas. Fear of poison gas is also a kind of fear, right? Okay. Wang Zhong was also happy, you are still professional. Pavlov teased beside him, if we really rely on these to capture Prosonia, future historians may think that Prosonia was occupied by tricks. Wang Zhong, we are here to end the war, not to leave a name in history. We do our own things well, and the merits and demerits will be left to future generations to judge. At the same time, in the royal bunker of Prosonia, Emperor Prosonia was staring at the aggressive doctor. Emperor, did you forget who you were talking to? The doctor took a half step back and put on a respectful attitude, sorry, I got a little carried away. Emperor, so you think that as long as Rokosov launches an attack, some of our troops will collapse directly? The doctor, then the collapse will spread like an infectious disease, and in the end our troops guarding the entire Prosonia will scatter like birds and beasts. No, the Asgard Knights will not be like this. They are the elite of the Empire and the selected Aryan warriors. The Emperor punched the table, come on, arrest this guy who spread rumors and deceived the people, drag him out, and torture him severely to see who instructed him. The doctor did not give in, it is said that His Majesty the Emperor used the awakening agent too much. It seems that it is true. He didn't finish his words because the Imperial Household Ministry agent who rushed in gave him a pistol butt on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. The Emperor took out a handkerchief and tremblingly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Spread rumors and deceived the people. He emphasized again. 3 days later, on the front line, on the east bank of the Oder River, 77 kilometers from the center of Prosonia, at the position of the 1st Mechanized Infantry Division of the Anti-Guards. Filipov, who had returned to the army again, was shaving in the regiment command post. The opportunity to shave on the battlefield was very rare. It was said that there was an ace sniper in Prosen who let go of all the beards and only shot the enemies with bald chins. He killed a large number of anti-officers with this method. I saw the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Soon a female sniper platoon was dispatched from above to deal with the Prosen ace sniper. In the end, the ace sniper was discovered by the female snipers and died under the coverage of heavy artillery fire. Yes, the female sniper called for heavy artillery after discovering his approximate location, without wasting any time at all. After Filipov finished shaving, his guard lifted the curtain of the bunker and came in. Report, the patrol team came back last night. Did you gain anything? Filipov asked while wiping his face. Guard, we have captured 3 prisoners and are escorting them here. The 1st Mechanized Infantry of the Imperial Guards is equipped with a large number of portable radios. When patrolling at night, they must carry 2. In case of emergencies, they can notify the main force immediately and prepare to meet the enemy. Filipov put away his towel and straightened his uniform. Okay, wait for them to return and bring the prisoners to the regiment headquarters immediately. Yes. After the guard turned and left, the new regiment staff entered the regiment headquarters bunker. This is my first time meeting the Prosons. I am a little nervous, Comrade Filipov. Filipov, relax, it's no big deal. The first time we saw the Prosons was on the battlefield of Lukhtov. At that time, the enemy was much more ferocious than now, but we still defeated them. Just watch them like you are going to the zoo to see gorillas, and practice your Proson language by the way. Yes, Comrade Commander Filipov. At this time, the sound of a car came from outside. Filipov, it should be back. It is estimated that they have robbed an enemy car and drove back. Follow me. Filipov opened the curtain and walked out of the regiment's bunker, and saw an Opel Lightning truck with a white flag. The captain of the patrol team last night jumped out without waiting for the car to stop, and saluted to Filipov. We are back, Commander. 3 prisoners? Filipov asked. Yes. The other members of the patrol team also got off the car and brought the 3 prisoners to Filipov. The new regimental staff officer couldn't help but scold, "You are not kidding me, these are 3 children." Filipov, this is the situation on the front line. In addition to children, you can also see octogenarians and young girls. The new staff officer, so we have to interrogate them? Even the judge can't do such children, right? Don't worry. The blue-hatted judge who came out of nowhere said, "We are from the countryside. When we made mistakes when we were young, our fathers beat us to death. Now we also beat the children who made mistakes to death. These people look like children who made mistakes." Filipov looked at the patrol and immediately found something wrong. 3 people are missing. Yes, they died in the battle. We brought back their military cards and marked their locations. The new staff officer pushed his glasses. It's amazing, it seems that the enemies in front still have some fighting power. Filipov, in fact, it is the enemies wearing camouflage who have fighting power. They are the Asgard Knights. Enemies without camouflage uniforms have low fighting desire and surrender after causing some appropriate losses. The judge asked, "Comrade Commander, are these 3 prisoners for the new staff to practice, or are they handed over to us directly?" At this time, a motorcycle came speeding from a distance. Vasily, wearing a leather coat, jumped off the motorcycle and shouted to Filipov, "Wait a minute, I just heard on the radio that you have prisoners. I have been ordered to conduct an investigation. I want to ask them in person." "Filipov, what are you going to do now?" "The marshal's order, a folklore investigation, to see what the people of Plassen are afraid of, especially the children of Plassen." The blue-hatted judge joked, "What else could it be? Isn't it the Baba Yaga, swamp witch, who lives in the swamp?" "Vasily, Melania does have a variant of the Baba Yaga legend, but there are not so many swamps in Plassen. I looked through the literature and they seem to have some rumors about the forest and Mr. Longhand. Anyway, let me ask carefully, this is the marshal's order." Vasily took out the order signed by Marshal Rokosov. Filipov then explained for his old friend, he has been the marshal's follower since Lukhtov. Of course he was not a marshal at that time. The 2 blue-hatted judges made a please go gesture and stepped aside with their hands on their belts. Vasily looked at the youngest child among the prisoners with great interest. Just now, the child obviously shrank his neck when he heard the name Rokosov. He squatted in front of the boy and asked in Proson language, "Child, are you afraid of Rokosov?" The boy trembled obviously, and then shouted loudly, "I'm not afraid. I will fight Rokosov to the end. And then die gloriously." Vasily took out the signed order just now, pointed to the name and said to the boy, "This is the signature of Rokosov." The boy took a step back, and was pushed on the shoulder by the anti-soldier who was escorting him from behind. Vasily grinned, "You are afraid of Rokosov?" "I'm not afraid." The boy blushed. "Vasily, no, you are afraid of Rokosov, all of you are afraid of him to death." Chapter 762, Combat Determination. Looking at the child's panic expression, Vasily smiled. Filipov reminded from the side, you look like the villain in a movie about the Civil War now, like Petliura or something like that. Vesely smiled and looked at his old friend, is it similar? It's so similar. This child may not be afraid of the marshal just now, but of your smile. This poor child probably has nightmares about your smile for several days. That's good. Vesely touched his cheek, what I want to do is to make all of them dream about me in their nightmares in the future. This is part of the marshal's mind-attacking plan. Filipov, why attack the heart? We have prepared a step-by-step attack. Prosonia can be won steadily, ah. After exclaiming, Filipov approached Vesely, pulled him away from the enemy, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, the attack will not be in March next year, but now, right? Only these are needed for the attack now. Sideways. Vesely, don't think blindly. The marshal just wants to reduce casualties. Filipov, from what we have seen recently, the enemy's defense is riddled with holes. We can indeed use infantry penetration to eat away at it bit by bit. Vesely became interested again, really? Tell me in detail. Do you often cross the river to launch sneak attacks? Filipov, yes, the ice is very thick, and the enemy sentry posts on the opposite side are very loosely arranged. Although flares will be fired regularly, as long as you have a white cloak as a camouflage, you don't have to worry about being discovered. Every time we infiltrate, no one will die during the river crossing phase. Generally, the attrition occurs in the firefight with the enemy's Proson veterans wearing camouflage uniforms. You mean, you can just cross the frozen Oder River if you want to? Vesely asked in surprise. Filipov, this is indeed the case in our section. Other sections of the river may be more tightly fortified, maybe. Okay, I will carefully question all the troops stationed along the river later. Now let me continue to interrogate the prisoners of war. Vesely looked at the frightened little prisoners of war in front of him. Filipov, I'll make a special room for you. Blue Hat quickly followed, you can also use our interrogation room. I think our interrogation room is more scary. Vesely, no, a normal room will be fine. Please, Filipov. Filipov nodded, turned, and left the room. On November 10, Antti reached the enemy headquarters, 87 kilometers away from the center of Prosonia. Marshal Gorky's first words when he entered the general headquarters, you, the commander-in-chief, have gone to a place only 20 kilometers away from the front line, and none of our headquarters dare to move back. The result is that now we are all on the enemy's train. Within the range of the gun. Wang Zhong raised his head, were you bombarded by train artillery? Our aerial reconnaissance did not find any K5 or above train artillery near Prosonia. Marshal Gorky waved his hand, I'm just saying this, have you considered placing the headquarters farther away from the front line? For a headquarters of this level, being close to the front line has no meaning except increasing the risk of being attacked. While talking, Kashuch and Kyrienko came in while chatting. When they saw the two marshals, they stood at attention and saluted together. As soon as Wang Zhong returned the gift, Kashuch asked with concern, are we going to launch an attack in advance? Our troops can't wait any longer. Has your army finished resting? Wang Zhong asked. That's not true, but Prosonia is right in front of us. It's less than 100 kilometers away. The soldiers have said hello and said see you in Prosonia so many times, and now they can't hold it in anymore. Shu said. Kashuch's troops are basically from the former Fort St. Andrew front. This front has been fighting hard, but now it is finally proud and eager to fight. Kyrienko also said, the morale of the troops is very high, and everyone lines up to go on night infiltration patrols, just to see what the country of the Plosan people is like on the other side of the river. Many soldiers came back from patrolling at night and were very puzzled. They were wondering why the Plosans came to invade us even though they were so prosperous. Wang Zhong, do the soldiers think our life is not rich? Kyrienko, of course that's not the case, but our life seems less satisfying in comparison. Among other things, Plozan people can still eat white bread, and we are all used to eating black bread. Only have some white bread during the holidays. At this time, General Eugene opened the door curtain. When he saw so many generals inside, he immediately saluted, "Hello, sirs. Wang Zhong, you are a general now. Minors, don't be so formal." This digger was originally what Yegorov called Eugene. After Yegorov was seriously injured and retired from the game, Wang Zhong also called Eugene the digger. In fact, Wang Zhong wanted to call Eugene Minor Boy to pay tribute to the protagonists of the Starry Sky games, but in the end he continued to call him a capable hero. Eugene smiled awkwardly, "I just got the medal of general, so I'm not used to it. I thought I was called here alone. So why are we having a meeting?" "Wang Zhong, know your war preparation status." Marshal Gorky stopped and looked at Wang Zhong with a cigarette in his hand. "Confirm combat readiness now? Aren't we going to attack in March next year?" "Wang Zhong, we are ready to gradually encroach on the enemy's occupied area and advance towards the center of Prosonia." "General Eugene, is that really all there is to it?" "Wang Zhong, not entirely. I am also planning to change the commander of the Coburg Front. The Coburg Front is the front army formed by our troops surrounding the enemy's seriously ill cluster in Coburg. Because the enemy's million-strong army around Coburg has virtually no offensive power, the number of troops of the Coburg Front is far less than that of other fronts, especially in terms of tanks and truck transport units. It is very different from other fronts. However, Wang Zhong planned to continue to weaken the strength of the Coburg Front and take over the elite of the front to use them when he invaded Prosonia. For this reason, it is necessary to send a front army commander who is good at defense to prevent the enemy from really breaking through the defense in one go. The most suitable general on the scene was Eugene. But at this time, it is estimated that every general of the Rokasov faction is unwilling to leave the Oder River. Everyone knows that the final chapter of the entire war is coming soon. Everyone has been calling for "see you in Prosonia" for so long. Now it's really time to see Prosonia. Suddenly, I received a transfer order, and anyone can change it. Mood. Yegorov has already left the game with regrets. Although Eugene joined Wang Zhong later than Yegorov, he is also a strong player who has fought all the way. At this time, Wang Zhong couldn't bear to transfer him from the front line to guard the giant armed prisoner of war camp. But there is no one more suitable than him. Eugene is really good at building defense lines, and the losses of his troops in Abavahan were much smaller than that of Yegorov's troops. Of course, he is not even remotely close to Yegorov in terms of offense. Eugene took a step back. "Marshal, why are you looking at me like this? Are you going to pull out the better recovered members of my troops again?" "Wang Zhong, no, don't worry. This time I need someone who is good at defense to go to the Coburg Front." "Marshal Gorky, you want to change the guards of the prisoner of war camp? You are not planning to transfer troops from around the prisoner of war camp, are you? I think it is better to give up this idea. The quality of those troops is already very poor and cannot be transferred anymore. Marshal Gorky is also the chief of general staff, so he must know the situation of the Coburg Front better than Wang Zhong." "Wang Zhong, are you sure we can't transfer troops from the Coburg Front?" "No. Originally, the Coburg Front army still had a certain amount of armor, but your previous advance caused our armor strength to be exhausted, and we had to transfer the armor strength from Coburg. Now if the enemy on the Coburg side really makes a breakthrough, they won't even have the power to counterattack. Fortunately, the enemies in Coburg now basically only have light weapons, and it is unlikely to achieve a breakthrough. However, the headquarters objects to continuing to draw troops from Coburg. It is too risky." "Eugene, then I don't have to be transferred to Coburg to fight with the enemy. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." "Wang Zhong, how do you know I want you to come over?" Eugene, after all, I have been fighting with you for so many years, and I still have this level of understanding. At this time, Pavlov came in, glanced at the generals and marshals in the room, and said, "Now that we are all here, sit down. Why are we all standing? Let the stars on our shoulders dazzle our eyes." "Wang Zhong, I'm not as dazzling as your bald head." Pavlov touched his head and urged, "Sit down quickly." With so many senior generals gathered so close to the front line, it would be terrible if the enemy attacks with V2 missiles. General Kashuch, V2 missile. Marshal Gorky, the southern front has seized information from a research institute near Vilna, as well as a prototype machine, and is searching for hiding scientists. General Kashuch, can that thing hit 20 kilometers behind the battle line? Speaking of which, is the marshal's headquarters too close to the battle line? Pavlov snorted, he wants to seize the opportunity and go to the front line to fight tanks. Eugene, that's great. If the marshal fires one more tank, we can end the war. While talking, everyone sat down at the long table, and Pavlov said, "I called everyone here, and also called Marshal Gorky from the rear, who was originally sitting in the military headquarters, just to discuss the possibility of ending the war before Christmas." Sex. Everyone looked at each other. Kyrienko spoke first, "My troops are not in the best condition regardless of their weapons, equipment, or personnel, and they do not have enough artillery shells. It is not appropriate to attack now." Kashuch also echoed, "My unit was the first to start replenishment. Currently, there is not a big gap in soldiers, and the basic officers are basically intact, but we also do not store much ammunition. If my troops are to be the main attacker, we will need to supply additional artillery shells." Wang Zhong, but the enemy in front of us is also unprepared. They also lack artillery shells, the trenches are not dug well, and there are a large number of children, old men, and women among the soldiers. Marshal Gorky added, "There are especially many children." Yegorov was so soft on the Boy Scouts that he was almost killed. "Wang Zhong, if we attack now, the artillery fire can immediately wipe out most of the enemy's effective forces, and we will cut through their defenses like tofu." Kashuch, it will indeed be easier to capture the west bank of the Oder River in the beginning, and the intelligence provided by our night reconnaissance force also supports this judgment. However, Marshal, there is the enemy's capital on the opposite side. When we approached Prosnia, what he faced was a group of modern buildings that were even denser than those around Yebeo. The attack will enter a brutal street fighting stage, and the enemy will resist desperately just like we did around Yebeo. In the Abawahan defensive battle under your command, you know how terrifying this kind of street fighting is for the attackers. Wang Zhong, I also know why our army can engage in such street fighting in Abawahan. Because we are defending our homeland and our country, and we are fighting to prevent our land from being ravaged. Eugene, isn't that the enemy? Wang Zhong, it could have been a local, but Emperor Prasen's recent crazy behavior gave us a chance. Pavlov, we have a series of plans designed to demoralize the enemy. Colonel Vesely is responsible for the specific facts. The goal is to destroy the enemy's motivation to resist. Kyrienko, how? Wang Zhong, it includes many aspects, such as publicizing the atrocities committed by the Prasen army on our land, and printing the luxurious life of the Prasen nobles we photographed in Vilna on leaflets and distributing them in large quantities. Eugene, will it work? Wang Zhong, I don't know either, but the moment Emperor Puluosan snatched the child away from his mother and sent him to the battlefield, he and the people of Puluosan were no longer of the same mind. Didn't your night reconnaissance team notice? The enemy's morale is low except for the children. Among the people's self-defense forces, only children maintain high morale. They may have been deceived by the beautiful slogans, or they may have regarded the war as a war game. The generals looked at each other. Eugene, I did receive such a report. The enemy's morale is low and you can tell without reading the reports. Wang Zhong, this is what Vesely wants to do, to stir up the enemy's war weariness. If we attack by March next year, they may become numb and mount a numb but determined resistance. Marshal Gorky suddenly said at this time, but if we attack next March, the soldiers of the enemy Asgard Knights may be on the verge of mental and physical collapse due to excessive use of so-called awakening agents. Gorky looked at Wang Zhong. We seized the awakening agent, which contains high purity D grade. Wang Zhong was not surprised at all, because the NC on Earth had done similar things. All in all, Wang Zhong glanced at the generals. I personally think that we now have an opportunity to take Prosonia before our Christmas, January 7th, and we should seize it. You should at least give it a try. Chapter 763 A Trial. Kashuk, January 7th. If we start the offensive now, there are less than 2 months left. We are still about 70 kilometers away from the center of Prosonia, and 1/3 of the distance is a highly urbanized area. These days, the staff of my headquarters have nothing to do. I asked the chief of staff to organize them to do war simulations. The conclusion is that we will have to linger in this forest of reinforced concrete for at least 30 days. Wang Zhong, your staff calculated based on the intensity of our resistance in Abavakan. Kashuk, from the enemy data we seized, they are prepared to resist with this intensity. Wang Zhong, this requires extremely high morale, and our attack on the enemy's morale begins today. Everyone looked at each other. Marshal Gorky looked the most surprised. There is such a plan? I didn't see any plan. Wang Zhong, because we reported it under the name of Enemy Territory Propaganda Plan, it looks like an ordinary propaganda plan. Marshal Gorky, oh. I have an impression of this plan. I remember that it was aimed at the general public in Prosian, exposing their atrocities in occupied countries such as Anti, and emphasizing that the Allies were waging a just war? Can this destroy the enemy's will to resist? Wang Zhong, of course not, but it would be fine if you add all kinds of weird things. For example, every anti-soldier is guarded by their relatives who have gone to heaven. Marshal Gorky opened his mouth wide. Will this work for the Prosian people? Don't they advocate atheism? What about replacing God's grace with the light of technology? This is a concept that has been promoted with all our strength in the past 10 years. The audience is mainly young adult men in Prosian, and our target this time is children, the elderly and women in Prosian. Wang Zhong said, and those veterans who have seen all kinds of weird things on the battlefield. We found that the enemy's morale support point is the veterans. As long as these veterans collapse, they will collapse. Kirenko nodded, just like what happened in the collapse of Melania's capital. This is the name given by the anti-officials to the collapse of Proson after Wang Zhong's personal assault. Marshal Gorky, will it really work? I don't know. But it's worth a try. We will do both. The progress made in our infiltration tactics will complement the effect of the propaganda war. In order to further cooperate with the propaganda war, I require you to wear medals and decorate your weapons when launching local attacks. The troops with heroic titles should hold high the military flag. Wang Zhong stopped, walked to the chest of drawers next to the map, and took out a few decorations from the top drawer. This is the shoulder armor we rushed to make. It has no use except for decoration, of course. You can make a shoulder collision in hand-to-hand combat, but we don't encourage it. The angel wings on the shoulder armor represent the protection you have obtained, and the rose seal on the shoulder armor is the holy word of Saint Andrew. Generally speaking, we need to cover our tracks as much as possible on the battlefield, so our uniforms have always been khaki, and the Proson people have also changed their grey uniforms to camouflage uniforms. But sometimes, not using protective colors has its value. That is to shock the enemy. Especially to shock young children and superstitious old people. And the frightened veterans. Kashuk looked at the shoulder armor in Wang Zhong's hand and commented, it doesn't look like something to be equipped for regular field troops. It is very suitable for Christmas parades. Wang Zhong, yes, we have to turn the attack into a parade to scare the enemy away. Kirenko, even if we succeed in eroding the enemy's position, defense will consume manpower and resources. Wang Zhong, no, given the enemy's current situation, we don't think they can launch an attack to take back their positions. Their main force is the People's Self-Defense Force, and these mobs can't organize an attack at all. Their armored forces have been exhausted. Half a year ago, our armored soldiers reported that the enemy's quality has dropped drastically. They can't possibly take back the positions we've eroded, and we'll prove that today. Marshal Gorky, didn't I know we were going to attack today? Wang Zhong, it's just a regimental-level infiltration operation, and there's no need to report it to the headquarters and the military command office, but this operation will prove that the enemy is now a lamb to be slaughtered. Let's wait and see. Filipov looked at his men in formation. Damn, it feels like we're going to participate in the victory parade. Vasily, that's about it. If my assumption is correct, your troops will cross the river in a swagger when the bombardment begins. The enemy's indirect firepower that can blast the ice on the other side of the river has been killed by the infiltration troops. In order to save ammunition, our bombardment will only continue until your troops reach the enemy's position. The rocket launcher will open fire when you are 2/3 of the way there, and will suppress the enemy to the maximum extent before you rush to the position. Filipov, damn it, your plan is too fantastic. I want to charge with my soldiers. Vasily, no, you are already the head of the regiment. You and I will watch the execution of the plan here. Don't worry, I think it will work this time. Filipov, is it okay for you to stay here? Isn't there another plan to be implemented? You said. Well, at this stage, it's just to drop leaflets and hand it over to the Air Force's PE-8 bombers. As soon as Vasily finished speaking, the shells passed over their heads. Here we go. Vasily patted Filipov on the shoulder. Filipov, let's go. The special vehicle assigned to Filipov's regiment immediately started the large loudspeaker it carried and began to play Beethoven's Symphony of Destiny. Filipov, why Beethoven? I chose a majestic piece, including Beethoven's Ride of the Valkyrie by Wagner, but the latter easily reminded the Procenians of their Asgardian knights, so I gave up. It was originally planned to be placed on a tank, but not every penetration attack can use a tank. It is just right to put it on a truck. The engine of the truck drives a generator that can support playback. Filipov looked at the infantry regiments that began to advance to the music, each infantryman wearing a new shoulder decoration. Look at them, Filipov said. Everyone is rushing forward, as if they slow down a little, the war will be over, they run away. But just 3 years ago, we went to the battlefield with the determination to die. Vasily, yes, the priest who led the group at that time still shouted, Filipov sings one. Now the priest has been sacrificed for 2 years, and there are only about 10 classmates left alive at the same time. Filipov, it's finally fucking over. I wanted to personally lead the night infiltration countless times, just to put my boots on the enemy's soil, but the regimental chaplain and staff stopped me. If your plan is to come true this time, I will move the regiment headquarters to the other side of the river as soon as possible. Vasily, of course you can pass, we will all pass. While he was talking, the skirmisher line had advanced to 1/3 of the Oder River, and the trucks carrying the trumpets also began to advance, following the infantry. On the enemy's position across the river, there were giant trees everywhere filled with smoke and dust caused by artillery shells. Filipov picked up the telescope and looked at the opposite side. It seems that no one is moving at all, and there is no artillery bombardment to block our attack. The enemy has learned from our counter-fire preparations since the second year of the war, but this time there is no one at all. Vasily was full of confidence. I said, this is an armed parade, and the rocket launchers will start to speak later. As soon as they finished speaking, the unique whistling sound of the rocket launcher came from behind the two of them. Even though both of them were veterans, they still shrank their necks together. Across the river it was even more lively. Among the skirmishers advancing on the ice, someone visibly quickened their pace. After the rocket bombardment ended, Vasily also picked up the telescope and looked across the way with Filippov. "Vasily, no one entered the position." "Yes," Filippov adjusted the knob of the telescope. "Is it because the trench was dug so poorly that it was almost completely blown up by one bombardment?" By this time the skirmishing lines had climbed up the river bank, our artillery fire had almost completely stopped, and the Prussian position was still quiet. Vasily held up the telescope and almost pressed the eyepiece into his eye socket. Not even a firing machine gun. The grassroots squads of Prussian's army are organized around machine guns. The core of a squad is the machine gun. The squad leader must always stay with the machine gun and command the machine gun. As for the other 9 riflemen, it is equivalent to sending them. Therefore, it was very strange that not a single machine gun opened fire on the Prussian position that was under attack. "Filippov, they were all knocked unconscious." As soon as he finished speaking, a machine gun opened fire. The sound of ripping a canvas could not be heard across the river, but the lines of fire formed by tracer bullets were clearly visible. The skirmisher line that had crossed the river also reacted immediately. The moment the machine gun rang out, the skirmisher line started running. When they saw that they had become the target of strafing, they all fell down. But then, the person who was lying down stood up. Filippov also discovered it. The machine gun scale is set high, and this thing can't hit anyone. It seems that the shooter hasn't noticed it yet. However, the shooter has no chance to correct his mistake. The recoilless gun team opened fire, and the machine gun bunker was blown away along with the camouflage cover on top. Vasily, only one machine gun fired, and no PAK-38 anti-tank gun was seen. The Prussians have long been equipped with PAK-40 anti-tank guns, but the number has never been enough to cover the entire army, so they still mass-produce the PAK-38, which is small in size and low in power. Even Steipunk trucks equipped with loudspeakers drove across the river and onto the beach. Ant infantry had already rushed to the trench, and only then did the enemy infantry start shooting sporadically. But veteran ants' accurate grenades kept throwing into the trenches, and the resistance was dissipating like dewdrops in the sun. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Vasily even saw a squad of Prussian infantry surrender directly to the 1st Ant infantry to arrive in the trenches. Filippov suddenly put down his telescope and cursed, "Damn it, why did Prussian's troops become like this? Where is the powerful army that we tried our best to defeat?" "Vasily, maybe around Coburg." "Filippov, I want to go over and see the situation in person, will you come?" "Of course, I want to confirm my suspicion." At 1630 hours on November 10, Lucky, a small town on the Oder River, is 71 kilometers away from the center of Prussia. Outside the town, an old lady from Prussia, nearly 90 years old, was struggling to cut up a dead cow on the roadside with a knife. Her 3-year-old grandson was playing with cow dung on the road next to it, possibly the last poop the cow pooped before it was killed. Suddenly, Beethoven's Symphony of Destiny was heard in the distance. The old man stopped fighting with the cow's fascia and looked up in the direction of the music. She saw the ant skirmish line emerging. The 3-year-old grandson stood up, used the shit-stained stick in his hand as a gun, and fired at the ant skirmisher line in the distance. The old man grabbed the stick, broke it and threw it aside, and then pulled the child behind his body. The child burst into tears. The old lady shouted, "Do you see the people in the distance? Those are Rokosov's troops." The child immediately closed his mouth, gritted his teeth, and burst into tears, but he didn't dare to make a sound. The Symphony of Destiny became louder and louder. Ant soldiers passed by the cow carcass, and everyone looked at the half-cut cow fascia. Suddenly, an ant soldier took out akin from his pocket, opened it with a bayonet, and placed it at the old lady's feet. The old lady quickly thanked you in Prussian language, "Thank you, thank you." At this time, a jeep stopped in front of the old lady. Officer Ant, who seemed to have a high military rank in the car, asked in Plosen, "Madam, Are there any regular Plozan troops in the town? Old lady, yes. It's in the mayor's mansion and the town government office building, and maybe there's also a post office. The officer asked curiously, is it okay to show us the way like this? We are enemies, aren't we? Old lady, look at how hungry my grandson is. I also have a younger grandson who is at the age of breastfeeding. As a result, they took his mother to join the People's Self-Defense Force. I can't find milk and milk powder, and my little grandson is starving to death. While you are fighting them, can you be kind and let my daughter-in-law come back? At least she can milk other people's families. Child. The officer nodded, took out another sausage from his pocket and put it into the old lady's hand. Don't eat that dead cow. After we liberate this place, the church will follow up soon and distribute food to you. After Vesely returned to the jeep, Filipov asked, is it true that the church is following up on the distribution of food? Really, this is a gentle plan to end the war as soon as possible. Just now we have a bumper domestic food harvest, and sausage production has reached a new high. Filipov asked again, then are you really planning to find the old lady's daughter-in-law? Vesely, I don't know. Maybe she tried to resist and we beat her to death. At this time, the sound of machine gun fire was heard in the town. Then there was an explosion, and the machine gun immediately misfired. There were sporadic rifle shots, but there was no sound of counterattack. Probably because Filipov's regiment was equipped with thread-cutting machines, and the sound was very quiet when counterattacking. Filipov, go into the city and see what's going on. The driver responded and stepped on the accelerator, and the jeep followed the infantryman running into the city and got into the city. The town is not big, and the jeep drove to the central square in no time. Vesely, okay, it looks like the town government, the mayor's house and the post office are all here. He fired the Deshka anti-aircraft machine gun on the jeep and fired a series of shots at the second floor of the resisting town government. The battlefield immediately fell silent. Soon, a pot-bellied clerk Prasen opened the door of the town government holding a white flag and walked out cautiously. We surrender, he said in broken Antese. Vesely, okay, let them put down their weapons and come out with their hands raised. Don't play tricks. As long as one person plays tricks, we will kill everyone. This is an order from Marshal Rokosov. Clerk Prasen turned around and shouted something into the room, and the members of the self-defense forces and the Prasen defense forces with their hands raised walked out of the room one after another. Vesely asked the clerk, who are the people who force children and women to join the self-defense forces? Clerk, I'll identify them one by one. Leave it to me. He didn't even ask Vesely what he wanted to do to these people. Soon, the clerk pointed at Colonel Prosan who had just left the house, him. He led people to arrest my wife and my father. Vesely, catch him. Yes, the colonel. Two guardsmen immediately took the colonel out of the surrendered people and took him to the open space in front of the post office. The clerk shouted again, and him. He is the head of the military police. He organized the Boy Scouts. This time Vesely only snapped his fingers, and the head of the military police was summoned to stand with the colonel. In this way, 6 or 7 more people were gathered out one after another and stood in a row in front of the post office. Clerk, that's them. Vesely, you have committed crimes against humanity, and I sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. The guards soldiers who had been prepared opened fire one after another, and the bullets beat these bastards into sieves. Vesely then picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted to the other end, White Wolf, everything goes well with the sausage slicing strategy? Repeat, everything goes well. Chapter 764 Destined Death. The confidential staff entered the room and ran directly to Wang Zhong to whisper a few words. Wang Zhong nodded and said to the generals who had just finished their meal, we have just captured the small town of Luki on the west bank of the Oder River. The enemy's resistance intensity is very low, which preliminarily proves that our speculation is correct. Except for the Asgard Knights, the combat effectiveness of the Prosan army is very low, and it can be easily defeated under our psychological warfare offensive. In fact, Wang Zhong is not sure whether this is the effect of psychological offensive. Anyway, a small town has been captured. Kashuk, the intensity of the enemy's counterattack against the town of Luki today and tomorrow can show their current combat effectiveness. I am also very curious, can they still send out troops to fight back now? Kirenko spread his hands, we should still be able to squeeze out some armored troops. We also have Rokosov 2 tanks to fight against them. The Rokosov 2 is a model based on the Rokosov I with an enlarged body, a more powerful engine, and a 122 mm gun. In addition to meeting the anti-armor needs, the 122 mm gun also meets the troops' anti-bunker needs. The ant-artillery unit has recently become addicted to bayonets in artillery. Not only does it pull the 203 mm B4 howitzer to the enemy's face to fire, but it also pulls up all the 122 and 152 howitzers to fire horizontally. It seems that Wang Zhong has artificially created a tradition for the ant army. The best way to deal with bunkers is not to go up and engage in indoor CQB with the enemy, but to send the enemy and the bunker to the sky together. This tradition has been implemented in all aspects. For example, now the ant troops generally require a large amount of explosives and anti-tank mines before conducting urban stations. In addition to conventional pressure-activated fuses, anti-tank mines also have manually detonated fuses. These people threw anti-tank mines as grenades. The same is true for explosives. Now each unit has a few experts who can make improvised detonators. When attacking, they will be issued in batches with time fuses with a timer of about 10 seconds. When combined with explosives, they become the favorite attack grenades of frontline soldiers. After Wang Zhong learned about this grenade, he gave the demolitionist who used this grenade the name Walong. In short, the Rokosov 2 is equipped with a 122 mm gun, a specially developed concrete penetrating shell, and a specially developed super white phosphorus shell. It may be only equal to the 100 mm gun in terms of armor-piercing ability, but the concrete penetrating shell and white phosphorus shell are equally powerful in anti-tank. After all, tanks of this era do not have anti-collapse linings or internal positive pressure 3 defense systems. Kashuk, how many Rokosov IIS have been equipped so far? My front has only 42, which is exactly 2 regiments. Kyrenenko, I have a regiment, and it should be the most on Eugene's side. Eugene, I do have 3 regiments, not much more than you. The main reason is that the Rokosov I is enough to deal with most problems. The 2 has changed a lot, and it takes time for the tankers to get familiar with the new car. By the time they get familiar with the new car, the war in Europa will be over. Yes, this is why the Rokosov 2 did not completely replace the Rokosov I. When the war is over, the I can naturally stop production and go all out to produce the 2. Before that, the I can deal with most situations. Pavlov, in fact, the demand for anti-armor on the front line is not that strong. The 152 self-propelled artillery of the Vortex and self-propelled artillery units can be anti-armor. Recently, there is also a mass-produced magic arrow. After the improvement, the troops responded very well. Some troops even don't want anti-tank guns, and they clamor for the magic arrow launcher all day long. Wang Zhong asked 2 future masters to rub anti-tank missiles. Unexpectedly, they really rubbed it out, and now they have rubbed it to the 3rd version. Wang Zhong instructed them that they must work hard on the usability. As a result, the 2 of them created a completely foolproof 3rd generation magic arrow. A soldier who graduated from the 10th grade can achieve a 70% hit rate after 2 months of training. The Allied Envoy peed directly after visiting the test firing of the magic arrow. The United States will probably receive special funding for related research. Wang Zhong, in short, as long as we can stop the enemy's counterattack and prove that this kind of cannibalization is effective, we must use it across the board and put enough pressure on the enemy. We can't let them prepare in peace. The Allies will also cooperate with our offensive, put pressure on the enemy on the Western Front, and end the war in Europa as soon as possible and turn to fighting the Fuzhou Empire. Marshal Gorky, will the Allies really fulfill their promise? Of course, because now the generals of the United Kingdom have lost their voice in the Allied command. President Luo has a far-sighted vision and knows what is right. He will not let Leonard, a short-sighted political animal, succeed. Western Front, Allied Command. At present, all our troops have completed their rest and recuperation. Ike paused and glanced at the Allied generals in the conference room. Compared with Rokossov's troops, we have suffered less losses, and have more manpower and ammunition. We will launch a fierce offensive against the enemy before Christmas. Ike picked up the map stick and gestured on the huge map. We have 3 main attack directions. One is the 30th Army of the United Kingdom, which will advance towards the bridge that failed to be captured in Operation Market Orchard, and strive to occupy the entire Low Countries. The second center, the troops of the 12th Army Group, will attack the enemy's industrial heart, the Ruhr area. The goal of the first stage is to cross the Ruhr River and establish a bridgehead. The second stage is to encircle Cologne. And the 3rd Army Group launched an attack in the south, broke through the Preußen defenses and occupied Alsace. After a brief pause, Ike said, as long as the southern line is successful, Rokossov's plan to join us in Alsace will be thwarted. This may be the first time that the plan of this war genius has been thwarted in this war. Everyone laughed. It was exciting enough to defeat Rokossov, who had basically never lost in the entire war. Admiral John Jr., holding his iconic cigar, said, "I don't care about defeating Rokossov. I just don't want Rokossov to be the only one who kicked the ass of these arrogant people. I want to invade their territory and wash our tracks with their blood." Ike, don't worry, we have plenty of opportunities before Christmas. He turned to the map and repeated to the large number of arrows on the map representing the direction of attack, "We have plenty of opportunities." Prosenia, 17 kilometers from the city center, Asgard Knight's position. Andreas looked at the leaflets falling from the sky. "I thought it was red snow." Korek grabbed a leaflet in midair, unfolded it, and hesitated when he saw the photo on it. The photo was very impactful. It was a Preußen soldier standing in front of a wall full of little girls' bodies and smiling. The body and the smile constituted an extremely strong impact, which would make any normal person feel physically disgusted. There was a line of red Preußen words in the corner of the photo, "Sinner." Andreas heard the sound of vomiting next to him, turned his head and saw a young private soldier of the People's Self-Defense Army lying on the gun mount of a 105 mm anti-aircraft gun and vomiting. People all around him took the leaflets and started vomiting. Andreas bent down and pulled out a leaflet from the snow, and found that the photos on it were different, but both were very impactful. The same Preußen word was written in red in the corner of the photo, "Repent." Andreas picked up another one, and the text on this one was a little longer, "We are the ghosts of revenge." The photo shows a ragged anti-warrior. The Preußen people around him are laughing at him, but the warrior's eyes are burning with fighting spirit, just like a ghost. "Andreas, I don't know photography, but I feel that these photos should have been processed. The impact is too strong." Korek snatched the things in his hand, threw them to the ground, and covered them with mud and snow with his feet. "They just found the most suitable one from thousands of photos." Korek said, "After all, these photos may have been stored in Melania's archives before." Andreas didn't answer. He picked up another one and found that it was Rokossov riding a white horse. The red words next to it were a sentence from the Book of Revelation, "He rode a white horse and came from the darkness." For a moment, Andreas felt that there was holy light near Rokossov's head. A closer look showed that it was a circle of sequins. "Damn, this flyer is also ingenious. Don't look at it." Korek grabbed the flyer and was about to throw it away, but when he saw Rokossov on it, his hand froze immediately. Just at this time, the military police came over, shouting it is a serious crime to privately store flyers, so he respectfully put the flyer on the cart pushed by two women behind the military police. Andreas, why didn't you bury this one? Korek clenched his hands, as if he had just touched something extremely cold, and kept warming them with the hot air he exhaled. Because he always appears in my nightmares, and I don't want to make nightmares more terrible, he said. Andreas, this is all superstition, isn't it? At this moment, the private who had just vomited stood up, stared at Korek and Andreas for a long time, and then asked boldly, "Two sirs, those are all lies, right?" A correct version at 16,191 book and bar. Korek, no, those are all true. We committed heinous crimes on other people's land. That's why they want revenge. Korek glanced at the military police who were going away, and squatted down in front of the young private soldier so that his line of sight could be level with the private soldier. He lowered his voice and said, "Listen, kid, after the war, find a way to surrender. We are carrying the sins, and we will bear them. You are innocent, kid." Andreas, I haven't done it either. Korek looked at Andreas, so I will ensure that you are alive, I promise. In the center of Prosonia, the entrance and exit of the palace bunker A prosrec captain entered the bunker with a stack of leaflets. The first gate of the bunker, which had been notified long ago, was immediately released, followed by the second gate. The captain was obviously only qualified to enter the second gate, so he handed the leaflets to the colonel who came to hand over. The colonel took the leaflet through the third gate and handed it to the officer with a red background, usually a general officer. The general officer took the leaflet, passed the last gate, walked through the long corridor, and came to the door of the emperor's office. He pushed the door open. The emperor inside was roaring, "What do you mean by losing Lucky? Literally? You didn't even last a day, and you lost Lucky. Now the enemy has a beachhead on the Oder River." The generals present did not dare to say a word. The emperor, where is Steiner? Don't let him cross the river to counterattack, take Lucky back first, take back this damn beachhead. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, the officer who delivered the leaflets took the opportunity to put something in front of the emperor. "Emperor, what is this? The leaflets just dropped, Your Majesty." The emperor threw the thing directly to the ground. "Don't worry about it. This must be Rokosov's nonsense. The brave people and army of Prasen will not listen to him. Where is Steiner? When can he attack?" Finally, Marshal Celtic said, "Your Majesty, Steiner is currently unable to move. The mouse tank was bombed by the Allies when it was unloaded, and it has not been unloaded yet. The engineers said that it will take another week to repair the tank's running mechanism." "Emperor, 1 week? Do you mean that it will take a week for something we have high hopes for to drive out of the train station?" "It is to repair the running mechanism," Marshal Celtic corrected, "only then can we leave the train station." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. The emperor was silenced. After a few seconds, he asked, "If we don't use the mouse tanks, how many armored forces can we put into the attack?" "There are still 2 armored brigades and the 503rd Heavy Tank Destroyer Regiment." The emperor, "Let them go out and tell them that if they can't take back the beachhead, the Prosan Empire will be finished." "Yes." The messenger turned and left. The emperor leaned back in his chair and sighed, "Gil es, how could things turn out like this, how could things turn out like this?" The emperor's court supervisor asked, "Do you need to call the imperial sister over?" "No." The emperor shook his head, "Send my sister to Cologne." Everyone looked at each other. The emperor slapped the table hard, "I said send my sister to Cologne. I will never give my sister to that gossip actor Rokosov, never." Suddenly, the emperor stopped because he saw the stack of leaflets he had just thrown to the ground. The top leaflet of the scattered leaflets was Rokosov riding a white horse. He bent down suddenly, picked up the flyer, stared at Rokosov on it, and read the words on the flyer, "He comes from darkness on a white horse." The emperor's hands trembled. Suddenly, he recited the following words: "Power was given to him to kill a quarter of the earth by sword, famine, and pestilence." The emperor sat down dejectedly, and slammed his hand holding the flyer on the table, without feeling any pain. Finally, the emperor said, "He is here, Rokosov has taken action, and he will bring us destruction." Chapter 765, The Last Gasp. November 11, Lucky Town, 71 kilometers from the center of Prosonia. Filippov stood in the central square of the town, holding a harmonica and playing the melody he had just learned. Uncle Prosen, who taught him the melody, listened and exclaimed in Antese with a heavy accent, "My son loved this piece of music before he went to the front line. He has been killed in action for 3 years. Filippov, did he die in Ant? No, he died during the invasion of the Carolingians. Everyone said it was a great victory, and everyone said the price we paid was minimal, but my son can't come back." The uncle paused and continued, "Later, my wife died in the Allied bombing, and my whole family died in the bombing, which made me start to think about what caused all this. I came to the conclusion that the war we waged caused all this, and that this was our retribution. I expressed this idea in a beer hall, and the spies overheard me and sent me to a labor camp. If they didn't need soldiers now, I might have worked in a labor camp for the rest of my life. Filippov, you don't think it was the Allies that caused all this? I have finished college, don't say such things that insult my IQ." Filippov laughed. At this time, a scout rode a BMW motorcycle and rushed up to Filippov. Without saluting, he reported directly, "The enemy armored forces are still 7 kilometers away from us." Filippov put away his harmonica. "It's finally here, battle alarm." The person operating the hand-cranked horn left by Proson immediately cranked up the horn, and a sharp siren rang throughout the town. Filippov continued to ask the scout, "Did you see the accompanying artillery?" The scout shook his head, "No, I observed for a long time. The enemy got close to 500 meters before running away. I didn't see the heavy accompanying artillery. Instead, I saw a very large tank destroyer, many times larger than the elephant." Filippov, you only use one big word to describe the enemy's new equipment. The scout shrugged, "Because it's really big. This is the most prominent feature. The other ones, well, I can't really tell." Filippov, "Okay, I understand. You go to the artillery observation post and prepare to guide the regiment's infantry artillery." The scout saluted and sped away on his motorcycle. At this time, the commander of the Su-76 parked in the corner of the square stood up in the combat room and asked loudly, "Captain, do you want us to drive to the edge of the village? We have armor-piercing bombs." Filippov waved his hand, "Save it, your armor-piercing bullets will only scratch the paint of the enemy's new tank, and prepare for direct fire support. What you said is true. We can at least block the enemy's turrets and tracks. Leave it to the divine arrow." As Filippov spoke, the jeep drove out from the regiment headquarters. Just as he was about to get in the car, Uncle Proson, who had just taught him harmonica music, grabbed his arm and said, "Can you stop me?" Filippov thought that the uncle was worried about his safety, so he comforted him, "Don't worry, even if we retreat, we will take you with us." "Uncle, no. These common people have surrendered to you. The Asgard Knights and the secret agents of the Imperial Palace will not let them go." Filippov, "What? These are all citizens of Prosen. Those mothers who refuse to send their children to the battlefield are also Proson citizens." The uncle responded. Filippov was silent for a few seconds before he said firmly, "Don't worry, our magic arrows will kill them all." The uncle then let go of his hand, "I believe you. Also, give me a gun. I will fight for my country." Filippov, "You will have a chance in the future. In the future we will establish a secular Plosen. Then you will have plenty of opportunities to fight for your country. After speaking, Filippov jumped into the jeep and drove quickly towards the defensive position on the edge of the town. When Filippov arrived at the position, he could already clearly hear the sound of the tank's engine. He immediately got into the two-story house that served as a defensive support point and went straight to the attic. In the attic, a battalion commander was observing the enemy with a telescope. When he heard the voice, he turned around and stood at attention, saluting, "Commander. The smoke and dust you saw is not that big. It is estimated that the enemy is an armored division." Filippov leaned down to the window and raised his binoculars. There was blowing snow and mud on the horizon. Judging from the width, it was indeed the impact surface of an armored division. "Are the arrows ready?" Filippov asked. "Ready. There are a total of 22 launch vehicles. They are all hidden by low walls, toilets, and other things on the edge of the town, and the transfer paths are prepared." Filippov: "Very good, tell them that when the enemy crosses the 2,200 meter mark, they can freely choose the target to launch." "Yes." The 1st Battalion commander immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Filippov continued to observe the enemy, muttering as he looked, "It is said that the enemy has a particularly large tank destroyer. Let me see how big it is, let me go, it is indeed very big." A rather large figure appeared in the telescope. Although it was still far away, even under the maximum magnification of the telescope, it was only a little bit small. However, comparing the outlines of other tanks, it was obvious that this thing was larger than other tanks. "Filippov, don't waste your firepower on such a big destroyer, because you might not be able to penetrate it. After destroying the enemy's other tanks and accompanying infantry, we rushed forward to seize that thing." "Yes." The battalion commander immediately issued a new order with a walkie-talkie. At this time, the little soldier in the room asked excitedly, "Can we get a gold star if we capture a new tank?" Filippov took his eyes away from the eyepiece and glanced at the little soldier. "It shouldn't be possible, because the enemy's new weapons should not pose any threat to us." The little soldier looked disappointed. "Is that so? When I set out, my mother said that I should work hard to get a gold star and not embarrass her." "Filippov, the gold star is to honor people who have made outstanding contributions to the country. Don't be discouraged." The first gold star was awarded in peacetime. As soon as the voice fell, the first wave of arrows began. 22 light spots set off one after another, chasing each other and rushing towards the distant enemy. Filippov hurriedly observed with a telescope. The enemy seemed to have no idea what the light spots flying towards them were. Filippov saw that the enemy's tank commander poked his head out of the turret as usual. In theory, they should have seen these light spots. "What's going on?" he muttered. "Hasn't any of Proson's tank commanders seen the arrows?" This refers to the arrows guided by the praying hands at the beginning of the war. At the beginning of the war, facing the arrow volley, Proson's tank commanders would definitely fire smoke bombs to block the line of sight. But now Proson's armored group is indifferent to the oncoming arrows. The first arrow hit. The Proson people are still indifferent. The arrows hit one after another, and the burning tanks illuminated the snowfield. The Proson people start reversing. "Filippov, what? It's okay not to block the line of sight, but what the hell is reversing? Even if you plan to counterattack, you should rush forward to shorten the distance. The distance of the arrow is 2,200 meters, which is beyond the enemy killing distance of most Proson crews. At this distance, it is extremely difficult for the Proson veteran crew to find and hit the hidden arrow delivery vehicle. The correct approach is to spread smoke to close the distance and shoot at close range." The Prosons adopted a completely wrong response. A battalion commander reported nervously, "The arrow group said that the enemy retreated out of the maximum range." "Filippov, let them hide and wait, I don't think the Prosons have discovered where we fired the arrows." Shortly after the order was passed down, the Proson tanks began to move forward again. They still did not use smoke bombs. The second wave of arrows was launched. A correct version of the book in 16:9. The Prosons opened fire. Filipov immediately ran to another window to confirm the status of their own arrow launchers. Then he found that the Prosons seemed to be firing randomly, and many shells were heading for the windows on the second floor, but it was obviously impossible for the arrow launcher to be parked on the second floor. The second batch of enemy tanks were hit, and more than a dozen wreckages appeared on the snowy field. At this time, a big tank destroyer stopped and fired a shot at the building where Filipov was. Filipov leaped to the side and threw the unsuspecting soldier to the ground. However, the imagined tremor did not come. From the explosion, it seemed that the shot hit the floor next to the house. Was the scale set wrong? Did the distance fall short and the shell landed early? Filipov looked up with doubts and saw an unknown object smashing through the tiled roof and falling into the attic. It was his own jeep. This thing was clearly parked in the yard in front of the house, but it was blown up to the attic. Filipov patted the shoulder of the battalion commander. "Quick! Order the magic arrows to stop the enemy's large destroyer. Don't let him use his firepower at will." "Battalion commander, only the next wave, the third wave of magic arrows has been launched." Filipov hurried back to the window and watched a row of light spots rushing towards the enemy. He roughly counted and it was still 22 rounds. The enemy's previous wave of firepower was indeed blind. This time, the Prosons finally remembered to fire smoke bombs, but only a few vehicles fired, and the other vehicles seemed to be planning to destroy Anti's launcher. Filipov saw that the operators seemed to intend to guide the arrows that lost their target due to the smoke to a new target, but the arrows that had already left the power stage did not have that much kinetic energy. The third wave of arrows hit the target. At this time, a signal flare was launched from the Proson side. The tank group that was still advancing stopped again and began to reverse. No, it began to turn. Filipov was shocked. The best protection of tanks is usually the front. To ensure that they face the enemy head-on, turning in front of the enemy is equivalent to actively exposing their weaknesses. Why did the enemy turn in front of us? The battalion commander also asked Filipov in confusion. "I don't know." Filipov shrugged. "Quick, let the artillery cover the enemy and blow up the enemy's accompanying infantry. We will find a way to seize a big tank destroyer." As soon as the voice fell, Filipov saw a big tank destroyer that was turning stopped. The huge vehicle body was right in Filipov's field of vision. He found that this thing was even bigger than he had imagined. No wonder the scout mentioned that it was big when he came back. It was really big. Filipov looked at the two tank destroyers that suddenly stopped and thought, "No way, it won't break down, right?" Just as he was thinking, the Proson people in the car opened the hatch and jumped out, abandoning the car and running away. "Filipov, what is this thing?" On the east bank of the Oder River, the Psychological Warfare Command, 85 kilometers from the center of Prozhenia. Vesely picked up the phone. "Psychological Warfare Command, this is Colonel Vesely, go ahead." Filipov's voice came from the receiver. "Hey, we just blocked the enemy's armored counterattack. Send a repair team here." "Vasily, what's the matter? The arrow carrier is broken." "Throw it away, remove the arrow launcher and guidance device and put it on another car." No, we captured a large tank destroyer, but it broke down, and we can't get it back to town. Send a tractor and repair vehicle here, as well as a technician familiar with Prozon's craft." "Okay, what did you capture? Did you get its code name from the prisoners?" "I asked the abandoned wounded soldier. It seems to be called Jagud Tajar. The main gun caliber is 127 mm. My goodness, the high explosive shell blew my jeep into the attic." "Vasily, isn't this a bit exaggerated?" "Okay, I will send you a repair team and a tractor immediately." "But, can this thing cross the river now? Can the ice withstand it?" "I don't think it will, this thing is 80 tons. Vasily was shocked. 80 tons? What did they stuff to make it so heavy? I don't think our heavy tanks are that heavy. I don't know, you send someone quickly, I'm afraid the enemy will send engineers to blow this thing up at night. Okay. Vesely put down the phone and quickly arranged for the field repair team to cross the river. Just as he arranged everything, Marshal Rokosov entered the room. You are very busy, comrade colonel. Vesely immediately stood at attention and saluted, Marshal. Marshal Rokosov, what did you call me to show me? Look at the Rokosov 2 tank we just modified. We call this type of tank psychological warfare. Do you want to visit it now? Marshal Rokosov, no, tell me what happened just now. Oh, look, he was counterattacked by the enemy, but the attack has been repelled. Filipov said that an 80 tons tank destroyer, called Jagud, with a main gun caliber of 127 mm. Rokosov was very interested. Jagud? How did they perform? Vasily shrugged, I don't know. But since Filipov defended it, there shouldn't be much performance. Marshal Rokosov, call Filipov and ask him what he thinks of the enemy's counterattack. This is very important. The call was quickly connected. Facing Marshal Rokosov's question, Filipov replied, the enemy seems to have lost his soul and feels like he is sleepwalking. Chapter 766. Wang Zhong, as if you have lost your soul. Filipov, yes, they even drove their tanks to turn in front of the formation. The 2 destroyers we captured had a running mechanism failure when turning. Wang Zhong squinted his eyes. He remembered that on Earth, it was mentioned in Carius's memoir Tiger in the Mud. He later went to command the Jaeger Tiger Heavy Destroyer Battalion, but the inexperienced recruit Danzi turned around in front of the enemy. But the opportunity was wasted and the Allies beat the shit out of them. In the history of the Earth, the Tiger hunting camp sent to the Western Front was brought to the Eastern Front. However, neither world can escape the fate of turning in front of the enemy. Wang Zhong, very good, it means that the armored troops that the enemy is proud of are also finished. Continue to hold on and report the enemy's movements at any time. I will immediately mobilize the Air Force to bomb the fuel and ammunition supply troops and maintenance troops behind the enemy's rear. After speaking, Wang Zhong returned the phone receiver to Vesely, and then asked enthusiastically, didn't you get the specialized psychological warfare type Rokosov too? Come on, explain it to me. Vesely put the receiver on the phone and gave Wang Zhong a mysterious smile, you will definitely be satisfied, I got you an immortal magic. Wang Zhong looked down at his body, immortal. Vesely made a come with me gesture and led Wang Zhong to the large stable at the back of the room. Only then did Wang Zhong discover that the stable had been converted into a machine shop. A Rokosov 2 was parked in the middle, with the dummy standing on the turret. Vesely jumped onto the tank, holding the turret with his hand, and introduced the dummy to Wang Zhong, this is the puppet we prepared. We call him Elisha. Elisha has 2 characteristics. First, the bullet can be fired easily. Penetrating it, if it were 100 meters away, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was hit. But Elisha also has a skeleton. In order to prevent the skeleton from being damaged, we arranged a simple circuit. If the skeleton is damaged, Elisha will activate the chimney mounted on the base. Vesely said that he demonstrated it himself, and a large amount of smoke erupted from the base of Elisha and engulfed him. Then, here comes the point. His voice came from the smoke. While the smoke blocks the view, the members in the tank can climb out and replace Elisha too. Turn on the exhaust fan. The engineer turned on the exhaust fan, and soon all the smoke in the old stable was evacuated. Vesely and Elisha appeared in Wang Zhong's field of vision again. Look! Elisha is intact. Vesely opened his arms like a magician. For Elisha like this, we wrapped them in canvas and hung 3 of them outside the tank, and stuffed 2 more inside the tank. The proscens must not have looked so carefully on the battlefield. they would not have noticed that Elisha had changed. For them, Rokosov has become a real immortal enemy. Wang Zhong was silent for several seconds before saying, this trick is such a child's play, but I think it can work. Vasily, of course it can be done. If it can't be done, there will be no loss. We also have Elisha type 2. It's in the stable next to it. Wang Zhong, does this thing have a second type? Of course, and the second type is simpler and more feasible than this one. Please. Like a butler, Vasily made a respectful gesture of invitation. Wang Zhong followed his guidance with suspicion and arrived at the stable nearby. He was stunned as soon as he entered. There were dozens of white horses inside. Wang Zhong, I seem to know what type 2 you are talking about. Vasily did not answer, but called to the cavalryman who was arranging his clothes next to him. Look at this suit, it looks like an ordinary ant cavalry now, right? He explained, but in fact, as long as you pull it like this. The cavalry coat suddenly turned over, and the marshal star and the medals full of them appeared. Wang Zhong, this seems like a big flaw, right? Vasily, who can tell on the battlefield? Plus the red flag. They must think this is you. If you are shot and killed, a second person will transform immediately, and everyone will be your stand-in. Wang Zhong, that won't work. You are all white horses. The enemy might see through it. So we gathered all the white horses from Anti, and asked that even your cavalry guards ride on white horses. Wang Zhong looked at the stand-in, and then at Vasily. Okay, you are still more frivolous. If this happens, it will be so humorous. In the future, war historians will be impressed by the great humor at the end of the war. Vasily smiled. There are already so many sad things in this war, wouldn't it be a little humorous? Wang Zhong did not answer, but asked the stand-in, do you know this is very dangerous? You may die. The little brother smiled, I've already entered Prosonia, and I even played you for once. It was worth it. Wang Zhong looked at him carefully and asked, how long have you been in the army? Those who joined the army in the second year of the war have been serving on the Western Front. Wang Zhong, Western Front Army? It's not easy to survive being minced. Otherwise, you'd better not participate in this operation. The Western Front had a lower casualty rate than the St. Andrew's Front that was surrounded by Fort St. Andrew. Especially in several offensive battles, although a large number of Proson's effective forces were restrained, allowing Wang Zhong to let go and win the battle, the losses were also really heavy. The little brother immediately frowned, Marshal. How could you do this? Even if I don't act as your substitute, I may die in the siege. Indeed, the war is about to end, and the days of peace are coming, but if we all become afraid of death because of this, then who will liberate Prosonia? Who will end the war? Wang Zhong stared at the brother's face for a few seconds and said, okay, my ideological awareness is low. I wish you live to victory. The brother raised his chin and saluted Wang Zhong, thank you. Vasily, everyone is eager to be the first to rush into Prosonia and plant the flag on the Proson Palace. I heard that Emperor Proson has been in the palace. Wang Zhong, our intelligence does say so. Vasily, then I guess many people are vying to do the job of attacking the palace. That's for sure. Silence fell on the stable. Vasily hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Marshal Doverishi, will you charge in person again? Rush to the Proson Palace. Wang Zhong, if I charge in person again, Pavlov will have to give up. We can't lose this capable chief of staff at this time. Vasily was shocked. What a pity, the staff education I received can only handle the staff of the division level, otherwise I can do it for him. You kid, go back to school and study hard after the war is over. Of course. My military quality is limited to being a colonel. If I want to become a general, I have to study. I can't be a general by burying mines and digging feces, right? Wang Zhong, why, you want to be a general? Vasily scratched his head. It's better than going back to be a musician, right? It's better than digging feces. Wang Zhong patted Vasily's shoulder. I support you. But you have to do the job at hand first, and scare the Proson devils to death. Yes. Vasily stood at attention and saluted. As an exempt soldier, Andreas did not have to stand guard. But he still asked to stand the first shift tonight, mainly because he was worried about those new recruits. The ants like night battles. Although the ants are still dozens of kilometers away from Andreas's position, some bad news came last night, saying that ant had crossed the Oder River. Some people even said with certainty that the Oder River defense line had collapsed and Rokosov's army was rushing towards Prozhenia. Andreas always felt that if he handed the sentry to the new recruits, he would be so worried that he could not sleep at all. He stayed at the sentry for a while, and Korek also came. The two stood in the flying snow, rubbing their hands and looking at the endless night. Suddenly, Andreas heard a voice, immediately grabbed the rifle and shouted, "Who is it? Don't shoot!" The answer was in Proson language. Two armored soldiers covered in snow came out of the snow and slid into the trenches of the Asgard Knights. A correct version at 16191 Book 1 Bar. Korek, you are deserters. We will hand you over to the military police. The leader was a sergeant major. He looked at the battle wound badge and participation badge on Korek's chest and said, "You are a veteran like me. You know that the ants have a weapon called the magic arrow, right?" Korek, yes. Sergeant Major, I saw it with my own eyes. More than 20 magic arrows flew out from the house in Lucky Town occupied by ant. More than a dozen tanks were gone in an instant. The new recruits driving the tanks don't know how to deal with the magic arrows, because they have never learned it. Ant's magic arrows should now only be used for air defense of key areas. But 20 magic arrows. 20 arrows with the light of heaven. Actually, the missiles were deliberately made brighter to make it easier for operators to see the position of the missiles, and wiped out an armored platoon in one go. Korek spat next to the old soldier's boots. Shit! How could there be so many arrows? There weren't so many arrows fired in volley when we first attacked Ant. The sergeant shouted, "It's true. Everyone saw it. The tankers are new recruits, but there are many veterans like me among the armored grenadiers who cooperate with them. We all saw it." Shit! Korek spat again. "You are a deserter, and you want to excuse yourself. Your unit must be planning an attack tomorrow, but you ran away. Sergeant, this war has failed. I want to go home. Even if I can't go home, I can't let the ant people catch me. I want to go west to surrender to the Allies. The ant people won't leave anyone alive. They won't." After that, the sergeant rushed out of the trench and ran west. Andreas raised his gun to shoot, but was stopped by Kolake. "No need, he will definitely meet the military police. This idiot, why don't you take off your clothes and pretend to be an ordinary citizen?" That. Accompanied by the timid voice, the two found that there was another armored grenadier deserter, a private. "Andreas, did you also see the arrow volley?" "Private, I don't know what it was, I just saw a group of light spots flying out of the town, hitting our tanks like they had life, and then those tanks stopped, some were on fire, and the tankers jumped out of the tanks in panic." "Kolake, how far were you from the city at that time?" "I don't know. Very far, the houses are only very small, and the bell tower in the city is only this high." The private gestured. Andreas was about to speak when a short burst of machine gun fire came from a distance. The sergeant who ran away probably will never see the Allied soldiers again. "Kolake, take off your clothes." "What?" "Korek, take off your armored clothes. The military police will recognize you as a deserter when they find us. Put on infantry clothes. Can you use a rifle?" The private nodded. "Korek, okay, you are now a member of our platoon and will be my assistant shooter. Come with me and I will find clothes for you." The private was so confused that Korek even started to leave, but he was still frozen in place. "Andreas, follow me." The private then jogged to keep up with Korek. Andreas sighed, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and began to strike a match. The first one was struck until the matchstick broke. The second one was on fire, but the fire was extinguished by the cold wind in an instant. Andreas drew many more matches, but none of them stuck. He simply flattened the matchbox and threw it on the ground, holding a cigarette in his mouth and looking into the distance. "Damn, I'm not even as good as the little match girl. At least when she strikes a match, she can see the goose-burning fireplace and her grandma," he muttered under his breath. "Magic arrows." The Emperor's eyes widened. "A volley of more than 20 divine arrows? How is it possible? Even when we first started the war with Ant, there was no such density. However, the 2 armored brigades and the 503rd Heavy Destroyer Battalion that participated in the attack have multiple reports, and they can corroborate each other. It is not like they were talking in advance." Marshal Celtic said. "Emperor, Anti's praying hands have been almost wiped out by us, wiped out. Even Rokosov's wife had to be on air defense duty in key areas. Where did they get so many praying hands to guide the divine arrows?" The generals looked at each other. "I don't know who said, maybe it's Rokosov's manifestation." "Emperor, is this scientific?" "No, I refuse to believe such nonsense. They must have used some trick." "I understand, this must be a missile. It is a remote-controlled rocket." At this time, the Empire's propaganda face showed embarrassment. "However, our own remote-controlled rockets are not so efficient, and the Ant people actually went into battle in large numbers. How can we make people believe that they are an inferior race?" The Emperor was choked by this question and did not speak for a long time. He suddenly realized that if he admitted that this was Rokosov's manifestation and brought a bunch of new praying hands, then he would have to admit that mysterious power defeated science. If this is a scientific result, then Aryan racial superiority no longer exists. When the Emperor was stuck, Marshal Celtic reminded, "The armored forces have fallen into panic, and there are many deserters. If no measures are taken, the panic will expand. Now many veterans are already saying that Rokosov granted his soldiers the light of heaven. Emperor, let the military police arrest all those who deceive the public with such monstrous words and shoot them on the spot." Chapter 767, The Cannibalization Offensive begins. On November 14, Melania's First Front Army headquarters. General Eugene looked at his watch. "It's time to start." The cannibalization operation at the regimental level a few days ago was completely successful. The anti-army that occupied Lucky Town blocked Prasen's weak counterattack and did not even call for support from the tank destroyer unit. So today, a larger-scale cannibalization operation will begin. Eugene will invest a total of 10 regiments of troops to cross the frozen Oder River with the cooperation of short-term firepower attacks. Eugene looked at the artillery commander of the front army and sighed, "We will attack with 10 regiments. The number of troops is so small that it seems like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Eugene commanded less than 10 regiments in total, and the attack had to bear all the burden." The chief of staff of the front army also echoed, "As a front army level attack, it is indeed a bit childish. This number of troops makes the logistics pressure very low. We can accumulate supplies while attacking." The bishop accompanying the front army said, "The previous forces would be exhausted in an instant and would not leave any trace at all. I am still skeptical about such an infiltration operation and whether it will become an endless fuel war. Overdraw all the troops we finally recovered. Eugene, then we can only hope that Vasily's psychological warfare will be effective." On the east bank of the Oder River, one of the 10 regiments committed to the attack. Uncle Vanya was comforting the young man who had just added, "Don't worry, haven't you heard? The friendly forces fought over a few days ago. Not only did they capture the city, they also blocked the enemy armored division with minimal casualties. Counterattack. That's 1 regiment, one regiment fighting one armored division. Prasen's elite soldiers are finished, we can easily destroy them in the past. One of the recruits asked, Uncle Vanya, how many Prasen Japs have you killed? Uncle Vanya exposed the butt of the submachine gun, look at the scratches on it. I will scratch every one I kill. Now there are 35 scratches in total. That's not a lot. A young man said. Uncle Vanya immediately changed his face, I am not killing the rookie Japs now, I am killing the elite Japs. In the outskirts of Abawahan, I led my squad to defend a house, but they all died. I'm the only one left. The Prasens came over, and I knocked down 2 of them with one sweep. The remaining one rushed in. I pulled out my dagger, struggled with him for a while, and stabbed him several times before killing him. He even grabbed the dagger in the middle of the process and hit me with a few more knives. Look! Uncle Vanya opened his thick military coat, revealing the scar on the side of his body. Look! This is the scar left by that damn Prasen Japs. That guy is so frighteningly strong that he can strangle you little bean sprout bunnies to death with one hand. Seeing the scars, the recruits stopped talking. The horrific scars revealed the horror of the battlefield. At this moment, Uncle Vanya heard the roar of the tank. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Here we come, the heavy tank regiment to cooperate with us is here. Suddenly, Uncle Vanya was stunned and stared at the direction where the sound came from. The recruits all looked over curiously and saw a tank with a red flag on the antenna. The tank driver poked his head out of the turret, and his exposed upper body was covered with medals. Wow, this tanker medal can be used as armor on your chest. Uncle Vanya suddenly punched the recruit on the shoulder. What tanker? That's Marshal Rokosov. Quick, unite the team. Stay alert. Don't be like a weed. What? Is that Marshal Rokosov? The recruits all turned to look at the tank, with curiosity clearly outweighing awe on their faces. Uncle Vanya, you bastards, do you know that in Abawahan, at the most critical moment, the Marshal personally led the infantry to launch a counterattack to stop the enemy's offensive? That was the greatest military commander after Suvorov. Bagration, who personally led the charge at Austerlitz, could only line up behind him. The whole team. Be serious. Stand tall, raise your chin, and ask for awesome. The recruits then formed a team, held their heads high and saluted the tanks. The tank came close to everyone's eyes. The commander emerged from the marshal's abdomen and said to Vanya and others, relax, this is a dummy, a psychological warfare from the psychological warfare headquarters. Only then did Uncle Vanya realize that the people on the tank were indeed a little strange. His first reaction was anger. How could you do such a disrespectful thing to the marshal? Tank commander, in order to intimidate the enemy and reduce casualties. If the marshal personally approves it, his adjutant will be responsible for executing it. If you insist on saying so, the Psychological Warfare Command is a department directly under the marshal. When Vanya heard that it was done by the department directly under the marshal, he immediately lost his temper, but he was still worried and said, what if the dummy is damaged? The enemy will think that the marshal was killed. Isn't that a bad thing? Tank commander, don't worry, we have rehearsed many times to deal with this situation. In the eyes of the Prasen Japs, the marshal is invulnerable and immortal. They will definitely be scared out of their wits. What else could Uncle Vanya say? The artillery fire was ready to begin. Countless shells passed over their heads and fell to the other side of the river. Tank commander, okay. Let's go. The short artillery preparation will not last long. We have to take the opportunity to cross the river. After that, the Rokosov Type 2 started up again, and at the same time, the big speaker on the tank started playing music. Uncle Vanya, and music. This is part of psychological warfare. The enemy will run away. The tank playing Symphony of Destiny drove down the beach and onto the ice. The tracks with anti-skid devices left clear ruts on the ice. Almost at the same time, the whistle of the infantry attack sounded through the starting position. Uncle Vanya cheered up and said to his new recruits, "Go forward. If you survive, you will become the new backbone of the battle." Uncle Vanya's regiment still had quite a few combat key members recuperating from injuries, and was very short of non-commissioned officers. However, they were already the best regiment, so they were selected to participate in the infiltration operation. The skirmisher line followed the tanks, stepped onto the ice, and headed for the other side. On the west bank, the position of Proson's 603rd National Guard Division. The moment the artillery fire fell, the position immediately turned into a waterlogged ant nest, and all kinds of recruits scurried around, not knowing where to go to avoid the artillery fire. The few veterans shouted, "Get into the bunker! Get down if there's no cover nearby! Don't put your body on the ground when you lie down, otherwise you will be shocked to death." The efforts of the veterans have achieved some results, and many new recruits have entered the trenches. However, the trenches that were hastily dug were not up to standard. The shells just landed next to them, causing the walls of the trenches to collapse, and many people were buried in the soil. The shelling continued for a while, and the more terrifying screams of rocket launchers came. This time, even the veterans stopped shouting. They all lay on the ground, praying that the god of death would not find them. The rocket bombardment was short and fierce. When the explosion stopped, some people on the position stood up and ran back. Then the military police supervisory team opened fire, and the bullets shot through the deserter's body mercilessly. Veterans who had recovered from the bombing also shouted to maintain order. Just then, music drifted from the direction of the ice. Everyone who followed the sound saw the tank with the red flag hanging and the commander on the tank with his upper body exposed. "Oh God, it's Rokosov!" Someone shouted, crawling out of the trench and running towards the rear. The supervising team ran faster than the deserters. They dropped their machine guns and ran backwards. As they ran, they tore off the half-moon necklace that represented the military police and threw it on the ground. The new recruits and the People's Self-Defense Forces who did not know the truth also abandoned their posts and ran wildly. The rout began. Tanks playing Symphony of Destiny chased away the fleeing people and ran wildly. Suddenly, an officer shouted, jumped out of the trench and fired at Rokosov on the tank. The bullets hit the tank turret, and it looked like Rokosov should have been shot. But he remained motionless, still glaring at the officer who fired. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. The officer collapsed, dropped his weapon and tried to escape, only for the tank's coaxial machine gun to open fire. The officer was shot in the back. His body tensed up and he spun around before falling into the snow. Bright red color spread on the snow. Several people jumped out from the bunker where the officer was staying just now, and they all raised their hands in surrender. Uncle Vanya couldn't close his mouth when he looked at the Prosen Japs who had walked out of the trench and surrendered. Did it really work? Are these people scared out of their wits by a scarecrow? He was still shocked, but the recruits had already rushed to unload the prisoners' weapons. Uncle Vanya woke up from the shock and reminded loudly, "Be careful not to violate discipline. We cannot rob prisoners." "I know, Uncle." At 2100 hours on November 14, Melania's 1st Front Army Headquarters. Eugene put down the report and asked the Chief of Staff, "Is it a little too smooth? Is it possible there is fraud?" "Chief of Staff, what kind of deceit can there be? Lure us in and surround and annihilate us? They can't even kill the regiment that passed a few days ago." Eugene picked up the report again, flipped it over, and shook his head. The enemy did not even prepare for counter-artillery fire, and it felt like there was no one to guide the artillery fire during the defense. The defense forces everywhere collapsed at the first touch, and our people have been chasing behind us. If the road leading to Prosonia is filled with troops of this kind, we can advance with great success all the way. Chief of Staff, the logistics cannot keep up, so we should proceed steadily and infiltrate step by step. In addition, Didn't the marshal say that some Asgardian knights' troops should resist resolutely? We may also need to get around key points in their defense. Eugene touched the unshaven stubble on his chin, thought for a while and said, no matter what, let the troops stop first, consolidate their positions on the spot, and explore the extent of the enemy's collapse. If there are more positions that the enemy has retreated to give way to, let other regiments advance as well. If you don't occupy the positions given to you for free, you won't take them for free. Yes. The chief of staff picked up the phone. At this time, the bishop accompanying the front army joked, you won't personally go to the front line to command the troops to dig trenches, will you? Eugene rolled his eyes, don't think of me as Yegorov. Don't think of me as a marshal. My post is here, and I can't leave without permission. After a brief pause, Eugene sighed, I also want to be as brave as the two of them, but unfortunately, I have long discovered that I can't do it. I am just a miner, and I am more familiar with mines and paperwork. I'm not good at killing. General Eugene lowered his head and picked up another document, flipping through it. The medals on his chest, no less than Yegorov's, reflected the light of the electric light. Andreas once again asked to stand the night shift. This time Korek also ran out to stand with him, and brought the deserter with him. Now the deserter had changed into an ill-fitting infantry uniform. Korek, there are far fewer deserters today than usual. The military police are all greasy. It seems that they have made a lot of money from the deserters. Andreas, what's the use of making money now? Korek, enjoy life while you can, or enjoy life after peace. I heard that Grand Duke Meyer is sending the famous paintings he collected from Europa to South America by submarine, as well as gold bars. Andreas, does he still think he has a chance to enjoy these things in South America? At this time, the deserter interrupted, Grand Duke Meyer wears white military uniforms all day long, and there is no dust at all. We don't have soap to use. How does he keep his uniform spotless? Andreas smiled, if we knew, we wouldn't be freezing here in the winter. Suddenly, the sound of some large flying birds came from the sky. The deserter looked up, are there still flying birds at this time? Not flying birds, but the night witches of Ants people. Korek put out the cigarette in his hand, don't show the light, they will throw bombs directly at the light when they see it on the plane. Andreas sighed, this thing finally chased from Ant, I wonder if the anti-aircraft gunners in the capital have dealt with such a target. Definitely not. As soon as the voice fell, there was an explosion not far away, and the alarm sounded. Searchlights were turned on one by one, and the beams of light swept everywhere in the night sky, but no beam of light locked onto the biplanes of the night witches. Andreas, Korek, and another deserter just watched the chaos in the sky as if they had nothing to do with it. The deserter suddenly asked, how far are the ants from us? I don't know. Korek said, what does this have to do with us? We just need to be loyal to the Empire when the ants appear in front of us. Andreas, that's not what you said yesterday. Really? Maybe I secretly drank some yesterday. The strong liquor I got from the quartermaster was terrible. Andreas complained, you have wine but don't share it with me. This is so mean. Korek took out a flat wine pot, here. Drink it to warm your body. Andreas took a sip and immediately frowned, damn, this stuff is even worse than instant coffee like mud. But it can make you forget the reality temporarily. Korek grabbed the wine pot and took a big gulp. Chapter 768 Friends from Afar. On November 21, the anti-front headquarters was 87 kilometers away from the center of Prozenia. In front of the headquarters, Wang Zhong was about to climb onto the small jeep when he was grabbed by Pavlov. No, you and I will cross the river in the armored command vehicle of the headquarters. I have documents for you to approve on the way. Wang Zhong, it won't be too late to talk about it when we get to the new headquarters, right? These are all very critical documents, they must be approved immediately. Pavlov said firmly, take the armored command vehicle. Wang Zhong, you are obviously just afraid that I will run to the front line. You are right. You must report to me if you want to take any means of transportation in the future. Isn't this unreasonable? Wang Zhong pointed to the marshal star on his shoulder. I am a marshal, and I have to report to you, a general, when I take a means of transportation. Pavlov, I got the handwritten order from Her Majesty the Tsar, and it was her order. This order was clearly issued by you asking her. Pavlov, in short, you just sit in the armored command vehicle and move forward honestly. Otherwise, I will oppose the headquarters moving forward so early. Originally, the headquarters of our level should not run too far ahead. If we keep running forward, it will force the headquarters of various fronts to keep running forward, which may cause more casualties of senior officers. Wang Zhong is now the commander-in-chief of the Ant Army. His headquarters is equivalent to the brain of the Ant troops on the entire Eastern Front. If you have to say it, it is indeed a bit sick to place a headquarters of this level less than 30 kilometers away from the front line. But Wang Zhong did this to sneak to the front line for convenience. Of course, the public statement is to facilitate the handling of various emergencies. Unable to persuade Pavlov, Wang Zhong could only get off the jeep and said to Vesely, the new adjutant who replaced him to engage in psychological warfare, you stay in the car and let the car follow the armored command vehicle of the headquarters. Yes. The new adjutant saluted respectfully. Pavlov was still worried and dragged Wang Zhong onto the armored command vehicle. The command vehicle started quickly. Wang Zhong sat down at the desk and asked, I see what documents you want me to review. Pavlov actually threw him a stack of documents. Wang Zhong could only start reading from the first one. This is a summary of the recent infiltration and attack results. Wang Zhong, summary of the results of the operation, does this need to be summarized? Isn't the best summary that our headquarters has begun to move forward? Do you want to say in the history of future wars that our headquarters has begun to move forward as a summary? Wang Zhong could only start reading the report. Since the beginning of the infiltration operation and psychological intimidation, the Ant Army has achieved fruitful results, eroding a large number of Proson's positions, and the vanguard of the troops has advanced to the outer satellite city of Prosonia. And unlike the previous prediction that the effect of psychological warfare would become weaker and weaker, the Proson army seemed to be shaken more and more, and the troops except the Asgard Knights basically collapsed at the touch of a button. As expected, the Asgard Knights put up a resolute resistance. But they will also be seriously shaken when facing Rokosov. It's a pity Vesely was afraid that he would make matters worse and expose the fake Rokosov to Prozon, so he didn't dare to let Rokosov rush into the defense zone of the Asgard Knights. Half a month after the operation began, 3 areas defended by the Asgard Knights were surrounded and isolated, and the surrounded knights had about 3 regiments. As the Ant Army advances towards Prosonia, such Asgard Knights will surely increase in number. Wang Zhong patiently read the report and signed his name at the end. Pavlov, when was the last time you read the battle report on the front line so carefully? Wang Zhong, I trust your ability. And I am the last person in graduation, so it is not easy to interfere with the work of excellent subordinates. Pavlov, come on. Wang Zhong picked up the second report. He was free anyway. But he stopped when he saw the name of the report. War preparations against the Fuzhou Empire. Pavlov saw this and said, it should be last night that the Saris delegation has arrived in Yabao. They will provide us with intelligence, ground guides and a series of support. Wang Zhong, oh? How come I don't know? You are busy flying your small plane to the front line to investigate the situation. Pavlov paused and added, it is said that the Saris envoy hinted a few days ago that they are willing to send troops to participate in the landing operation on the mainland of the Fuzhou Empire. Wang Zhong, show me the latest battle report from Saris. Pavlov took out a report and threw it to Wang Zhong as if he had expected it. Wang Zhong, don't you need my approval for this one? Yes, because it is a summary of the battle situation in a war zone that has nothing to do with us, and it is also entered into the intelligence system file, so it does not require the signature of a military chief like you. Wang Zhong opened the file, and the first page was a diagram of the currently occupied and liberated areas. It seems that the area near the capital of Saris is all controlled. That is the guerrilla zone. The Fuzhou Empire has lost all the controlled areas outside the city. Although it has built artillery towers and blockades based on the railway, they have basically lost their function. According to the intelligence we have compiled, the expatriates and merchants of the Fuzhou Empire in these areas have to pay taxes to the guerrillas. You don't look surprised at all. Wang Zhong thought, right? I knew this before I traveled through time. I also knew that the new 4th Army and the 8th Route Army sold anti-Japanese bonds to the puppet army. If it hadn't been for the lack of attack capabilities and insufficient artillery and explosives, the new 4th Army might have been able to liberate Jinling. Faced with Pavlov's question, Wang Zhong directly ignored it. If we provide cannons and machine guns to the Saris guerrillas, can they defeat the Fuzhou Empire troops like we defeated the Plosin Japs now? How is that possible? Pavlov shook his head. They just retreated 2,400 kilometers. Wang Zhong thought for a few seconds and said, I want to meet Saris delegation, but I can't leave the front line. Can you let them fly to us? Of course. All you have to do is give His Majesty the Tsar a call. At this time, the armored command vehicle bumped hard. Also on November 20th, the Western Front, the headquarters of the Third Army of the United States. Admiral Littlejohn was losing his temper with his men. Did you know? On the Western Front, the ants launched an attack half a month ago. Although the advance is not fast, they are indeed advancing. They are less than 60 kilometers away from Prozonia. And we are still more than 100 kilometers away from our goal. We have been attacking for half a month, but we have made no progress. We were even pushed back to the starting position by Proson's armored forces. You always tell me that this is insufficient and that is insufficient, that supplies are insufficient, soldiers are insufficient, and morale is insufficient. But no matter how inadequate it is, can it be compared to Rokossov on the Eastern Front? Admiral Littlejohn's communications officer said, we are indeed short of supplies, and the Red Ball Express has indeed solved the emergency, but... Enough! The general slammed the table. I can see that we only lack one thing, and that is the lack of offensive spirit. We have to attack and bring out the offensive spirit. Just like Pickett at Gettysburg, that's it. The communications officer reminded, Pickett's charge failed in the end. Even if it fails, it will be remembered for its aggressive and enterprising spirit. Communications staff officer, no, at East Point Military Academy, this attack is used as a negative teaching material. That's enough. Why was I so blind that I let a coward be my communications staff officer? The communications staff officer was still about to quibble, but suddenly a technical sergeant pushed open the door and whispered something into his ear. Admiral Littlejohn, don't let it be any damn bad news, right? As long as the Prosans don't drive us back again. No, General, we received some strange signals. It seems that our army is conducting offensive operations, but they used radio call signs. We don't know which unit they are or where they are. Admiral Littlejohn stood up. Is there such a thing? Then what are we still doing here? Go to the radio communication center. As he spoke, the general rushed out of the office and came to the radio center next door. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. I heard that some of our troops are behind the enemy's rear. The lieutenant on duty at the center replied, Yes, General. We only know that there was a fighting near Clemente, and that a certain unit of our army was trying to cross the river. At this time, the chief of staff of the group army said behind the general, I checked the movement records. The 35th Division and 321st Division on the right wing have some abnormal movements. It may be that their troops have broken through the defense line. Do I need to contact the headquarters of these two divisions? No, Don't make any noise. Admiral Littlejohn grabbed the shoulder of the lieutenant on duty. Did you just say Clement? Yes, General, but... Admiral Littlejohn shook the lieutenant's shoulder violently. That place is 30 miles behind the enemy's defense line. Lieutenant, but, we don't know who they are, they use some call signs. Admiral Littlejohn, what kind of call sign? Similar to bank, kep, kali, da chiao xiao chiao. At this time, a communications soldier shouted, we received their signal again. General John Jr. immediately pushed aside the communications soldier, sat down in front of the radio himself, and operated the radio. He was originally a tank technical officer, and naturally he also learned radio-related knowledge. Soon, the voice from the loudspeaker became clear. Ober, this is Kelly. Hey Kelly, how's it going over there? There are no enemy troops here, Ober. How is the situation with the tanks? We are the only one left, one of the other two is in the water, and the other is burning. Fire! The sound of tank gunfire and heavy machine gun fire came over the radio. Well, I can see the burning one. Kelly, where's Big Joe? How's the situation? He's on the other side of the river, shut up and I'll ask him. Big Joe, Kelly calls. Admiral Littlejohn looked at a large group of officers beside him. Do you have any impression of these call signs? Everyone shook their heads. At this time, a new voice came from the radio. Kelly, this is Kep, what's the situation now? That's what happened when we were bombed. Listen Carrie, we're going to do something. At this time, the voice of the armored commander codenamed Ober may have just interrupted. Fire! The sound of tank guns firing again. Then, perhaps due to ionospheric interference, the sound became unclear again. Admiral Littlejohn quickly adjusted the radio, imitating the voice of the armored commander just now and shouting fire. After a few minutes, a clear voice came out of the loudspeaker again. Kelly, the bridge is not completed yet, our trucks can't pass, it will take me 5 hours to complete the bridge. Can you hold on to the other side for 5 hours? Admiral Littlejohn was anxious when he heard it. No, advance. Go forward. Stopping will give the enemy a chance to breathe. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Kelly came from the radio. No, Bellamy, we will continue to attack, and we won't wait for a minute. Admiral Littlejohn, yes. That's it. This is the offensive spirit I admire. Attack, and attack again. The conversation in the loudspeaker continued. No, Kelly, we are in the same boat, don't think of abandoning us. General John Jr. was even happier. Yes. That's the spirit. This is the soul of the United States Army. The Kelly replied, then you try your best to catch up. Another new voice joined the conversation. This is the grave digging team, we will cross the river immediately. General John Jr. was so excited that he couldn't be more excited. They are also bringing the grave digging team. I don't know who this codenamed Kelly is. If he is a major, I will promote him to colonel now. I will immediately put all the reserves into this breakthrough. Tear the enemy's defense line completely apart. Forward. He stood up and opened his arms. On November 23, the anti-front headquarters was 72 kilometers away from the center of Prozonia. Wang Zhong looked at the latest Allied Western Front situation report. The Third Army broke through the Prozonia line and liberated Clement? This place name sounds familiar. Wang Zhong muttered, is there a bank there? Pavlov, the Allies have also made a breakthrough. Should we also move all the way? Wang Zhong thought about it and nodded, let's move. If we encounter the Asgard Knights who are firmly resisting, we will bypass them. The remaining Proson troops are now very weak. Our goal is to occupy the entire territory of Proson as completely as possible. It may not be possible to occupy the southwest corner of Proson now, but other areas should still be occupied as much as possible. Pavlov, if we successfully capture Emperor Proson, there will be a race between us and the Allies to occupy the entire Proson. I think, should we postpone the attack on Prosonia first, let the Proson army beat the Allies, and ensure that they are unable to compete with us for territory. Wang Zhong, no, what's the difference between us and Leonard? And in my opinion. At this time, Wang Zhong's new adjutant entered the room and reported loudly, Marshal, a plane of the Saris delegation has just landed, and they are on their way. Chapter 769, the accent remains unchanged. Wang Zhong, okay, when they arrive, bring them to me immediately. The wait took longer than expected. After all, the airport did not move forward with the headquarters. Wang Zhong was pacing back and forth in the room when he suddenly heard a familiar voice saying, "Why are you so restless?" When he turned around, he saw Nelly looking at him doubtfully. "Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to stay with Liu Da from behind?" "Nelly, she asked me to follow, saying that it would be better to have more guards if Vesely is not around." Wang Zhong looked at Gregory, who had been staying in the corner. "Sergeant Major Gregory is here." "Sergeant Major, the Marshal always asked me to take some advanced command courses and asked me to command a battalion, but I said, I'd better match you to fight the whole game, don't be like Yegorov again. If I were by Yegorov's side, he would never get hurt." "Nelly, well, now we have double insurance." "Wang Zhong, who will protect Ludmila?" "My wife has returned to China on rotation," Nelly said. "Miss Katyusha is now in charge of the air defense at the airport." "How come I don't know?" Wang Zhong looked confused. "Nelly, because my wife won't let me tell you, for fear of disturbing your work." Pavlov suddenly laughed. "Interrupting the Marshal's work is the funniest thing I have ever heard. Do you want to interrupt him from flying to the front line for a walk?" "Wang Zhong, I read documents for at least 2 hours every day. And I can often reduce the casualties of ground troops by flying to the front line." Ants troops were used to their marshal suddenly appearing on the radio and giving very detailed instructions. Sometimes they suddenly open fire on the grass or shacks on the roadside, sometimes they stop and use accompanying artillery to cover the farms ahead. Every time, it would be discovered afterwards that there were enemies hidden inside, ranging from a machine gun to a few infantrymen, and sometimes a company. Wang Zhong doesn't act anymore. He is just a living saint who appears in front of everyone. Pavlov, well, it is definitely wrong to say that you have no job, although what you do is not what a commander should do. I apologize to you for my gaffe just now, Comrade Marshal. If you want to punish me, it's okay for me to pick up the shit, but you have to handle my work yourself. Wang Zhong, please continue to do what a chief of staff should do." At this moment, the captain on duty of the guard regiment led a group of people into the room and stood at attention. "Report, the Saris delegation has arrived." After speaking, the captain took a step aside, revealing the person behind him. The two Saris men stood side by side and saluted Wang Zhong at attention. One look at the military uniforms shows that one is from a mountain city and the other is from the vast plains. It's a pity that Wang Zhong didn't recognize the faces of the two of them. Unlike the bald man who had eaten Wang Zhong's dick before, they looked very familiar. Wang Zhong almost said two noble surnames in Chinese, but fortunately he stopped and greeted in ant language, "Davarish, thank you for your hard work on the long flight." The man who obviously came from a mountain city and had neat military uniforms replied in standard anti-dialect, "Marshal is joking, we are here for the recovery of our country, although the journey is long." Wang Zhong, do you really hope to liberate the occupied land? I really feel that you are hiding your capabilities and biding your time in preparing for civil war. The representative immediately turned green. At this time, the representative wearing the same neat grey military uniform spoke, "Although the defeat is a bit embarrassing, the mountain city's persistence in resisting also played a great role. They contained a large number of enemy troops." Wang Zhong stepped forward and held the man's hand. "Hello, you speak Antese quite well. I studied at the Suvorov Military Academy. Wang Zhong, there are students from Cirrus in my college? Why didn't I know? Because when I came to study abroad, it happened to be when the war in Abawahan was in full swing. The representative said, Comrade Marshal, the main reason we come here this time is to have a chat. Wang Zhong interrupted him, we ant people like to be more direct. Comrade, let me ask you one question. I will give you the equipment of 60 divisions. Can you regain your capital? Can you take down the Fuzhou occupation army? Drive to the sea. The representative from Saras Plains was stunned. I thought Ant would declare war on Fuzhou. Of course it will, but our troops will not enter the border to fight. Our goal is to rush to the tip of the peninsula. We have an agreement with the United States. Once we occupy Qiushan, the port at the tip of the peninsula, the United States will launch an operation to land on the Fuzhou mainland. The representative from Saras Plains frowned, you mean, we need to liberate the occupied areas within the pass ourselves? Yes, we can give you the equipment of 60 divisions. Of course, considering the state of your infrastructure, we will not give you too many tanks. The equipment provided to you is based on our current standard infantry division arrangement. Are you confident of winning Jinling? The Saras Plains representative shook his head, we can indeed use firearms, but we really don't have enough manpower to use cannons and other things. We do have some technical non-commissioned officers with high professional knowledge, but most of our soldiers are illiterate. Captured cannons will only be aimed at the target through the barrel. The representative from Saras Plains looked at the representative from Shancheng Fang who was too frightened to speak. In my opinion, it is better to hand over the artillery equipment to the frontal battlefield. Wang Zhong, no. If you leave it to them, they will use it against you soon. I can give you a crash course in 48 days. You will immediately send your trusted backbone to learn how to use the cannon. How to perform a curved shot. The Saras Plains representative shook his head repeatedly, no, Marshal, if you really want to give us equipment, why not give us more explosive packs? We can also liberate many counties with explosive packs. No, it is important to liberate the capital. You must liberate the capital yourself before the Fuzhou Empire surrenders unconditionally. You see, your guerrilla zones have surrounded the capital. As long as you have weapons, you can do it, right? Saras Plains representative, I will report your conditions and requirements to the headquarters and get back to you tomorrow. Okay. Let's eat first today. There's one more thing. The representative from Saras Plains said, we hope to send troops to participate in the landing battle at Fuzhou. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Wang Zhong waved his hand, no problem. As many people as you want to go up, we will give you as much transport capacity as possible. I will personally coordinate with Lieutenant General Tom of the United States Navy. As soon as he said this, both the representatives in yellow uniforms and gray uniforms were overjoyed. It seems that this is the main purpose of the delegation. The representative from Saras Plains was still a little worried, don't we need to take Oris Hill as a condition? Of course not. Remember, this classmate, my request to let you liberate Jinling on your own is for the sake of your future. If you do not rely on your own strength to eliminate all the Fuzhou occupying forces in Saras, in the future the descendants of the Fuzhou people will say to your descendants, Fuzhou was only defeated by Ant and the United States. How will you refute? Your descendants will have a knot in their hearts. Look at Ant, the Ant people have liberated the occupied land and are about to invade Prosonia, so the descendants of Ant will not have any problems in the future. When they recall this period of history, they will stand up proudly. Wang Zhong said and patted the representative of Saras Plains firmly on the shoulder. Representative from Saras Plains, I seem to understand. I will convey your complete meaning to the headquarters. Wang Zhong, I believe you will. Now let's eat first. My Saras cook is very famous, and the whole army knows it. I even learned Saras language from him. After speaking, Wang Zhong said a few words in Saris. The representative from Saris Plains smiled, it really has a southern accent. Your cook must have been hired from the United States. Most of them are southerners. Wang Zhong, you are right, I hope their craftsmanship can suit your taste. After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation like a butler. At noon the next day, just after Wang Zhong finished lunch, the new adjutant reported, one of the two Cirrus representatives is already waiting in the reception room at the entrance of the headquarters. Wang Zhong, why doesn't he come in directly? Adjutant, maybe he thought it was not good to interfere with the normal operations of the headquarters, so he asked me to come in and report. Wang Zhong, okay, let him come in. After a while, the representative of Saris Plains entered the room, saluted, and then announced loudly, we received a call back. The headquarters believes that it is impossible to completely retake the occupied areas with the current offensive capabilities of our army, even if we get 60 divisions. Equipment cannot immediately change the situation of our army's weak attack capability. But if there are enough explosives and light weapons, we may consider using infiltration to liberate Jinling and nearby areas. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, very good, your headquarters' judgment is very calm, let them come up with a plan, and we will immediately start to solve the weapons transportation plan. Your headquarters has an airport, right? Can it be transported directly by air? Student Belt shook his head, then we need to cross multiple blockades to get to the guerrilla zones around Jinling. But we can give it a try. Wang Zhong, leave it to you, you are the masters of fighting behind enemy lines. Come, we ant people will drink and celebrate at this time to wish happy future cooperation. Nelly, bring the wine. Chapter 770 Giant Rat Attacks. While Wang Zhong and Representative Saris were drinking and chatting, Filipov was leading the troops into a new village. Skana village, 49 km from the center of Prosenia. Filipov was the leader. When he entered the village had been captured for 2 hours. A group of prisoners were digging a hole in the open ground next to the village. Filipov patted the driver on the shoulder, stop. The jeep pulled up next to the prisoners digging a hole. Priest! Filipov shouted to the guards, what are you doing? Let them bury their comrades. You can't leave all the corpses alone, right? We thought about piling them up and burning them, but it's getting dark and that would be a very obvious artillery indicator. The priest paused and said, don't worry, comrade commander, we won't shoot the prisoners, even though they forced our comrades to dig holes for themselves and then beat them all to death. Filipov nodded and signaled to the driver to move on. The jeep drove into the village quickly. Filipov looked at the bodies of women and children hanging under the eaves and cursed. At this time, his communications soldier asked, Commander, why are only women and children hanged? The men are either dead or already in the People's Self-Defense Forces. If you ask me, they deserve it. Don't sympathize with them, not at all. Filipov said. Signal Corps, but doesn't it mean that the people of Plosin are the ones we can unite with? Filipov, yes, that's what the Marshal and Patriarch Belinsky said. But we don't think those with guns are the people of Plosin. The jeep drove to the center of the village. Every village in Plosin seems to be like this, with the church, village hall, and post office as the center. But there was one more thing in the center of the village, the gallows. Filipov was very curious, so he stopped the car in front of the gallows and asked the old man in his 60s next to him, what's going on with this gallows? Old man, what's going on? Filipov, other corpses are just hanging under the eaves and on street lamps. There are no specially built gallows. Old man, oh, ask about the gallows. It was specially built to hang traitors. After they were hanged, they were hung here to show the public. As a result, there were too many traitors, so they were hanged everywhere. Filipov said oh and asked again, are there really so many traitors? The old man shook his head, I don't know, maybe there is. At this time, the commander of a battalion who led the vanguard to occupy the village came over and saluted Filippov. Report to the commander, the entire village has been searched, and no hidden Plosin soldiers were found. According to the residents' confessions, the enemy has retreated. Filippov returned the greeting and asked, "How is the situation of the residents? Do they still have enough living supplies?" 1st Battalion Commander, they are short of iron and their daily necessities are said to have been donated to the country. All daily necessities such as coffee, cigarettes, etc. are also in short supply. Many people are malnourished, and dozens of cases of night blindness have been reported to us. Almost everyone has it. Filippov nodded. Tell them that the church will solve all these problems when it comes. Before then, we can only give them some cans of spam. Yes. Filippov was about to ask other questions when a battalion commander suddenly said, "It's less than 50 kilometers away, comrade commander." Although Filippov was in a hurry and did not hear clearly what the 1st Battalion commander asked, he guessed it and continued smoothly, "Yes, it is less than 50 kilometers away. When I was a child, my grandfather took me to the market and was about to leave. With such a long distance, we are only one market trip away from the heart of the enemy's capital." As he spoke, Filippov looked to the southwest, and his eyes fell on the post office in the southwest. Everyone around him also looked to the southwest. Prasenha, main entrance square of the royal palace. The 36 teenagers clapped their hands in a neat team and tried to imitate the adults in holding their heads high. Emperor Prasen was reviewing them. "How old are you?" The emperor stopped in front of a young man. 10 years old, Your Majesty." The emperor asked again, "How many ant tanks were destroyed?" 3. The boy hesitated for a moment, then said, "They are not tanks, but 3 enemy armored vehicles." The emperor turned around and asked his entourage, "What's going on?" 3 tanks, Your Majesty." "Teenager, it's an armored vehicle. Although it has a turret, it runs on wheels." Ants troops are equipped with a considerable number of Greyhound armored vehicles. As a reconnaissance unit, the boy should have hit these advancing reconnaissance units. The emperor looked a little disappointed and murmured 3 armored vehicles and not tanks in a low voice. "Teenager, I will destroy the tank. I will definitely do it." The emperor glanced at him, smiled, and gently stroked the boy's head with his hand. "I know you can. Destroying 3 armored vehicles is also a good result. At least 10 invaders who invaded our country were eliminated by you. This cross you deserve it, kid." At this time, the officer in charge of the ceremony took a step forward. "It's not the time to award the medal yet, Your Majesty." The emperor shouted hysterically, "I said I wanted to award him a medal. Bring me the medal." The child was startled and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but his head was held down by the emperor. The box containing the cross was brought over, and the officer selected the one that should be awarded to the 10-year-old child and handed it to the emperor. The emperor roughly put the ankh on the child's neck, rubbed his head vigorously, and then walked to the next child. "How old are you?" 12 years old. Your Majesty, I actually destroyed a Sherman tank. And I even escaped under enemy infantry fire. Very well, kid, you did a great job. The emperor said and stretched his hand to the side. The officer hurriedly handed over the cross. The disrupted rhythm of the awarding ceremony continued in a confused manner. After all 36 medals were awarded, the air defense siren sounded as if it was calculated accurately. The Allies may have stopped bombing Prozonia in the past 2 weeks in order to prevent Ant from advancing too quickly. But the Ant Air Force's bombing intensified. Compared with the high-altitude carpet bombing of the Allies, the Ant Air Force's attacks were mainly based on dive bombing, which was more accurate and sometimes more lethal. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. The Ant people also like to hang whistles on planes. When the plane dives, it will make a very sharp scream, which is called the death scream by the Prozan people in fear. The moment the air raid siren sounded, some of the children in the queue wanted to run, but seeing that the others were standing proudly, they stopped and continued to stand. Many guards rushed up to surround the emperor and wanted to take him into the underground passage, but the emperor sternly stopped him. Don't panic. The Ant Air Force will definitely attack our supply center and distribute leaflets. Their goal is to let this kind of the damn cannibalization continues. As long as our decisive battle tanks take action and drive them back to the other side of the Oder River, they will stop. At this time, a sharp scream came from the air, and it was obvious that Ant's dive bomber began to dive. The sound of anti-aircraft guns and the shriek of anti-aircraft sirens were drowned out by the howl of death. The emperor couldn't help but raise his head. A few years ago, this was a source of fear for the enemy. Just 4 years later, this has turned into a declaration of our death. Your Majesty! Let's go! If you don't leave, the children can't leave either. The emperor then allowed his guards to drag him into the passage leading underground. The officer in charge of the ceremony gave the order to the children, turn right and run into tunnel number 445 outside the palace. The children then ran towards the palace gate. There was an explosion nearby, apparently a bomb had hit. As soon as you exit the palace's magnificent gates, you can see a huge fireball triggered by a 2,000-pound aerial bomb. Suddenly, the ant bomber that had finished dropping its bombs flew towards the team. It is said that these bombers were originally fighter jets, but they were part-time bombers because of their powerful engines and heavy takeoff weight. After dropping their bombs, they would always fire with the 8 machine guns on their wings. The officer leading the team had already laid down and used a fire hydrant on the roadside as a bunker. Before the children could remember to get down, bullets were fired from the air. The dust stirred up by the 12.7 mm bullet hitting the ground was 1 meter high, like a fence that suddenly appeared. The fence crosses the line. The child who was hit was instantly bloody. But because the bullet is so powerful, when it penetrates the body, it may take out a large amount of energy before it can tumble inside the body. Even so, the bullets still left horrific wounds. The child who was hit in the arm lost his entire arm, the child who was hit in the shoulder had his entire shoulder disappear, and the one who was hit in the body was the worst, falling to the ground, with his organs falling out of the hole left by the bullet. A wave of strafing directly killed most of the 36 young imperial heroes, and their promise to the emperor was forever in vain. Emperor Prasen returned to his office cursing. At this time, General Franz, who replaced General Moltke as the director of armored forces who ran around Coburg, stepped forward and saluted, "Your Majesty, the mouse tanks have been repaired and are advancing towards the enemy's deepest troops." The emperor was overjoyed. "Is it repaired?" "Yes." "Also dispatched our 14 Stalker tank destroyers of the Youth Division and the 336th Panzer Grenadier Regiment." The emperor beamed with joy. "Very good. We will definitely drive the enemy back this time. The rat tank will crush the enemy like eggshells." "Who is the crew driving the tank?" "It's Captain Wiseman's crew." The emperor was stunned. "Who is that?" "He is the #1 graduate of the latest batch of armored cadets, Captain Wiseman." "Emperor, where's our tank ace? Where's Whitman?" "Dead in scene." "Emperor, Alto Ka. Seriously injured and recovering." "Your Majesty." The emperor revealed several more names in succession, and the director of armored forces responded fluently, "Dead, seriously injured, surrounded in Coburg." In short, no one could drive these 2 mouse tanks that represented the Empire's hope. The emperor sat down dejectedly. "Okay, if a rookie who just graduated can also achieve results, it means that our weapons are very efficient." The first leave request in 2025. "I was originally planning to finish coding the rat extermination battle tonight before going to bed. But my life has been too regular recently, and I feel sleepy after midnight. I usually go to bed after updating at this time. The main reason is that I am in Shanghai, and I only have a laptop with me. This laptop is a thin office laptop and cannot play games. So, I will go to bed. I will try to update during the day tomorrow, and try to update twice a day. Chapter 771. In the early morning of November 23, the village of Skana was located 49 kilometers away from the center of Prosonia. Filipov got up early, washed up, and sat at his desk to have breakfast. At this time, he suddenly saw the landlord's daughter peeking in through the crack in the door. Filipov picked up a pickled cucumber and shook it at the little girl. "Do you want to eat it?" The girl immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Filipov tore off a page from the book, wrapped some pickles in a piece of black leba, and handed them to the little girl. The little girl immediately wolfed down the food. Filipov asked, "How long has it been since you last had bread?" "Little girl, it's been several days." At this time, the little girl's grandmother pushed the door in, scolded the child a few words in Prosan, pulled her behind her, and then tremblingly apologized to Filipov. "The child is not sensible. Filipov, the church hasn't come here yet. When it comes, they will give you bread, sausages and, I don't know, maybe canned fish." "Will they?" The old lady looked confused. "Of course. Aren't we an enemy country?" The old lady asked again. Filipov, "Yes, but I heard that as early as 3 years ago, the secular believers among the prisoners of war established the Plosan General Church. They are now responsible for taking over the occupied areas and will establish a secular Plosan church in the future. Mori country." As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard from the regiment went upstairs and saluted Filipov. "Regimental leader Davarisi, the people from the church are here." Filipov put down the bread in his hand. "So soon?" "Madam, these are all for you, let your granddaughter eat as she pleases." After saying that, he led the people and left the room. When we were going down the stairs, the guard who came to deliver the order said, "It's so pitiful. There are only old people and children left everywhere. I thought the child soldiers stationed here were all from the same village. But none of them went home. Their children and husbands were all here. Guard elsewhere. It's too much. We didn't do it at the most critical moment." Filipov turned back. "Look, this is what priests often say, simple emotions for class comrades, do you understand? Guard, are you still responsible for the work of a priest?" "Filipov, didn't I learn this from the marshal? The marshal is often responsible for ideological mobilization." As he was talking, he left the house where he lived and came to the village square. He saw a large group of people wearing clerical uniforms, but half of them had different styles of clerical uniforms from those that Filipov was used to seeing. The two men with the episcopal mark saw Filipov and came over together. The bishop wearing ordinary clerical uniforms introduced, "This is Bishop Franz of the Plosan Church." Filipov glanced at the logo on the man wearing a black clerical uniform, and read out the Prosan text on the logo, Stasi. Plossian, the abbreviation of the organization. Actually the full name is the secular sect of the St. Andrew branch of the Plossian people. It's a bit long, so I abbreviated it. We all have this problem with naming things. Look at those half-track vehicles. Their full names are terrible, so everyone from scientific researchers to soldiers call them SDKFZ. Filipov, you were an officer from Prosen. Yes, but I accept the truth of St. Andrew. To be honest, we were strongly advised to arm ourselves and let us join the battle to liberate our own capital, but your marshal said that if we ever fire on our compatriots, in the future it is difficult to gain the trust of our compatriots and refuse to use us. The bishop sounded regretful. We could have killed these criminals who delayed Prosen with our own hands. Filipov, you seem to be a bit of a convert. Bishop, really? It may seem that way, but it's because I am so sincere about the truth of St. Andrew. Filipov was about to speak when he heard someone behind him shouting, "Dad!" When he turned around, he saw the little girl who had just taken her own bread and pickles, shouting and rushing towards a black priest. The priest looked shocked. "Marian! Why are you here? Where is mother?" "Little girl, my mother hid me in the carriage that came here, and then I was taken away by the conscripts. It was Grandma Flora who took me in. I had been hungry for several days, and the kind-hearted officer over there gave me bread. Eat. The priest held back his tears and took out the chocolate from his pocket. Here, eat the chocolate. Dad, are you treasonous? The girl asked. Priest, no, I came back to save the lost motherland. While eating chocolate, the girl asked, then will you save your mother? The priest was silent. Filippov said, as long as your mother puts down her arms, we will not shoot at women and children. At least not the marshal's guards. The surrounding guards soldiers couldn't understand Prasen, and they all looked confused. The priest carefully picked up the girl, as if he was holding the whole world. Just then the flash came on. When the spotlight made an explosion, the girl was frightened and pulled her father's collar hard. Robert Capa said in Onsa, don't be afraid, child. When you grow up, you will know the value of this picture. Reporter Mike stood next to his partner and smiled, I have already thought of a name for this photo, Rising from the Ruins, which is the same name as the song composed by the marshal himself for the Plosen church. The Stas priest in front of Filippov obviously also understood Onsa and said in surprise, you already know the name of the song? It has not been officially released yet. We plan to capture the central point of Prosonia, where it's my first time singing. Reporter Mike smiled and said, I am an old friend of the marshal. I was beside the marshal when he composed this song. Filippov, is it Vesely who composed the music again based on the melody the marshal hummed? Yes. At this moment, the messenger ran out of the regiment building and shouted to Filippov, the surveillance post saw smoke coming from the southwest. Filippov looked serious, I understand. Reporter Mike, and everyone in the church, please retreat, this place will become a battlefield. The Bishop of Stas shook his head, no, this is our country, and we will fight with you. We are also well-trained soldiers, and we also have weapons to deal with lurking secret agents of the Imperial Palace and Asgard. Knights. We fight with you. Reporter Mike, we have never been afraid of the front line, and my partner, his famous saying is, Robert, if your photo isn't good enough, you're not close enough. Filippov sighed, okay, then you can take care of yourselves and don't die. After saying that, he jumped on the approaching jeep and headed to the edge of the village. Because the 1st Battalion was responsible for occupying the village, the 2nd Battalion was now defending the village, and the 1st Battalion was resting in the village. Filippov went directly into the headquarters of the 2nd Battalion and asked the 2nd Battalion commander, the size of the enemy. 2nd Battalion commander, looking at the smoke and dust, they are only at the level of an armored battalion. They are terrifyingly few. A single volley of divine arrows might wipe them all out. Filippov came to the gunner's mirror and patted the observer on the shoulder. The observer hand immediately gives way. Filippov observed for a few seconds and was speechless. It is true that the front of the impact is too narrow. But the smoke in the middle is too big, which is a bit strange. Has the lurking whistle returned? 2nd Battalion commander, not yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a BMW motorcycle came from outside. Since entering the territory of Prasen, this motorcycle has become the favorite of the scouts. Not long after the sound of the motorcycle engine disappeared, a scout wearing a Proson-style leather jacket got in, report. We sneaked back under the enemy's nose. Filippov, be careful, someone has already been beaten by one of our own people for wearing this leather jacket. Yes. Filippov, what's going on with the relatively large smoke and dust among the enemies? The scout rubbed his nose, we saw a huge tank. Please, you, collect _69 book, 6 /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// // Filipov, again? Can you report some useful information? Scout, but it's really big. And the protection is very strong at first glance. The skirt almost covers the tracks. You can't see the road wheels unless you look carefully. And there are 2 thick and thin barrels on the barrel. Filipov gasped, 2 barrels. Scout, yes. And the main gun is very thick. I don't think any of our armored vehicles can withstand 1 shot from it. Filipov thought for a moment and picked up the phone, catch the artillery battery. Soon, the voice of the company commander of the Su-76 company accompanying their regiment came from the receiver. What's wrong? Are we finally going to shoot flatly? Look, I guarantee that the first attack will kill their guide wheels and directly destroy their mobility. Filipov, no, I want you to prepare smoke grenades. Load them when I order. We may have to capture a big guy. Are you asking us to do these sissy things again? The company commander was unhappy. Although we are classified as self-propelled artillery, we are all good at fighting tanks. There are 2 golden kill rings on my car. The staff at the back told me that when the war is over, this car will belong to their museum. Filipov, obey the order, comrade commander. Okay. Prepare a smoke grenade for each cannon. After hanging up the phone, Filipov turned to the 2nd Battalion commander and said, prepare the jeep and anti-tank mines, and let your best grenadiers prepare. Later we will go up and race with that big guy, relying on smoke bombs cover the approach and destroy their tracks. The scout became excited when he heard this. I observed that tank at close range and asked me to pull one who was not afraid of death. The 2 of us killed it. 2nd Battalion commander, don't be so angry, maybe we can kill him with a single volley of divine arrows. Filipov continued to ask, is the enemy accompanied by infantry? Scout, yes, we saw 24 half-tracks. Filipov, that's a lot. He picked up the receiver again, receive the division headquarters. Hello, this is Filipov, the enemy is counterattacking us. We need short-term artillery support. It's the ground, it's the ground. Observer, coordinates. The observer hand immediately reported a series of coordinates. After reciting the coordinates, Filipov continued, fight now. The enemy may have a grenadier regiment. It's ground, okay. After hanging up the phone, Filipov told the people around him, the bombardment will arrive in 3 minutes. Let the soldiers enter the bunkers. Maybe there will be missed shells. 2nd Battalion commander, we have already entered the position. Anyway, the enemy's current attack does not even combine infantry and artillery. How did Prasen become like this? Filipov shrugged and came to the artillery mirror again, observing the smoke in the distance. This time he saw enemy tanks. It's really big. He sighed, and it's ugly. Our Rokosov one is much better looking than it. Scout, this thing is not only ugly, but also very noisy. When we ran away, the enemy didn't hear us at the first time. Filipov said and continued to stare at the behemoth. At this time, the 2nd Battalion commander said, Commander, the priest is running up. What? Filipov looked up. The 2nd Battalion commander pointed to the window on the other side. Filipov ran over and looked down. He saw a propaganda car with a loudspeaker driving out of the village. All the operators were those Stas members in black priest uniforms. Filipov, what are you doing? The priest who led the team looked up. The bishop said we can try to persuade them to surrender. Filipov, it's useless. We have called for artillery fire. Soon they will suffer heavy casualties. Before he finished speaking, there was a whistling sound in the sky. It was obviously the heavy artillery from the rear. Filipov turned his head and saw the shells falling into the enemy's offensive formation. It was too far away and he could only see the huge dust cloud formed by the explosion of the shells. Filipov, look! The priest shook his head, stubbornly picked up the microphone, and shouted, Plosin language, Plosin warriors! You have been deceived by the bastard sitting on the throne. Filippov shook his head and returned to the artillery mirror to observe the effect of the artillery. The shells fell accurately in the middle of the enemy group. Because there was no direct hit, the damage to the armored unit seemed limited, but it was certain that the accompanying infantry was in trouble. The half-track vehicle also stopped, and the infantry on the vehicle hurriedly got off and dispersed. But the enemy's armored units were still advancing. Filippov, very good, the enemy is out of touch with the infantry. Inform the aero troops to kill the accompanying small tanks first. Scout, not small tanks, but hunter tank destroyers. Filippov, really? I thought it was number 1 and number 2. Let the aero troops kill the accompanying hunter troops. Then we will attack the smoke. Before he finished speaking, the first wave of aero troops was launched. It was obvious that Filippov's order had not been conveyed in time, but it was obvious that the aero troops still flew towards the hunter troops. The accompanying hunter troops were all destroyed in a short while. Filippov picked up the phone. Connect Su-76 Company. Fire your smoke bombs. We are going to attack. A few seconds later, the huge heavy tank was surrounded by smoke. Filippov, let's go. First blow up the enemy and take Venus. There are not many chances to take Venus now. Show your enthusiasm. A few dozen seconds later, a large number of Willis jeeps and captured BMW motorcycles rushed out of the village, running happily on the field towards the enemy surrounded by smoke. Chapter 772, Rat Extermination. Mike and his partner Robert were sitting on a tricycle, with Mike sitting on the back seat and Robert in the cargo box. Don't shake it! Robert shouted, the photos will be blurred. Mike, it's okay, I'll use my brilliant writing to describe it for you. The ant soldier driving the motorcycle didn't understand what they were saying, and just kept stepping on the accelerator. The 3 wheels of the tricycle were off the ground, speeding across the snow-covered field. In front of them was a large group of other motor vehicles, from jeeps to BMW motorcycles to Greyhound armored vehicles. On each vehicle was a big and strong ant-man, holding a huge anti-tank mine in his hand. The mine probably didn't expect that it would become a throwable anti-tank weapon one day. Some people didn't grab the mine, so they held the explosive pack with a homemade timing device. Just when the group was halfway through, Proson's giant tank rushed out of the smoke area. Not good. Someone shouted, the nerd who plays with the magic arrow is coming to steal Venus. In response to this shout, the magic arrow set off from the village with its shiny butt. All the drivers stepped on the accelerator at this time, and their hands were desperately trying to make the car run faster. But the car definitely couldn't outrun the magic arrow. In a few seconds, the light spot flew over the head of the convoy and headed straight for the huge tank with 2 barrels, one long and one short. The light spots hit the tank one after another. Everyone stared at the behemoth. It didn't slow down. There was no open fire member and no intention of abandoning the car. The shaped charge warhead of the magic arrow couldn't penetrate the armor of this guy. Someone cheered. At this time, the giant tank fired. It was the smaller gun. A grenade landed in front of a jeep, and the shrapnel immediately smashed the front air intake grill of the jeep's engine beyond recognition. But the Willis jeep continued to move forward stubbornly. The enemy began to fire machine guns. But the agile jeeps and motorcycles avoided the firing range of the coaxial machine guns. In addition to the coaxial machine guns, the hull machine guns did not fire. It seems that in order to ensure the frontal defense capability of the vehicle, this giant tank, like the Rokossov I, did not install hull machine guns at all. The hull machine guns would become a very obvious weakness on the front. The behemoth tried in vain to use the turret coaxial machine guns and small caliber guns to resist the light vehicles rushing over, but the slow turret rotation speed made this attempt a bubble. Reporter Mike observed the giant tank and suddenly asked, why didn't the Proson tank driver turn the body to help the turret turn? Robert shrugged, how should I know? Maybe the driver is a novice, and he was too nervous to forget it when he went to the battlefield for the first time. While speaking, he pressed the shutter, but immediately complained, "It's too shaky, it's impossible to take a good photo. We should get off when we get in front of the enemy tank." "Mike, tell the driver that we have to get off in front of the enemy tank." Mike said to the driver in ant language, "We have to get off in front of the enemy tank." "Driver, are you crazy? Others just need to throw a bomb or a mine, and you want to get off? What if the enemy infantry comes up? I have a submachine gun." Robert patted the popos hanging on his waist. After Mike finished translating, the driver asked in confusion, "Can you use it?" "Mike, he is from Chicago." The driver could not understand this humor, but he obviously decided to satisfy the passenger's wish. "I can put you down, I can protect you, after all, you are the marshal's friends." "Mike, thank you." At this time, the first jeep had rushed to the huge back of the enemy tank turret. The grenadier pulled the delay fuse of the mine and threw the mine directly to the top of the turret. Generally speaking, there may be a mine protection layer at the bottom of the tank, and the top of the tank often only has armor that can resist machine guns. In theory, this is true, but no one has ever seen the tank in front of them. It is so huge and has withstood the attack of 18 arrows. No one knows whether an anti-tank mine can blow through its top. Robert shouted, "Don't! I'm not ready to take pictures." The mine exploded, looking like Plausson's tank suddenly grew mushrooms, and an orange-red fireball slowly rose into the air. The tank's turret, which had been rotating, stopped. But the tank's body was still moving forward. Mike muttered, "It looks like the turret was blown up." The warrior who threw the mine was already cheering, as if he was sure that the enemy would abandon the vehicle in the next moment. However, the tank's turret began to rotate again. "Mike, it looks like the explosion knocked people unconscious." "Robert, stop! Stop quickly! We're close enough now." The driver braked without waiting for Mike's translation, and the jeep drifted in front of the enemy tank, raising a lot of white snow. Robert jumped out of the car without waiting for the car to stop, holding the camera, and ran towards the tank dozens of meters away. At the same time, the second and third light vehicles approached the behemoth and packed the explosives on the top of the vehicle body. The explosion occurred, and this time the whole tank stopped. "Mike, did it work?" Robert was busy taking pictures and ignored his partner. The tank started for the second time and roared towards Robert. "Good. That's it. I took a clear photo." A motorcycle drove over, almost brushing the edge of the tank, and the anti-soldier sitting on the back of the motorcycle threw a mine in front of the tank track. Before they ran far, the track pressed on the mine, and the violent explosion raised mud and snow directly covered the front half of the track on the left side of the tank. The shock wave swept over, sweeping Mike and Robert to the ground together. Mike didn't care about the pain and got up directly to see the condition of the tank. His partner was busy looking for the camera that fell in the snow. The tank continued to move forward for a while, and then the track slipped off the guide wheel. The explosion broke the track. The tank stopped on the snowfield without the ability to walk. At this time, another wave of arrows flew over, but past the tank and rushed to the Prussian armored grenadiers in the distance who were preparing to follow the giant tank to provide cover. "Please, collect _69 bookbar, 6 /9 //9 //book // After a series of explosions, more than a dozen half-track vehicles caught fire. At the same time, howitzers from the regiment's self-propelled artillery unit fired down, and it seemed that there were also heavy mortars. The shells hit the Prussian infantry who were about to come forward to help and nailed them in place again. The giant tank was still turning the turret in vain. Another mine was thrown at the junction of the tank turret and the body, and it seemed that it wanted to blow up the turret seat ring. After the explosion, the turret paused briefly and then continued to turn. At this time, a brave anti-infantryman jumped from the jeep to the rear of the tank body in one step. Robert just pressed the shutter, and he shouted excitedly, "I took a picture. I took a memorable moment." The anti-soldier who jumped on the tank wanted to open the hatch, but tried several times and found it impossible. In fact, the tank hatch cannot be opened from the outside as long as it is locked from the inside. Many tanks do not choose to lock the hatch, one because the inside of the tank is very hot during the battle, and the other is that they are worried that outsiders will not be able to rescue them when they are seriously injured. In fact, it is very difficult to jump onto a moving tank. The hatch cover is usually not locked, so veteran tank drivers often leave the hatch open for ventilation in order to escape. But the driver of this giant tank is obviously not an old bird who would take risks. They completely locked the hatch cover, and it could not be opened from the outside. The anti-soldiers who climbed the tank found that they could not open the hatch cover, so they took out a wooden-handled grenade and used it as a hammer to hit the periscope on the tank command tower. At this time, an anti-soldier took out an incendiary grenade. "Try the traditional method," he shouted, throwing the grenade to his comrade who jumped onto the tank. The man on the tank was overjoyed, pulled the fuse and inserted the grenade into the exhaust pipe on the side of the tank, then jumped off the car and rolled all the way out of the rut on the snow. The incendiary bomb exploded, and the bright flames engulfed the exhaust pipe and the surrounding body surface. The tank's turret continued to rotate, but it stopped after a few seconds. Then the hatch of the tank opened, and a Proton tanker tried to climb out with a fire extinguisher. More than 10 machine guns fired at the same time. The Proton tanker was hit by a bullet and slid into the hatch again. The second tanker leaned out to close the hatch, but the machine gun made him give up the idea of closing it. Another brave anti-soldier jumped onto the tank and threw a grenade into the open hatch. The grenade was thrown out immediately and exploded next to the tank. The man who threw the grenade was hit by shrapnel instead and fell down holding his shoulder. A jeep ventured to approach, and the people on it jumped down and threw the wounded soldier onto the jeep, and ran away. The third brave man jumped onto the tank, climbed directly to the top of the tank turret, and poked and fired at the inside with a submachine gun. He took off the grenade after the shooting, pulled the fuse, and held it in his hand for 2 seconds before throwing it in. The grenade exploded almost immediately, and the hatch of the turret popped a large puff of smoke. At this time, the hatch of the tank body, which was probably at the position of the cockpit, opened, and the Prussian tanker came out with his hands raised high, shouting in unfamiliar ant language, "I surrender." Robert Capa immediately recorded this moment. Mike shouted to the excited soldiers in ant language, "Put out the fire quickly. Don't burn the precious spoils." The third boarding warrior woke up from his dream, got into the tank turret, took out the fire extinguisher that the enemy had just taken, and sprayed it at the open fire around the exhaust pipe. A jeep stopped next to the tank, and the ant soldiers on it jumped down and used military shovels to shovel snow and throw it on the open fire. After more than a minute of hard work, the fire was finally completely extinguished. At the same time, the surrendered Prussian tankers lined up in front of the tank. There were actually 2 tankers alive. Robert poked and photographed the 2 men, and asked after taking them, "Why don't you have crosses and other medals commonly seen by veterans?" The captive actually understood the Ansa language and replied, "We are cadets, just graduated from school." Mike heard it and widened his eyes. "What? What a coincidence, the commander of the regiment resisting you was also a cadet at the beginning of the war. He must have a lot in common with you." Chapter 773 Collapse. Seeing that the giant tank had been killed, Prussia's Panzer Grenadier Regiment began to retreat. So Filipov took a jeep and came to see the trophies. Reporter Mike had finished his interview with the surrendered armored soldiers. He pointed at Filipov and said, "Come, let's talk to the regiment leader who is also a student on the battlefield." The 2 Prussian armored soldiers looked at Filipov, looking at the medal on his chest with fearful expressions. This was not the first time that Filipov felt the intimidating power of these medals. Sure enough, everything the marshal did had his reasons. "Hello, Please introduce this behemoth. Filipov said. Well, this is our number 7 tank, codenamed Mouse, with a total weight of 188 tons. Filipov, oh, you really created a huge waste. The Prasen armored soldier became angry when he heard this and retorted loudly, no, this is the pride of Prasen's technology, it even blocked your divine arrows. You used despicable tactics to win. If you send out tanks to fight us, we will definitely destroy all your tanks and leave you unscathed. Filipov, but this is war. At the beginning of the war, you taught us the value of combining multiple arms. Marshal Rokosov even wrote a book to discuss your combined tactics. Now you are emphasizing on one-on-one combat with a single branch of the military. I think Prasen's military theory has degenerated to the level of an infant. Reporter Mike, comrade leader is right. The Prasen armored soldier opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything to refute. Just then, Filipov heard the sound of the tank's engine. He turned around and saw a column of tanks on the march passing through the village and heading this way. Filipov muttered, I didn't receive any notice that our tank troops would come. And they are medium tanks, because the battles after crossing the river take place in densely populated areas, and the tank units participating in the battle are mainly heavy tanks. Armored brigades equipped with medium tanks should be deployed on the upper reaches of the Oder River and on the border further south, preparing after breaking through the front line, outflank Prussia from the rear. This plan is a backup plan for the current infiltration and occupation plan. If Prussia cannot be gradually occupied through infiltration, a regular offensive will be launched in March next year, first surrounding the entire Prussia, and then attacking in the center. Filipov abandoned his prisoners and faced the approaching medium tanks. The tank at the head of the platoon drove until it was in front of Filipov and stopped. The tank commander, with his upper body exposed on the turret, asked, Comrade Commander, is the road ahead leading to Prussia? Filipov, yes, which army are you from? The 18th Guards Armored Brigade, you should have heard of us. We are the troops of General Watts. Filipov, I've never heard of them. There are too many fighting heroes. It's impossible for us to know all of them. Just as the commander was about to answer, he suddenly heard the movement of the jeep. He looked back and said, the general is here. You will be impressed by him. The jeep with the general's logo drove up to Filipov. A brigadier general got out of the car and looked at Filipov. Why are you blocking us? Filipov, I didn't receive any notification that armored troops were coming. We heard that you encountered an armored counterattack, so we came here quickly. The general glanced behind Filipov. It looks like you repelled the counterattack. What was that? Filipov, the enemy's new weapon. My God, it's so big, said the general, whose chest was covered with medals. It seems that when everyone sees Prasen's new weapon, their first reaction should be it's really big. At this time, Filipov suddenly noticed that the brigadier general actually only had one hand, and couldn't help but said, Comrade Brigadier General, you have lost your left hand, and they actually let you return to the front line. The brigadier general smiled slightly, they won't let me come back, but I told Marshal Gorky that when the war first started, I was the only one left in the 1st Battalion of the 32nd Armored Division where I was, and we had to have someone enter Plozin. Nia? The Marshal agrees. Filipov, you have been fighting since the beginning of the war. Yes, I led my T-34 to attack the Plozans on June 22. Our troops were poorly integrated. Although we killed many enemy tanks, we were forced back by infantry and artillery. The brigadier general stopped, looked at the new weapons of the Prusens, and sighed, now it is our infantry's turn to rely on synthesis to bully the Prasen's armored forces. Times have really changed. The brigadier general said that times have changed, which is a very difficult phrase, but people who have graduated from 10th grade will most likely not understand it. Filipov, you are quite artistic. I originally wanted to be a teacher. The brigadier general smiled, maybe after everything is over. So, Comrade Commander, do you want to continue to stop us? We have our own accompanying infantry and can handle all situations. Filipov glanced at the tank full of infantry and thought, of course I know you have accompanying infantry. Brigadier General, look, we also have the latest infantry fighting vehicles, equipped with machine guns to mow down enemy infantry, and anti-aircraft vehicles with double-barreled 37mm machine guns. We can cope with all situations. Filipov, I saw the Brigadier General, but I still have to wait for notification from the division headquarters. The messenger ran over and saluted Filipov. Report, division headquarters ordered, the 18th Guards Tank Brigade and accompanying troops will go to your headquarters to support you. Once the enemy counterattack is eliminated, the 18th Guards Tank Brigade will continue. Go ahead, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Brigadier General, look, the order is coming. Filipov saluted the Brigadier General. I wasted your time. I wish you victory. After saying that, he stepped aside. Brigadier General, you are also fulfilling your duties. After speaking, the brigadier jumped into the jeep, and then the jeep actually took the lead and drove in the direction of Prozonia. Filipov suddenly felt that this behavior was inexplicably familiar. The commander of the medium tank shouted to the Brigadier General's jeep, General! You shouldn't be the first one. Do it! Start Manny quickly, we have to catch up with the general. Then the tanks started up, chasing their one-armed general away. Filipov watched as the mighty tank column rushed towards Prozonia. Robert Kappa seemed to have lost interest in the mouse tank and kept clicking the shutter on the advancing ant-armored forces. Reporter Mike came to Filipov and asked, "Aren't you going to report this good news to the marshal?" Filipov slapped his thigh, "That's right. Forget about this. Anti's former enemy headquarters is 66 kilometers away from the center of Prozonia. Pavlov, the distance between your headquarters and the front line has been shortened to 30 kilometers. If we continue like this, we will run in front of General Eugene's headquarters. Doesn't this advance force the high-level headquarters to move forward? You are responsible for the casualties of senior officers. Wang Zhong, but you should also see that I pushed forward and kept the troops' enthusiasm high. Enthusiasm is very important now. Nelly, do you want milk in your coffee?" Wang Zhong, "Less milk, less sugar. Thank you." Nelly placed the mixed coffee in front of Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, what's going on with such a beautiful cup?" "Nairi, the local people gave it to us to thank our army." Wang Zhong picked up the cup and looked at it. There was no robbery? "Are you sure it's not an antique? If it is an antique, it should be returned to Prosen's comrades. This is a treasure of their country." "Nelly, I'll ask clearly." At this time, Wang Zhong's new adjutant rushed into the room. "Marshal, the troops reported that a 188-ton giant tank was seized." 88 tons is not particularly huge, Popov said. "It's 188 tons. Popov was shocked. "What? Such a heavy tank didn't sink into the ground. Please, you, collect _69 book, 6 / / / / / / / / 9 / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / // No. Wang Zhong drank the coffee in one gulp and stood up. Okay, I have to see for myself. You can't go anywhere. Pavlov raised his voice. Send a tractor to pull the tank back. Look carefully again. Wang Zhong could only sit down again. Nelly, how about another cup of coffee? No, forget it. Wang Zhong scratched his neck. On November 24, the royal palace bunker in the center of Prosenia. Emperor Prosen finished his breakfast happily, entered the office, and looked at the map on his desk. Then he asked the staff on duty in confusion, when was the map updated? Just updated. The staff officer replied. Emperor, why are the battle lines advancing in our direction instead? Where is my armored counterattack? Where is the counterattack launched by the mouse tank? It should have smashed the enemy's attack spearhead and recaptured the town occupied by the enemy, right? As soon as he finished speaking, other generals filed into the room. Marshal Soult, who was walking at the front, obviously heard the emperor's complaint completely, and replied, "The mouse tank was destroyed by the enemy's infantry approaching and blasting." "What?" the emperor exclaimed. "What does the accompanying infantry do?" "Just watch the empire's precious decisive weapons being killed by the enemy." Marshal Soult, the accompanying infantry was suppressed by enemy fire and was unable to keep up with the tanks. "Emperor, didn't the tanks stop and wait for the artillery fire to suppress it with the infantry?" According to the report of the 336th Panzer Grenadier Regiment, no. They rushed towards the enemy-occupied village under artillery fire. At this time, someone didn't know who said, "At least you are brave." The temperature in the room immediately dropped to freezing point, and everyone shut their mouths and did not dare to speak. The emperor was silent for a few seconds and confirmed again, "So, the latest technology of the imperial army, our decisive weapon, has now become the enemy's trophy. Celtic Marshal, became Rokosov's trophy." The emperor sat there, as if he was petrified at that moment. Finally, he said, "Rokosov is not short of this trophy. I think his trophies should not be piled up. We were a little too hasty. We should have waited for Steiner to organize the counterattack force, and then put in the mouse tanks to counterattack together." The emperor kept his head down when he said this. After saying this, he raised his head and asked in a slightly brisk tone, "Is there any news from the Atomic Research Institute? When will the test explosion be possible? Is it feasible to directly take the prototype to the battlefield and detonate it?" Several doctors from the Academy of Military Sciences looked at each other. Finally, the president of the Academy of Military Sciences reported tremblingly, "We have not yet accumulated a critical mass of weapon-grade radioactive materials. In fact, our scientists have suggested that the data left by Dr. Heisenberg may be wrong. The critical mass to trigger a chain reaction is much larger. We may never be able to make an atomic bomb." The emperor was silent for a few seconds and asked the royal steward, "Have the new typist candidates arrived? I need a typist. The previous typist committed suicide because he could not bear the pressure." The steward, "It has arrived. Your Majesty can choose the one you like at any time." The emperor nodded, stood up, put his hands behind his back, and twitched slightly. "I don't know if it was the side effect of taking too many awakening agents, or a psychological effect. Ant Army Psychological Warfare Command, 56 kilometers away from the center of Prozenia." Vasily put down the latest leaflet. "No, this is useless. The enemy should be tired of seeing leaflets. Now is the time to take more radical measures. Didn't Stas say to send someone over? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Are you waiting for us?" The heavily accented ant language floated from the direction of the door. Vasily looked over and saw a group of people wearing black priest robes. "How can you wear priest robes? We have seized a lot of military uniforms, you can choose the right ones to wear. In addition, we have prepared documents. Now we have infiltrated the enemy's defense line, and there are enemy fleeing soldiers everywhere. You will not arouse suspicion with fake documents." Vasily stood up and came to the Stas people. "Everyone here is from Prothenia. The leading bishop spoke, "No one knows our hometown better than us. We can definitely blend in with the enemy." "Vasily, really? That's the best. Your mission is to incite war weariness, let the soldiers desert and go home, let them revolt on the battlefield. Even if these cannot be done, spreading rumors about Rokosov will also be of great benefit. Bishop, we promise to complete the task and disintegrate the enemy's defense. Vasily, this is to enable your motherland to rise from the ruins as soon as possible." The marshal himself composed the melody and lyrics of that song. "I arranged the music. Do you know how to sing it?" You can try to teach them to sing it in the place where the Prosan soldiers gather privately. Remember, even if you are discovered, it is still valuable, because it will make the Prosan people, it is the false emperor's believers suspicious of the defeated soldiers, accelerating their collapse. Bishop, we will redeem those compatriots who have been deceived by the false emperor's lies and guide them to the smooth path pointed out by Saint Andrew. Vesely, yes, that's it. You should change your clothes and get your documents quickly. Our team will help you disperse and infiltrate the enemy-occupied areas. After that, it all depends on you. The priests of Stas shouted in unison, for the glory of Saint Andrew, long live the living saint. Chapter 774, Imperial Soldiers Rest. Andreas didn't know how many times he was on night duty, and then he saw a man dressed as an officer stumbling towards this side from a distance. Stop! He opened the safety of the assault rifle. Don't go any further. Which unit are you from? Andreas had a flashlight, but now he didn't want to expose his position so quickly, so he hid in the dark and shouted. 600th Guard Division, our troops were wiped out, and it took me 2 days to pass through the occupied area of the ants. I want to see your commander. The Prosan dialect of the visitor was very authentic, but Andreas didn't dare to let down his guard, and asked again, where are you from? When did you join the army? The other party immediately replied, I am a local from Prosania. I have been in the army for 8 years and participated in the Melania campaign and the Carolingian campaign. If I wasn't a local, I wouldn't be able to bypass the enemy's troops. Andreas thought for a while and asked, what is the best tavern on King Street? Don't try to bluff me, there is no tavern on King Street. The other party said and walked forward. Andreas turned on the flashlight, shining the beam at the other party, and carefully looked at the other party's dress, a dirty Prosan officer uniform, and the medals he wore were completely consistent with what he just said. Andreas turned off the flashlight. Congratulations on escaping. Did I really escape? Being captured obediently is escaping, right? The officer teased, do you have cigarettes, soldier? Andreas took out the cigarettes he rolled himself, only the ones he rolled himself. We haven't distributed finished cigarettes for a long time. They are all loose tobacco. The officer, logistics has reached this point. When will this war end? The officer took the cigarette, held it in his mouth, and began to feel for matches on his body. Andreas took out his own matches and struck 5 or 6 matches in a row without catching any. The officer finally found a match, took out a match, struck it lightly, and lit the cigarette. Andreas looked at the matches used by the officer in confusion. The packaging was exactly the same as the rationed matches he had received, but the performance was obviously abnormal. It was very similar to the anti-matches that the military police had confiscated from deserters. The officer saw Andreas staring at the matches, so he slapped the whole box of matches in his palm. Take it, man. Oh, thank you. Andreas replied. The officer asked again, where is your commander? The 2-story building at the back. Andreas pointed to the building. The 2nd floor is the regiment headquarters. Okay, thank you for the explanation. Let me ask you one more question. If you are not on duty, where would you go to kill time? There must be a pub or something like that, right? Or is there no pub now? Andreas glanced at the sentry post of the gendarmes, and then lowered his voice and said, of course there is a pub. Although it is a felony to brew beer with grain now, some people still brew beer secretly. Walk back 1 block to the basement of apartment number 110 on Frona Street. The officer nodded, okay, I will go and see it after I report the situation to your regiment commander. After that, the officer waved goodbye and walked towards the building where the regiment headquarters was located. His figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. Andreas picked up the match given by the officer, took out one and looked at it carefully, and found that the stick of the match was quite thick and the head was very full. He gently rubbed it next to the matchbox, and a bright flame appeared. Andreas stared at the flame, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong with the officer just now. The officer's face did not show any fatigue or despair. His eyes were bright and full of spirit, which was completely different from the desperate dead fish eyes that Andreas had seen recently. "I should report to the Imperial Household Ministry or the military police," he muttered softly, watching the match in his hand being burned out by the flame. Yes, I should report it, but what if his reporting behavior was remembered by this officer? What if after the war, he became the leader of the new Plossen country and began to settle accounts with those who betrayed him? The flame in Andreas's hand went out. Who cares? He threw away the remaining matches, put all the remaining matches in his pocket, and then turned off the safety of the assault rifle. Flona Street, basement of apartment number 110. The moment the hostess opened the door, the conversation in the room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the officer at the door, and after confirming that he didn't have the military police's half-moon dog tag, everyone started chatting again. "Half of our company are now teenagers. The day they reported, I told the deputy company commander, 'Wow, we are now kindergarten principals,'" said a captain. The sergeant sitting opposite the captain took a big sip of beer and sighed, "I distributed the rationed bread to the residents near the position before. They have been eating cabbage for a long time. When they open their mouths, their teeth are the color of cabbage. People can survive by eating only vegetables. Humans are really tough." As soon as the voice fell, someone said, "Why did you distribute the bread to the residents? Now our rationed bread can be exchanged for gold bars and gold watches on the black market. I calculated that it is almost equivalent to the value of 500,000 marks before the war." Another person said, "Not only can it be exchanged for gold bars and gold watches, it is said that any girl you like can be dealt with a basket of bread. I heard that the general of our division has 3 typists and gives them bread every day." Someone immediately joked to the hostess of the tavern, "Lily Marlene, can I sleep with you while I bring the bread?" The hostess smiled and said, "I happen to be of conscription age. I haven't been arrested. I'm still opening a tavern for you. Use your brain. I have a background." "Ah, we know," one lieutenant joked, "you are the emperor's lover." The officer who just came in looked up at the hostess and asked the sergeant next to him in a low voice, "Is this the emperor's lover?" "Of course not. She was a movie star before the war started. She may have hooked up with some general, so she could open a tavern here." The sergeant replied, then stared at the officer for a few seconds, "I've never seen you before, who are you?" "Officer, I am from the 600th Guards Division. I just escaped from the enemy-occupied area." "Oh? Then why don't you just surrender? You don't think that they will give you the Iron Cross when you come back, right? What's the use of giving it to you? It is said that the ant people are killing people with iron crosses. War criminal." The officer shook his head. The Anters did not do this because their marshal required that military discipline must be maintained. It cannot be like what we do in their land. The sergeant looked at the officer in confusion. "What's wrong with you? If the military police hear this, they will be beheaded." The officer didn't answer. He picked up the beer that had just been brought to him and took a big sip. Then he stood up and said, "This wine is like horse piss." The room fell silent, and everyone stared at the unfamiliar-looking officer. Someone shouted, "He looks strange, can't he be a secret agent from the Imperial Household Ministry? Kill him. What we just said is enough to kill him several times." The officer shouted, "Comrades! This is not the time for internal strife. Let me ask you, where are your wives now?" Everyone was silent. "Officer, he was captured as a young man, right? Your child was also forced to take up arms. Even if he was lucky enough to escape the fate of becoming cannon fodder in the self-defense forces because of his young age, he was still so hungry that he could only eat kale." Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. "Officer, Why doesn't he eat bread? Because bread can only be bought on the black market and is worth 500,000 marks. The most ironic thing is that when food is so scarce, there are still people who can brew beer from wheat. This person does not need to be arrested for military service, just because she is a movie star and the mistress of a certain general. Please, you, collect _69 book, 6 / / / / / / 9 / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / //book //backslash//backslash//backslash//backslash//backslash//backslash. The hostess reacted and shouted loudly, "Don't say this! If the secret agents of the Imperial Household Ministry hear about it, we will be beheaded." The officer's voice overcame the woman, "I think this is wrong. Comrades! We were deceived by the false emperor on the throne. We are bleeding and fighting, our old father is bleeding and fighting, even our women, the children are also bleeding and fighting. The false emperor and his officials are enjoying themselves in the palace." Someone shouted, "He is a spy sent by the enemy." "Officer, I am a native of Prosenia. I lived here before the new capital was built, and my family has lived here for generations. Just like you, I have the blood of the Prosen nation flowing in my blood. I am here to guide you out of the lies of the false emperor." The man who just called spy shouted again, "We have trusted His Majesty the Emperor for so many years, and now you say we have been deceived, then who should we believe? The four-armed God Emperor." The officer took out the secular holy book written by Saint Andrew from his hand and held it high. The hostess recognized the sign and shouted, "He is indeed a spy. I need to call and report him." She took out the phone from the bar, but as soon as she picked up the receiver, several people held it down. "Tell me about it." At this time, the captain with the highest rank in the room besides the officer holding the Holy Scripture said, "Officer, this woman will betray us and we will silence her. You tell us first. If you can convince us, we will kill him. If you can't convince us, we will kill you." The captain said, pulling out his Luger pistol and slamming it on the table. The officer nodded, opened the holy book, and began to explain the secular doctrines to these Plosians. November 27, Plossen Palace Bunker. What does mutiny mean? Emperor Prosen stared at the secret agent leader of the Imperial Palace. How could the loyal Prosen army mutiny? Secret Service Chief, we believe that secular clergy took advantage of the chaos in the defense line to infiltrate. In order to combat infiltration, I have ordered a strict review of deserters, especially officers who have returned. Emperor, are there many mutinous troops? The generals in the room looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on the most respected Celtic marshal. Marshal, the mutinous troops, only accounted for 10% of Prosonia's defense strength, not a particularly large number. They did not fire on friendly forces but simply gave up their positions. The emperor's hand was trembling, and he could hardly hold the pen. The Celtic marshal continued, when they gave up their position, they sang a song in Prosen language, which seemed to be called Rising from the Ruins. The soldiers who refused to mutiny brought back the lyrics, and they are here. The marshal took out a note and placed it in front of the emperor. The emperor picked up the note. Although he was still very young and still at an age where he had more future than in the past, when he read the words on the note, his hands shook like an old man suffering from Parkinson's disease. This is Rokossov's handiwork. The emperor threw the note on the table. This must be Rokossov's handiwork. I have already said that secular believers are all natural traitors. They should be punished. They killed them all. The head of the Secret Service of the Imperial Household Ministry said, "We are already doing this. Whenever we find someone who is leaning towards the secularists, we will sit together with the whole family." It's too late now. The emperor said angrily, "You are just like our generals, you are just a loser." A loser? Now that the secularists have pulled our troops away from the position in an organized manner, why are you singing when they leave? The great motherland has risen from the ruins. Their understanding of the motherland has changed. The room fell silent. The emperor stood up, paced back and forth in the room, walked for 5 minutes and then said, "The matter has come to this, I can only fight Rokosov one-on-one. If Rokosov wins, we will surrender honorably. If I win, at least I can make Rokosov pay." Everyone in the room seemed to be frightened by the emperor's words, looking at him with expressions of disbelief. "Emperor, what are you doing standing still? Send a telegram to Rokosov." "Wang Zhong, is Emperor Prasen crazy?" He put down the telegram and looked at Pavlov. "Pavlov, why do I think he made a good move after understanding your character? I won't allow you to do such a crazy thing." "Wang Zhong, of course I won't. Even if I go, I will first let Sergeant Major Gregory kill all the guards around the Emperor and disarm the Emperor before going." "Succabule! Don't you still want to go?" Pavlov slammed the table. "No. Don't engage in such crazy operations. We occupy Prosonia, and then you are going to humiliate that Emperor. You still have to pee on his corpse, as you wish. But you can't go in before the battle is over." "Wang Zhong, don't get excited, I told you I wouldn't go. Do you know the story of the child who cried wolf? How many times have you said you won't go? Have you obeyed? No, I will never believe you again. I will watch you 24 hours a day. You are in my sight. If you disappear for more than 2 hours, I will give up and find another chief of staff." At this time, Sergeant Major Gregory said, "Maybe you can let me go to a duel with His Majesty the Emperor? I'm quite interested. Anyway, Marshal, you have Ms. Nelly to protect you." "Wang Zhong, no, I won't respond." "Adjutant, draft a message with the content, idiot." "Okay, this is too straightforward. How did the Cossack address the Sudan in the letter he wrote to the Sudan?" "Forget it, let me think of something now. To the sinners who launched the war of aggression, the shameless scum, and the devil in human skin, I will never duel with someone like you. You have no such qualifications. Inscribed to Marshal Ant Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov." Chapter 775 Rokosov and Number 039, S. Rapid Progress. United Kingdom, Prime Minister's official residence. Leonard was pacing back and forth in the office when the confidential secretary opened the door and came in. "Emperor Prasen just issued a power transmission." Leonard trembled. "He won't surrender, will he?" "No. He invited Rokosov to a fair one-on-one duel." Leonard opened his mouth wide and looked at the confidential secretary, unable to speak for a long time. Confidential secretary, his caller really said that? Leonard held his pipe in his mouth and walked around the room several times before asking the MI6 director in the room, "Is Emperor Prasen crazy?" Sir coming from the 6th Department nodded, "It's possible. Considering some recent suspicious reports, Emperor Prasen may have been stimulated." Leonard, suspicious report. Plosen troops mutinied one after another, gave up their positions, and went to the place designated by the ant people to hand over their weapons. Leonard's eyes widened. "How is that possible? Didn't we analyze before that the Prosenians were afraid of ants' retaliation and would resist desperately? We did speculate this, but now more and more Proson troops are leaving their positions. The advancement of ant troops has accelerated a lot. Now only the armed forces of the Asgard Knights are still resisting tenaciously. It may be because these people have committed many crimes in Ant." "Leonard, how could this happen? What happened?" "Sir Cumming, it is said that the Ants released some captured Plosen officers. These officers formed a secular church, promoted secular doctrines in Plosum, and prepared to establish a secular church in Plosum. Nation. That's it." Leonard looked in disbelief. "That's how Proson's troops can mutiny?" "No, this is not mutiny, this is treason." Sir Cumming spread his hands. "Leonard, this is wrong. I don't believe that just this can make the Proson army treason. There must be something. By the way, is it that the ants have finally mastered the technology of brainwashing? Brainwash all the Proson troops. General Mago couldn't help but said, "Your speech really sounds like crazy. How can such a thing exist? If it really does exist, why would it be used on such a small scale? But is there any other explanation?" Leonard asked. Mago, then how do you explain that we all met Rokosov but were not brainwashed by him? Don't answer rhetorical questions with rhetorical questions. No, I am reminding you to pay attention to logic, Your Excellency Prime Minister. We, as well as Ike and President Luo, have all met the Marshal and had close contact, but we have not been brainwashed. Leonard, maybe it requires some complicated conditions, or a large number of processes. Then it's impossible for them to brainwash so many Prosen troops so quickly. General Mago continued, "Admit it, that Saint Andre's holy book is so capable of bewitching. Maybe there are also some in the United Kingdom. People in key positions secretly pray with Saint Andrew's scripture every night." Leonard's eyes widened. It would be terrible if this were true. Mago, why should you be afraid? We are on the same side. If Rokosov can make Prosan surrender as soon as possible, we will sacrifice many fewer people. Those are all good guys. Leonard didn't answer, just paced the room with his pipe in his hand. November 30th, Halloween, the third prisoner of war distribution center in Melania's territory, 91 kilometers away from the center of Prosonia. Sergeant Hans looked at the priest in the blue hat, hesitated and asked, "Will my crime affect my family?" "No. Just tell me the truth." Sergeant Hans sighed and began to recall, "On the first day of the offensive invasion, I killed one." "Were they killed on the battlefield?" Blue Hat interrupted him. "Yes, on the battlefield." "Blue Hat, there is no need to explain. Tell me whether you tortured civilians, shot or robbed prisoners." "Sergeant Hans, don't you have to explain yourself on the battlefield?" "Yes, this is Marshal Rokosov's instruction. All you need to do is confess your crimes outside the battlefield. Remember, if you don't confess now, someone will report you later and you will be finished." Sergeant Hans nodded, thought for a while and began to say, "It was near Ronnie's. We occupied a farm. We were ordered to clear the farm because the logistics troops wanted to transform the farm into a military station. I ordered the whole family to be pulled out and executed." "Blue Hat, did you torture them to death?" "Yes, I have been having nightmares these years, dreaming about." "Blue Hat, how many people are there in total? Are there any children?" "I can't remember exactly." "There were children, 2 children." Blue Hat picked up the writing board on the table and looked through the documents on it. Children were tortured and killed, and an entire family was killed without fighting. "It's a pity, Sergeant Hans, you must be shot." The sergeant breathed a long sigh of relief, but asked nervously, "It won't affect my family, right?" "No. Also, if you can identify other people with major crimes, we can change it to life imprisonment. You will be reformed through labor in Siberia forever, but you can correspond with your family." "Sergeant, I want to identify them." When I was about to execute them, Lieutenant Clausa appeared and took the women and boys to the second floor. We waited for a long time before he came down, and then ordered us to change the shooting to pushing into the cesspit. "Blue Hat, Krause?" "His full name, and the unit he belongs to." The sergeant told exactly what he remembered. "Blue Hat, we will verify it. Before that, you must go to the labor camp. If we can't find the lieutenant, or he has died in the battle, you will be executed. We guarantee that your relics and verdict will be delivered to your family, if they are still alive." After saying that, the Blue Hat took the interrogation record from the clerk next to him, stamped it and pushed it in front of Sergeant Hans. "Tag your fingerprints." The sergeant pressed his fingerprints, and then was picked up by 2 sturdy Blue Hats and dragged out of the room. Next, a new prisoner was brought in, a corporal. "Blue Hat, name?" "Corporal, Gruz Fernando, corporal. He joined the army 1 year before the invasion." He once shot a colonel and while escorting prisoners outside Ixukov. Blue Hat, Corporal Grutz, do you know the name of the colonel who was shot? Corporal, I don't know, I didn't search him. He kept looking at us unruly, so I let go of the rope on him and said, since you are not convinced, go back to your place and I'll catch you again later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got free, he flew up and kicked me in the crotch, and also took away my subordinate's gun. I pulled out my pistol and shot him, hitting him in the back. I threw the body where it was and left with my men. Blue Hat, what else? Have you tortured and killed other people? No. Lie. Blue Hat slammed the table and stood up. Gruz Fernando, someone has reported you a long time ago. You are full of evil. Tell the truth. Corporal, I didn't. The Blue Hat walked around the table between the two and punched the corporal in the face. It seems you need memory recovery. Maybe this can help you wake up. After the 30-minute-long memory recovery operation, the corporal still said firmly, I no longer torture prisoners, nor do I kill civilians. At most, I just took the gold jewelry from the empty house. The Blue Hat glanced at his companion and returned to his position. The beating just now was for the colonel who was killed by you. Corporal, who reported me? No one is reporting you, they are just making sure you have no other crimes. Blue Hat picked up the writing board and flipped it over. According to the sentencing rules promulgated by the church, you have to go to a labor camp for 15 years of reform. You can live with your family correspondents, if they are still alive. Good behavior can lead to a reduced sentence or a pardon. The corporal breathed a sigh of relief. After signing and stamping the interrogation record, he was pulled up by two sturdy men with blue hats. Interrogator, by the way, if you have anything else to confess, you can always go to Stas's priest. And this is our parting gift to you. As he spoke, the interrogator took out a copy of St. Andrew's Holy Book from the table behind him and handed it to the corporal. The corporal was taken out of the room and stood outside in the sunlight. Although it was almost December, Corporal Grutz still felt a little warm. Someone among the Plosen uprising soldiers gathered nearby asked, Gruz, how many years? Please, you, collect 6 books. Gruz looked towards the direction where the sound came from and found that it was his subordinate, Private Zyke, and replied, 15 years. Shuake, as a veteran who fought since the beginning of the invasion, it's quite short. Gruz, what about you? I'm free. After all, when I joined the war, we were already in retreat, and there were veterans like you who taught us not to do bad things all day long. I have 2 choices now. One is to help them carry goods until my hometown is liberated, and they will give me food and accommodation. The second is to attend Stas's evangelistic meeting and learn the theories of St. Andrew. Which one do you think I should go to? Gruz, go to Stas. Maybe you can help take care of my family in the future. I mean, if they are still alive. Listen to your corporal. I have been in the war for 2 years and it is always right to listen to you. Private Shook saluted Gruz. Around him, there should be young soldiers who were acquitted, all of them with smiles on their faces. Gruz waved to Shook, let's go, see you in 15 years. Don't be discouraged. Maybe you will come back in a few years. Shook shouted. Gruz smiled and walked forward facing the sunshine. At this time, I don't know who started to sing the Stas Xian song in Prasen language. Stand up from the ruins and look forward to the future. Let us fight for you, Father Prasen of the unified motherland. On December 2nd, the position of the Asgard Knights was 27 kilometers away from the center of Prasenia. Andreas, change the barrel. The deputy shooter immediately grabbed the barrel of the gun with his asbestos-gloved hand, pulled out the fixture with one force, and threw it into the sink nearby. There was a layer of ice on the sink, and the moment the hot gun barrel was thrown into the sink, it pierced the ice and stirred up a lot of water vapor. The deputy gunner picked up the new barrel and inserted it into the machine gun. Andreas grabbed the deputy shooter's arm and flew him to the ground. The tank shells came and instantly blasted the machine gun with a tripod into the sky. Ant's grenade charge was so shocking that it took away Andreas' hearing and made his head buzz. In a daze, Andreas saw the deputy shooter talking to him, but couldn't hear what he was saying at all. The only sound he could hear was ringing in his ears. Suddenly, he noticed that his nose was bleeding. While wiping the nosebleed, the deputy shooter pointed at Andreas' ear. Andreas touched it and grabbed another handful of blood. By this time, he had partially regained his hearing and heard the deputy shooter yelling, "What do we do?" Andreas grabbed the deputy shooter and ran along the traffic trench. Tank machine gun fire continued to hit the wall of the traffic trench behind them. "Deputy shooter, where else can we run? We are surrounded from the front, rear, left and right." "Andreas, we are not going anywhere, we are here to hold on. This is the duty we have been given. The Asgardian knights will never retreat." While talking, the two came to the ready machine gun position. Andreas checked the machine gun on the position and grinned, "If the enemy attacks again, we will use this guy to teach the enemy a severe lesson." However, the ants fell silent. At this time, there was a sound in the distance, which sounded like Ant's propaganda loudspeaker. A loudspeaker was playing Prasen children's songs. At the end of the song, the announcer said, "Our column is dedicated to playing children's songs for children on the battlefield, hoping that they can also have a relatively normal childhood." The deputy shooter suddenly became hysterical, "Isn't this just an obvious taunt? Andreas, it's the enemy's power, they defeated us." The deputy shooter was silent. After a moment he asked, "Do we still have a chance of winning?" Before Andreas could speak, Korek's voice came, "Of course there is a theoretical chance of winning, but as you can see, we don't have much supplies anymore. So this chance of winning should always remain theoretical. I will fight here until the end, but you all have to follow Andreas." Andreas looked at Korek and saw that he was holding an unlit cigarette. So Andreas took out the matchbox, pulled out a well-stocked match and struck it, and a bright flame appeared in his hand. Korek stared at the match, watching Andreas use the flame to light his cigarette. "Where did you get the matches?" Kolek asked. Andreas replied, "I don't know, maybe I got it in a dream." Korek stared at Andreas for a while and then said, "That's good, at least it can ensure that more people survive. I'll leave them to you." Andreas nodded, "Leave it to me." Chapter 776 December 3, 0930, Anti-Front Command, 51 kilometers from the center of Prozenia. When General Eugene entered the door, Wang Zhong and Pavlov were gesturing at the defense map of Prozenia. "General Eugene, report." "Marshal, I'm here." The two people in front of the map turned around, and then Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, why are you looking at me? You are a marshal, and I am still a general." "Popov, you are almost there, but I am different. There are very few bishops who are promoted to marshals." "Wang Zhong, you can go to be a cardinal archbishop, and you are not in the same system as us." "Eugene, you are here, we specially asked you to come here, there is a mission." Wang Zhong made a come here gesture, and the former mine director immediately trotted to the map, with a puzzled look on his face. "What's wrong?" Wang Zhong pointed to a Prozan-controlled area on the map more than 20 kilometers away from the center of Prozenia. "The Asgard knights in this place have been resisting fiercely." "General Eugene, yes, we adopted the encirclement strategy according to the order, and launched attacks from time to time to consume their ammunition. But now it seems that the enemy has a lot of ammunition in stock, and has not run out of ammunition yet." "Pavlov, but now we need you to take this place." After comprehensively considering the situation in the entire war zone, the headquarters hopes to set up a supply center here. The enemy's defense has not lost its basic tactical literacy. They put this nail here, which makes us very uncomfortable. "Wang Zhong, the headquarters will give you the best attacking force. You must crush the resistance of the Asgard Knights, which can also be regarded as providing some help for Davarishan Stas to carry out his work. General Eugene, he touched his heels and saluted, I promise to complete the mission. Popov, hey, you look like you have something to say. Tell us what difficulties you have and we will help you solve them. General Eugene, this is nothing. Should the general command not move forward? Pavlov clapped his hands, good. This is a good suggestion. Wang Zhong held Pavlov's shoulders, don't get excited. Eugene, why do you suggest this? Did the chief of staff invite you for coffee? General Eugene shook his head, no. I really think the general command is running too far ahead. If you move forward, our front headquarters cannot fall behind. The current situation is that our front headquarters was forced to move into the coverage of the enemy's artillery. It was bombarded yesterday and more than 20 people died. The army and division headquarters of the front troops are also all within the enemy's artillery range. Fortunately, the enemy's artillery force has been greatly weakened now, otherwise it would really be a disaster. It was really rare for the size of the front headquarters to lose more than 20 people in the heavy artillery bombardment. Wang Zhong, how did your position get exposed? It was the guerrillas. Eugene hurriedly added, Davarich of Stas has rooted out the lurking guerrillas. They actually reported the situation by phone. We have completely mastered the phone system. Wang Zhong was shocked. Pavlov, I told you that we couldn't move forward, but you didn't listen. Now there are casualties below. It's your fault. If I hadn't held you back, you might have really dueled with Emperor Prozan. Wang Zhong, okay, the headquarters will not move forward until we completely occupy Prozenia. You can't move forward either. Pavlov raised his voice. Wang Zhong was about to say yes when the confidential staff entered the room. Report, we received a telegram from the 3rd Melania Front. Wang Zhong, read it. Pavlov did not hide his disappointment because he didn't wait for a positive answer. The confidential secretary didn't care about that and read directly, my unit received a call from the 9th Army of Prozan. They plan to revolt on the battlefield and give up the army's defense zone. Wang Zhong, 9th Army? Weren't they eliminated? Pavlov, the newly formed new army, from the commander to the soldiers, is new, and the equipment is also new. An army is going to revolt as a whole. Pavlov walked up to the confidential secretary, took the telegram and read it carefully. A few seconds later, he muttered, it's true. General Eugene, I remember that the defense zone of the 9th Army is quite large. If they give it up like this, the 3rd Melania Front can march straight in. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, what is the equipment situation of the 3rd Front? They have replenished all the technical equipment and soldiers. The only problem is that there are only 60% of grassroots non-commissioned officers, and a corporal squad leader has to lead 20 soldiers. Pavlov answered. Wang Zhong, what about the grassroots NCOs? In the hospital. Currently, most NCOs have cancelled their recuperation and vacations and rushed back to the front line, but even this is not enough. There are about 300,000 NCOs in the hospital. The situation will be greatly improved when they all return to the team. Wang Zhong was silent. Confidential secretary, how should we respond? Wang Zhong hesitated slightly and replied, accept their uprising. Once the defensive position is given up, launch an attack immediately. The news of an army uprising will greatly shake the enemy's confidence, and our army's direct advance will further shake the enemy. This will be of great benefit to Stas's surrender operation. Just as the confidential secretary was about to leave, Pavlov stopped him, don't leave in a hurry. I personally drafted the message and made it clear what the interests were. As he spoke, Pavlov sat down behind the desk and began writing furiously. General Eugene said to Wang Zhong, I will go back to the headquarters now, and we will launch an attack on the target area tomorrow. Wang Zhong, please. General Eugene saluted, turned, and left the room. Popov looked at his back and said, "Can you believe he was a mine director before the war started?" Wang Zhong, "Before the war started, I was still in last place." "Don't mention your last place." That night, although Andreas had experienced a day of fierce fighting, he volunteered to stand on the first shift that night. Korek also came to the sentry post and stood side by side with him. "What do you think of the enemy's attack today?" Korek asked. "Andreas, they didn't really want to defeat us, they were just consuming our ammunition and our morale. Ant's tank stayed far away and only fired. This is the first time I've seen it. Normal. In this case, they had already rushed up with the infantry and filled the trenches with caterpillar tracks. Ant's tank crew would straddle them across the trench, then twist left and right, using their own weight and tracks to scrape the soil off the sides of the trench, eventually burying the trench. Veterans like Andreas and Kolek had experienced this many times, and Ant tankers would rush in to do this once they noticed a lack of anti-tank firepower in their position. Many Plosin soldiers were buried in the trenches and suffocated to death. It is said that this was the tactics used by the Prasen tank crews at the beginning of the war, and many Ant soldiers who were guarding the trenches were buried in this way. Korek, yes, the enemy is just consuming us. They just want to see us slowly starve to death. Andreas, isn't there still a lot of dry food? Yes, yes. Korek paused and suddenly said, "You remember the Hessian in the third row, right?" "Remember, he owes me 5 packs of tobacco," Andreas replied. "He ran away." "What?" Andreas looked at Korek, "Are you sure?" "Yes, everyone knows that he ran away, but the officers all said that he died." "Damn it, which soldier died?" And the officers would deliberately come over and tell everyone, "He died." It's obviously a cover-up. Andreas silently touched the matches in his pocket. The appearance of the match was the same as the assigned match, but the inside was completely different. It was made of solid materials and could be struck with just one stroke. This match was probably a gift from a Stas priest, and perhaps it could be used to bring a better life to the family, if they were still alive. Korek seemed to have guessed what Andreas was thinking, and said, "Have you received any letters from your family?" "No. Last time I wrote about it, the Ant people had already advanced to the river at the foot of my mountain. They should have fallen by now." "Korek, then if you surrender now, maybe you can go home directly." Andreas was silent for a few seconds and then asked, "If I surrender, will you hate me for betraying you?" Korek held a cigarette in his mouth. "I don't know. You have to surrender so I can find out. I have all the matches struck." Andreas took out a match and lit Kolek's cigarette at once. "Please, you, collect 6 books." At this moment, gunshots were heard from the darkness on the right side of the post. The 2 veterans immediately picked up their guns and opened the safety. The gunfire continued, and many fire points were alerted and began to spit out tongues of fire. Korek cursed, "Asshole, this is a blow to the head. The enemy is obviously testing our firepower. Maybe they will take action tomorrow." Andreas, "Well, being active the night before the attack is indeed like the practice of Ant troops. The firepower exposed tonight will not survive the first round of direct fire tomorrow." Korek interrupted Andreas, "No, this is not the time. If you want to leave, you have to leave now. Anyway, no one will find out about this situation tonight." Andreas stared at Korek for a few seconds. "You promised you wouldn't let me die, didn't you? Man, do you remember the motto of the unit when we met? Until death do we part." "Korek, that unit has been wiped out by Rokosov, and we have changed our numbers several times. Come on, let's go." "No." Andreas said, "It would be risky to leave. Just wait until the Anters attack me tomorrow and then surrender." Kolek didn't answer. December 4th, 0500 hours. The whistling of shells suddenly woke Andreas from his nap. "Prepare artillery fire!" he shouted, enter the artillery hole quickly." As he spoke, he pulled up the private beside him. After the changing of the guard for the first shift yesterday, Andreas returned to the bunker and fell asleep. Only now did he realize that he slept in the wrong place and ran into the pile of new recruits. "Andreas, quick, don't sleep. This bunker can't withstand heavy artillery attacks. Get into the anti-gun cave." The private he was holding shouted in horror, "Ah, what's going on?" "Andreas, it's artillery preparation, you idiot." At this time, many recruits also showed symptoms. They were lying on the ground amid the tremors, unable to do anything but scream. This is actually a kind of shell shock. When a new soldier encounters a fierce artillery preparation for the first time, he will be hysterical like this. Not to mention the new soldiers, Andreas was also shocked. He has experienced the artillery preparation of the ants many times, but none of them is as good as this time. It feels that the firepower of the ants is getting stronger and stronger and more crazy. Suddenly, the roof of the bunker collapsed, and Andreas fell unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Collake's face. "Are you okay?" "Andreas, where is my new soldier?" "No, I dragged you out." Collake grinned, "It depends on the two of us, let's go to the machine gun position." "Is the artillery preparation over?" Andreas asked. "You have been unconscious for more than 2 hours, and the artillery preparation has just ended." Collake led him into the machine gun position. The tripod of the machine gun was miraculously standing, and the machine gun on it looked intact. Andreas and Korek immediately prepared for battle. Just at this time, the ground began to tremble. In the distance came the roar of tank engines, the creaking sound of the running mechanism, and from time to time there was a huge metal friction. The two veterans knew that it might be the anti-tank turning. "Damn, when the attack just started, was that how the anti-people waited for our tanks?" Andreas said. "Correct, at that time, the largest tank they were waiting for was only the Type 4, which could be destroyed by hitting the weak point with an anti-tank gun. Now we are facing the enemy's iron bastard." As soon as the voice fell, an assault gun entered the field of vision of the two. Then came a row of assault guns, all with thick tubes. The assault gun stopped and raised the barrel. The next moment, the first wave of 152 mm howitzer direct fire came. Although Andreas and Korek's position was not exposed last night, a grenade still fell in the center of the position. After a while, Korek opened his eyes. After a brief moment of daze, he checked his body, hands, and feet, and then laughed hysterically. "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm not dead. I'm fine. Andreas, look." He turned his head to look for his partner, and found that he was not far away, so he went over and patted his shoulder. "I'm fine. How are you?" As soon as he exerted force, Andreas' body was pulled over, and it was incredibly light. Then Korek found that Andreas's lower body was gone, and his intestines drooped from his upper body and dragged on the ground. Andreas was probably dead. Korek left his comrade and covered his mouth. This big man sobbed for the first time. At this time he heard the ant language. He was shocked and made a decision in an instant. He took out his non-commissioned officer certificate and threw it away, and also tore off the sergeant major rank on his shoulder. Then Korek took the certificate from Andreas and put it in his pocket. Finally, he did not forget the matches in Andreas' pocket. After getting ready, he took a deep breath and whispered, "I am Corporal Andreas, I live in." Before he finished reading, the anti-soldiers crossed the sandbags. "Don't move, raise your hands. Surrender your guns and you won't be killed." Korek raised his hands, "I surrender. I joined the army during your counterattack, and I didn't kill any anti-people." Chapter 777 Death and Rebirth. December 5, Plozan Prisoner of War Center. Korek entered the room anxiously and sat opposite the two blue-hatted inquisitors. "Inquisitor, name?" Korek announced Andreas' full name, which he had jotted down on the way here. Inquisitor, where is home? Duchy of East Styria, Tilia. This is what Korek said personally when he first met Andreas. Because there were always letters from Eastern Styria, Kolek always remembered it well. Other than that, Korek had only heard scattered information in casual conversations. For example, Andreas has an older sister and a very young brother, and another example is the middle school he attended in Yamashita City. The judge glanced at the documents in front of him and asked bluntly, "Where did you first participate in the battle?" "Yeisk, we occupied the city and were attacked." Asking about the first time you participated in a battle, not the first time you retreated. The Inquisitor interrupted Korek, dissatisfied. "Korek, I don't remember clearly, but I clearly remember that we were attacked in the fog and had to withdraw from Yeisk." The judge was speechless, then raised his ID and looked at Korek for a few seconds. "Why is the photo on your ID so different from yours?" "Korek, the war changed me. I mean, I lost weight." The judge thought for a moment, muttered something in Ant, and then continued to ask, "What crime have you committed? Tell me honestly." "Korek, no, my direct superior, Sergeant Major Korek, kept telling me not to do anything excessive because it looked like we were going to lose the war." "Judge, this Sergeant Major is very enlightened. What about others?" Korek hesitated for a moment, but then replied firmly, "Dead." "Judge, do you know what crime he committed?" "When he was chatting with me, he said," Korek explained his crimes in detail, and finally said, "He kept saying that when the ant people who were tortured and killed by him came to him, he would be killed. They were sent to eternal hell to pay for their sins forever." The Inquisitor raised his head and stared at Korek, making him feel terrified. Finally, the judge lowered his head, picked up the seal, stamped the document, and said, "Andreas, 5 months of reform through labor." After speaking, he clapped the bell on the table. The door opened and a priest in black uniform entered the room. It was Stas. "Andreas," said the black priest, "I have a letter from you." Korek was stunned. "Priest, your hometown was liberated, and your sister and brother survived. They sent a letter a month ago, hoping that we can find you." After that, the black priest stepped forward, thrust a letter into Korek's hands, and then opened his handcuffs. Korek shakily tore open the envelope, and a photo fell out along with the letter. The photo shows a girl in her 20s and 70s, snuggling with a boy of 5 or 6 years old, with the burned ruins behind them. But the smiles on their faces fully demonstrated that the suffering was over. "Black priest, rising from the ashes, isn't it?" Korek stared at the photo, silent. "Priest in black, I thought you would cry with joy." "What?" Korek raised his head. "Oh, I can't believe it. I thought it was, right, do you know?" His own hometown, the hometown of Korek, came to his lips. The priest in black waited patiently with a kind expression. In the end, Korek still didn't say anything. "Nothing," he said, forcing a smile. "It's great to rise from the ashes. Where will I serve my sentence?" The judge on Ant's side said, "Your crime is relatively minor and you will be in the labor camp in Plosen. Your main task should be to clean up the ruins and crush the dilapidated buildings into sand for reconstruction." Korek nodded, "Okay. Inquisitor, you may leave, Corporal." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Korek put the letter away, clutched it and left the room, the black priest of Stas following behind him. After leaving the inquiry room, Korek raised his head and looked at the winter sun. "Priest in black, when spring comes, you can go home and our motherland will be liberated." "Yet," Korek murmured, "yet." 170 kilometers south of Prosenia, Castle Cody prisoner of war camp. The warden, Colonel Ferdinand, opened the door to the last prisoner of war dormitory, looked at the bewildered faces of the prisoners of war and said, "Okay, gentlemen, you are free." His Onsa had a strong Prasen accent, but the Allied prisoners of war in this dormitory understood him immediately. "What's going on?" Colonel Jack, one of the bosses of the prisoners of war, asked doubtfully. "The Allies are attacking. Auntie's troops are less than 20 kilometers away from here," Colonel Ferdinand said. "Colonel Jack, we heard on the radio a few days ago that the defense line was impregnable." Colonel Ferdinand just smiled, turned around, carried the big key disc, and staggered toward the castle tower where his office was located, as if he was walking in his own garden. The prisoners looked at each other, and finally rushed out of the dormitory, only to find that the doors of other dormitories were also opened. The prisoners from the Allied countries stared at each other. Most of the guards in the castle had disappeared, leaving only one person collecting clothes. Colonel Jack asked loudly in Plossin, "Where are the guards?" The guard who was collecting clothes looked up. "Ah? Home." "Colonel Jack, what?" "Home. Redwood." The guard also said something in Ansa. At this time, the leader of the anti-prisoners said in poor Ansa, "It is said that our troops are coming, but I don't know how it can progress so quickly." At this time, a gunshot was heard from the castle tower. The prisoners all fell to the ground at once. But everyone did not wait for the alarm, the warning shots of the machine guns, and the barking of the hounds. Colonel Jack got up, looked around, and found that the Plossin soldier who had just collected the clothes was gone. Everyone looked at each other, and then ran to the tower together. In the past, there were several locks to enter the tower, and ordinary prisoners could not get in at all, but now the prisoners had a smooth path all the way to the warden's office. Then everyone saw the warden lying backwards with a pistol in his hand. The bullet shot from the mouth went out from the back of the head, and the brain and blood covered the window behind the seat. The wind poured in from the hole left by the bullet. The prisoners looked at each other, and Colonel Jack stepped forward and began to look through the documents on the warden's desk. A prisoner said, "He is actually a good man and should wait for the ant army with us." No one answered, and the office with a bloody smell and unusual coldness was silent. Finally, Colonel Jack finished looking through the documents and said, "It seems that a whole group of Prasen people laid down their weapons and voluntarily gave up their positions. The ant people therefore marched straight in. If nothing unexpected happens, the vanguard of ant will arrive tomorrow." Someone asked, "Is it the Rokosov's troops?" The correct version can be read at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar first publishes a novel. 69 Book Bar read. No, it seems that Marshal Rokosov's troops are advancing towards Prozhenia. Colonel Jack glanced at the room. "Anyway, let's eat first." Cody Castle allowed the prisoners to make their own fires and cook, and even allowed the prisoners to brew wine, so there were several well-received chefs among the prisoners. Colonel Jack's idea was immediately approved by the chefs, and soon a sumptuous dinner was ready. The prisoners set up several long tables in the courtyard of the prisoner of war camp, and the sumptuous meals filled the tables. They also took out the brewed wine and sang and danced in the prisoner of war camp. There should be Prosen's anti-aircraft artillery units and other troops around, but in the end no one came to manage these prisoners. In the early morning of December 6, Colonel Jack and the leader of the anti-prisoners led a group of people around the sentry box at the entrance of the prisoner of war camp. They stayed in the cold wind all night. When Colonel Jack got up, he felt that his body was almost frozen. Just as he was moving his body, a roar came from afar. At first, it was just a low sound like thunder. After a while, the snow on the ground trembled, and then the snow on the trees began to fall little by little, and soon it turned into a heavy snow falling. Soon, the snow on the trees began to fall in pieces. If someone stood under the tree, they would be buried in the snow in an instant. The noise of the tank's running mechanism appeared in the roar. All the prisoners woke up, and when they stood up, the prisoners in the prisoner of war camp also rushed out and huddled together at the gate. Accompanied by a harsh sound of tracks rubbing against the ground, a round-headed tank appeared on the road leading to the prisoner of war camp, and the tank was full of anti-soldiers. All the soldiers were wearing cloaks, and even Colonel Jack knew that these were Auntie's elite, the guards. At first, the commander on the tank turret was still nervous and picked up the machine gun to shoot, and then he saw clearly that it was not the Prosan troops at the door. At this time, the prisoners of Ant became agitated, jumping up and shouting, "We are prisoners! Don't shoot!" The tank gradually approached and finally stopped in front of Colonel Jack. The commander asked loudly, "Are you all prisoners of war?" Colonel Jack taught himself the Ant language, because there was nothing to do in the prisoner of war camp except learning the language and playing rugby. The colonel replied, "We are prisoners of war. We were disbanded and went home from the beginning of the guard yesterday. There should be Prosan troops nearby, why didn't you hear the gunshots?" The commander, "They ran away too. Now only the Asgard knights will resist us. You continue to wait here. We don't have time to accommodate you. When the church comes up later, they will entertain you." At this time, the prisoners of war had surrounded the tank and stuffed all kinds of supplies into the hands of the anti-soldiers. The leader of the anti-prisoners said, "Tank Commander Davalich, give us weapons, we have to continue fighting the Prussian people. I know you must be outflanking Proshenia, let us also participate in this glorious battle." "Tank Commander, we do have extra weapons, and we are indeed short of junior officers. Can you accept being a company leader? I see you are not much of a colonel. We promise to complete the mission, as long as we can enter Proshenia, anything is fine." The prisoners of war from other countries looked at each other, and some raised their hands, "We also want to go to Proshenia. We can't miss the scene that ends the war." The commander spread his hands helplessly, "Actually, I can't decide this matter, but our brigade commander will be here soon, you can ask him for approval. We are going to move forward, please make way." The tank started again, and the prisoners who were freed had to make way. The commander saluted everyone, and then the tank full of infantry drove past the entrance of the prisoner of war camp and headed northwest. More tanks passed through the prisoner of war camp, and the anti-soldiers sitting on the tank body were all covered with medals on their chests. They didn't seem to be afraid of being calculated by the enemy's snipers. When the 10th tank passed, the anti-people began to sing. It was a cheerful song, as if it was about the love between a wandering young man and a young girl. In the chorus, the young anti-soldiers sang in unison. "Tanya. Tanyusha. Maya Takyana. Do you still remember that hot summer? I can't forget that time. That time I loved." On December 9, the anti-army's frontline headquarters was 51 kilometers away from the center of Proshenia. Because the frontline headquarters had not advanced for many days, Wang Zhong was bored these 2 days. Early in the morning, he paced back and forth in the headquarters, and when he stopped, he stared at the flames in the fireplace. "Pavlov, are you so impatient? When the troops occupied Proshenia, you had plenty of time to stroll around the city." "Wang Zhong, if I were walking at that time and met the captured Emperor Prosan, could I shoot him?" "Pavlov, that's definitely not possible, he was captured." Popov also chimed in, "His Majesty the Patriarch has issued instructions that lynching should not be used. All war criminals should be hanged after trial, and procedural justice should be upheld." Wang Zhong shook his head. Just then the phone rang, and Pavlov picked up the receiver. "General Command." "Got it." He held the receiver in his hand, covered the bottom with his palm, and said to Wang Zhong, "The 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Artillery Division occupied a position 14 kilometers from the city center." "Wang Zhong, so our artillery can reach the city center?" "Yes, it can bombard the palace of Emperor Prosen." Wang Zhong was overjoyed. "Okay. Start shelling immediately, enough shells." "Popov, will it destroy too many cultural relics? After all, they will be handed over to Prosen's Davarish. It's better to use less heavy firepower, right?" Wang Zhong, "No, the cultural relics were damaged. Blame those bastards who led the country of Prosen astray. We just want to reduce our casualties, it's not intentional. Let the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Artillery Division open fire. Chapter 778 Don Quixote. The position of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Artillery Division, 14 kilometers from the center of Prosonia. This is actually a residential area, but the napalm bombs dropped by the Figure 4 bombers a few days ago caused a fire, burning an entire area of wood and masonry houses, turning it into a white land. The 400 heavy artillery pieces and ammunition trucks of the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Artillery Division were arranged in this open space with an astonishing density. The smallest of these cannons has a caliber of 152 mm, and more than half are 203 mm before heavy howitzers. This heavy artillery is now called the Rokosov hammer. It is said that the captured Gustav train gun was also sent to the front line, but it was too troublesome to deploy, and the Front Army Artillery Headquarters rejected the proposal to use this heavy artillery. After receiving the order, the commander of the 1st Guards Artillery Division left the artillery command vehicle, walked all the way to the B4 heavy artillery, the oldest in the division, and climbed onto the cannon's tracks. Davarage. The division commander put his hand on the breech of the cannon and touched the last letter of the red word on the cannon. This is the first cannon named Rokosov's hammer. He was once in Lokato roar at the enemy in my husband's city. The division commander stopped and glanced at his subordinates' faces. There are many more veterans in the artillery force than in the infantry, and many of them have medals on their chests. 3 times it was broken. And 3 times it was repaired. He, like so many of us, fought the entire war. It roared to the Plozin in Luktov, to the Plozin in Arach, in Shepetovka, in Abavahan. And now here it is, in the heart of the Plozin Empire, roar at the enemy in the urban area of Prosonia, the capital of the empire. Davarisi. This is the sound of the cannon of victory, the thunder of revenge, the dawn of dawn, and the horn of victory. High explosive bombs, load! The artillerymen sprang into action, moving the projectiles from the carts to the loaders. The words "Avenge Aunt's Mother" were written in paint on the projectiles. 2 strong artillerymen worked together to push the shell into the barrel with a pusher, and then the propellant pack. Other cannons began to be loaded, and the shells had words written all over them. For Zoya, for Lilia, for my father, for Araki. Revenge of Steel was loaded into the barrel. The division commander announced the firing plan, the artillerymen began to turn the turntable, and the muzzle began to slowly rise. 400 artillery pieces raised their heads together. The division commander waited for the cannon to be raised until it was fired, and then turned to look at the supply depot next to him. The supply depot was crowded with Rokosov 2 tanks. The tank parked at the front hung a red flag. A dummy of Marshal Rokosov was installed on the turret. There were loudspeakers on both sides of the turret. The loudspeaker almost blocked the words on the turret, "Revenge of the Heroic Brother." Next to this tank, the words "All the way to the west" are painted on the turret of its wingman. This small area is not only an artillery position, but also a supply depot and a starting point for the tank troops to continue their advance. Now Ant's entire army was rushing forward, for fear that Prosonia would gain legs and run away. The division commander shouted, "Comrade tanker, can you please play some music?" The tank commander looked at the colonel standing next to the tank, who nodded and made a gesture. Then the solemn melody of Holy War sounded in the square. The division commander turned around, "Fire!" The sound of the cannon shook the earth, and the muzzle storm picked up the snow on the ground and blew it high into the sky. As the earth trembled and the mountains shook, the artillerymen shouted slogans and loaded new ammunition. Suddenly, the scream of rocket launchers came from not far away, like hundreds of banshees announcing their death. Vesely raised his head and looked at the traces of the shells streaking through the air. "How beautiful!" exclaimed the musician, "the arc of the artillery fire! Comrade Colonel!" Podolkov saluted Vesely, "We are ready to go." The captain of the train heading west also ran over, "We are also ready, Sukabu, we can't just give you an advantage this time." Vasily saluted the two men. Forward, Davarish. Plosen Palace Bunker, 300 meters from the center of Plosenia. The emperor was in a meeting. The imperial propaganda minister, the head of the imperial secret service, the imperial finance minister and a number of civil servants were all in the emperor's large office. The main military generals were also in the room, except for Field Marshal Selt, who had a seat because he was old and had bad legs. The other generals were standing. Even Grand Duke Meyer could only stand. His huge figure occupied a large space, making the originally large office seem a bit cramped. Emperor, I will not evacuate the capital of the empire. No. When we approached the capital of Ant, their emperor did not evacuate either. Reich propaganda minister, but their Tsar went mad and was executed by his own people. The emperor stopped and looked at the propaganda photo. The propaganda minister was not timid at all and looked directly at the emperor. You mean, I should die in that assassination, and then you can use my body to beg for mercy from the Allies, right? Is that what you mean? Promotional photo, I didn't mean that. But I want to remind you that since the 9th Army can revolt. That's a mutiny. The emperor interrupted the propaganda minister. The 9th Army has betrayed the people of Plosen, and all their families will be liquidated. How many have been executed now? Have they all been killed? The head of the Imperial Household Ministry replied, it is being processed, but the situation is very chaotic now. The rebels also burned the files in the National Archives, so it is very difficult to identify the traitor's family. You are a traitor too. The emperor slapped the table, you don't want to carry out this order. You still want to commute your sentence. At this time, the propaganda minister raised his voice, the 9th Army has been treated well, which shows that Ant is already planning for the war. They want to establish a secular Plosen, so that we can fight against the United Kingdom and the Carolingians. We easily defeated the United Kingdom and the Carolingian army. We have valuable experience. Ant needs our experience to deal with their future enemies. Your Majesty. As long as... Emperor, as long as I die, right? Propaganda photo, we will all die, but the people of Plosen will be saved, the army will be saved. Naiki. The emperor slapped the table, the people of Plosen have also enjoyed the fruits of our victory. They have also had the dream of a great Plosen. Now they have to pay the price with me. They can't just wait for our victory. When he said he was a big Plosian. The emperor looked at the Minister of the Interior, has the scorched earth policy been implemented? All heating equipment must be destroyed, all fuel and food must be burned, so that the Ant army has to feed these people to show their justice. This will drag down their logistics and buy us at least half a year. In half a year we will complete the atomic bomb, and the war will be rewritten. In fact, the Imperial Academy of Sciences had already reported that the critical mass of the atomic bomb might have been calculated incorrectly, but apparently the Emperor had forgotten this, or deliberately ignored it. Promotional photo, Your Majesty. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. The chandelier in the office began to swing, and the shadows of everyone in the room swayed from side to side. Fine gravel fell like raindrops, landing on everyone's hair and epaulets. The Emperor raised his head, and gravel immediately fell on his glasses. He asked with a glimmer of hope, is it thundering? However, the tremors became more severe, and everyone in the room was a little unsteady. Emperor, the enemy's artillery is coming? How is this possible? Has the artillery position advanced so close to us? Find out where the artillery fire comes from immediately. After saying this, the Emperor remembered that there was a phone on his desk. He picked up the phone and said, call the city defense headquarters. A moment later, the voice of the city defense commander, General Hope, came, I am Hope, Your Majesty, please speak. The bombardment is coming to my palace bunker. Where is your headquarters now? If the enemy's artillery force crosses the fortress of Niskdu East, I will know about it. Read the error-free version at 69 Book. 69 Chayuba publishes a novel for the first time. Read at Lihuju Book Bar. Emperor, they just crossed over. Listen, the sound of the earth shaking is the heavy artillery bombardment. Find out immediately where the artillery position is, and then send troops to destroy it. Hope paused visibly before replying, okay, I'll send the troops. The Emperor closed the phone, took a long breath, and said to everyone, Hope is unreliable. The enemy artillery has arrived here, and he is still in the fortress 20 kilometers away from the city center. This shows that he is a loser. Now we can only look at Steiner. He started gathering troops 2 weeks ago. As long as Steiner launches an attack, everything will be fine. The generals of Prasen looked at each other, and finally everyone's eyes fell on Marshal Celtic. The Celtic marshal loosened the button on his collar, as if this was the only way he could breathe smoothly, and then he said, Your Majesty, Steiner. The marshal's deputy took over the topic. Steiner did not have enough troops. He only collected 10 battalions and could not even make a splash. So he did not attack. With trembling hands, the emperor took off his glasses and placed them on the table. Everyone except the publicist, Kelt, and Meyer are out. Everyone looked at each other. The entire basement was still shaking. Finally, someone turned around and opened the iron door. The next moment, the generals and civil servants filed out, leaving only 3 of the emperor's closest confidants. Suddenly, the emperor roared angrily and smashed the pencil in his hand on the table, You are all traitors. After so many years, you have been holding me back. You only learned to eat with a knife and fork in military academies. I conquered the whole of Europa. Blitz is awesome. Now the situation has become like this. I should send all you capitulators to be shot, like Rokosov. The propaganda minister couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, Rokosov only shot 2 generals. Punishing the surrenderers was the work of the Inquisition. What difference does it make? If Siegfried were still here, I wouldn't have to rely on you losers. After saying that, the emperor slumped in his chair and was silent for a long time before saying, At least I sent my sister to the southwest, and she should have been captured by the Allied forces. This way my sister won't have to suffer Rokosov's murderous attacks and become his slutty wife. After speaking, the emperor fell silent again. The room was shaking constantly under the bombardment of heavy artillery, and the chandelier made a creaking noise as it shook, as if it would fall down at any time. I don't know how long it took, but the bombardment stopped, but the chandelier was still swaying from side to side, flickering from time to time due to unstable voltage. The emperor finally spoke, You go, the war has failed, we have failed, Prasen has failed. The 3 people in the room looked at each other in confusion. In the end, it was Grand Duke Meyer who turned around first and pushed the door open to go out. 2 others followed behind his fat body. Everyone outside the door looked at the 3 people uneasily. The typing secretary the emperor had just chosen covered her mouth and cried softly. Marshal Celtic, everyone can disband. The soldiers can leave Prosonia and go west to surrender to the Allies. However, Rokosov's left hook has already come over. The soldiers who broke through from the upper reaches of the Oder River, the troops are outflanking Prosonia. They are advancing very fast and can advance more than 60 kilometers per day. It's all about our highways. If you want to run, you must set off now. Several officers turned around without hesitation. But there are also people who don't budge at all. Celtic Marshal, don't stay, the enters will hang us. Finally, these people turned and left. Grand Duke Meyer drove his fat body through the corridor and the civil servants at a speed that was inconsistent with his body size, and disappeared into the door leading to the garage. Publicity photo, I'm going to try to contact the United Kingdom, maybe they will accept our political asylum. After saying that, he also left. The adjutant of the Celtic Marshal asked, Where are you, Marshal? Marshal, someone must sign the surrender document. Or do you think His Majesty will sign it? The adjutant shook his head. I can't believe that we would surrender earlier than the Fuzhou Empire. At this moment, the confidential secretary came out of the decoding room next door and saluted the last two people in the corridor. Marshal. A secret message from our military attaché in the Fuzhou Empire. The marshal was overjoyed. Did they surrender first? No, they are still preparing for a total of 100 million pieces of jade, but their last trump card, an aviation battleship converted from a Super Yamato-type battleship, was sunk by a special mission mixed fleet led by Admiral Tom at Cape No. Last week, the battleship Nagato was sunk by a submarine at the anchorage off Kure port. The two aviation battleships ISE Hyaga took the initiative to sit on the beach and became fixed forts. The Fuzhou Imperial Navy no longer has any large combat ships. Marshal Celtic sighed, damn it, I still let them survive until the end. The glorious Prosan's skills and fighting will are far better than the Fuzhou Empire. But in the end that's all, it's all over. At this time, a gunshot was heard in the room next to the Emperor's office. It seems that the Emperor's Chamberlain committed suicide. Marshal Celtic and his adjutant turned to look at the door behind them. However, the Emperor remained unmoved. Adjutant, what do you think His Majesty will do? Celtic Marshal, maybe he will put on his ancestral armor, ride on a white horse, and rush towards Ant's tank. After all, the Prosan royal family is a descendant of the Teutonic Knights. That would at least have some aesthetic appeal. Chapter 779 White Horse. December 12, Frederick Street in Prozenia. Filipov raised his right hand. Stop! Stop! His jeep braked, and the military convoy behind him stopped. Filipov got out of the car and carefully observed the road sign on the stone pillar, Frederick Street. Let me see. He took off the map board he had been carrying with him and checked the city street map on it. Thanks to the assistance of Stasas Davaraj, all officers of the Ant Army captain and above were issued detailed city maps, and the names of each street were marked in both Ant and Prozan. Frederick Street, here. We are close to the center of Prozan. Filipov put away the map and looked up at the heavy snow that was falling. His guard said, it's freezing cold, but I don't feel cold at all, Colonel Davilich. Filipov, me too, everyone. Come on, get some paint, write 10 kilometers from the city center on this road sign, and draw an arrow. Paint was soon brought, and bright red Ant language and a huge number 10 were written on the road sign. Filipov was about to get on the car when he heard the sound of horse hooves. He turned around and saw a group of cavalrymen on white horses coming along the road, with the leading knight wearing a marshal's uniform. For a moment he thought Marshal Rokosov had come, but then he realized that it was Vasily's fake brigade. As long as the coats of this team were worn backwards, they would become fake marshals' uniforms, and if one died, another would immediately take over. This tactic was actually very ridiculous, and Filipov was very skeptical about its effectiveness. But Vasily was very good at making fake mines with picklekin lids or deceiving people with fake corpses. Filipov recalled the year when the war just broke out, when Luchtov was showing off his pickles, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, the team of White Horse Knights ran to the side of the convoy, and suddenly the door of the building next to the road sign opened, and 8 Prosen soldiers raised their hands and weapons above their heads and filed out. The rider who played Rokosov reacted quickly and shouted to Filipov, "Capture them, Major!" Filipov immediately gave the order, and then remembered that he should salute the marshal and hurriedly made up for it. Fortunately, the surrendering Prosen people were all attracted by the marshal and didn't even look at Filipov, the little pawn. Filipov heard the Prosen prisoners whispering, "Marshal Rokosov will really charge at the front line. Much better than our generals who hide in the back. Yes, look at the Air Force Commander Grand Duke Meyer, can he still get on the plane? The key is that his uniform is still spotless at this time. Haven't you heard? Rokosov is immortal after being canonized. If he wants, he can kill us one by one. Come on, How is it possible? I heard that Rokosov was originally 66 twins, a total of 66 identical people. Whoever gets his turn will be the marshal. Your idea sounds more reasonable. At this time, the anti-soldier who didn't understand Prosan shouted, "Quiet! What are you arguing about?" So the prisoner's whispers disappeared. Filippov felt a little regretful. He really wanted to continue listening to what these people said about Marshal Rokosov. Unexpectedly, Vasily's trick worked again. This dung collector is an expert in this area. He should not be a musician, but a magician, performing magic in the Grand Theatre every day. The cavalry had already passed the convoy and moved forward. Filippov said to the sergeant who had just asked the prisoners to be quiet, "Keep an eye on them and wait for Stas to receive them." The sergeant's face was crooked. "You can't do this, Commander. We also want to go to Proshenya." "Filippov, you are standing on the land of Proshenya. In the future, you can proudly tell your sons and grandsons that you invaded Proshenya." "Sergeant, this is different, right? I think there should be something special to do." Filippov pointed to the place where the Prussian people hid. The building where the prisoners were hiding was the only relatively intact building nearby. "You can write on the building, write where you are from, and if any relatives or friends died in the war. There is half a bucket of red paint here, write it." The sergeant looked at the prisoners and then at the wall of the building. "Okay, I'll do as you say, Regimental General Davilich." Filippov saluted and patted the driver's seat. "Drive." So the regiment's convoy once again headed towards the center of Proshenya, the Botenbug gate in front of the Prozan Palace on the central axis. Not long after the convoy started, it encountered a group of military academy students taking pictures on the ruined streets. Filippov asked loudly, "Why did you run to the front line? Now Auntie should not need to pull military academy students to fill the front line." When Filippov asked, the driver was very smart to stop the car in front of the students' queue. The captain who led the team answered, "Take the outstanding students to experience the process of occupying Prothenia." As soon as the captain finished speaking, the students behind him shouted, "We spent a lot of time thinking about the top 30 to get this place." "Filippov, what's the use of the top 30? You have to pass all the subjects and get the last place, that's amazing." The captain complained, "Stop saying that, Comrade Major, now everyone in the military academy is changing their ways to get the last place in the exam, and their scores are lower than the others. It is obvious that they have learned the courses very well, and each one has mastered them better than the other. One exam was filled with intentionally wrong questions, and all the results were terribly ugly. That's why the school came up with the idea that the top 30 people in the exam can personally attack Proshenya." Filippov laughed. The students also laughed. "Filippov, are you still singing Tanya, Tanyusha, my Tatiana now?" One of the students, "No more singing. We will sing Dark-Eyed Girl now." Filippov, "Oh? How to sing?" The students looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on a tall and thin young man. "The major asked me to sing, just sing a part, Elisha." "Yes, the major is wearing a gold star. Their troops also have capes. They must be great fighting heroes. Just sing a song." So the young man sang. "One summer, when it was dawn, I looked at my neighbor's house. I saw a dark-skinned girl picking baskets of grapes. I couldn't help but blush, and I felt flustered. I wanted to speak to her. 'Please come to the river and let's welcome the dawn together.' Hey, 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 the green maple trees are rustling, and I don't know where to put my hands and feet in front of you. Green maple tree, dense maple tree, I want to sing for you." Filippov, "I seem to have an impression that a heroic destroyer group also likes to sing this song. Their leader is nicknamed the Conductor." "Really?" The students were delighted. "Can we meet the leader?" "Of course, I'll write you a letter of introduction." Suddenly, one student reacted, "Ah, the major wants to trick us back into the safety of the Air Force Base. He is afraid that we will die in Prosonia. We are not afraid. We are the 30 people with the best military skills in the school. We can destroy any enemy we encounter. Yes, maybe I can catch the last train and get a gold star. The students all became excited when they mentioned Venus. The captain who led the team sighed, "It's another gold star, Comrade Major. These people have sneaked away many times in order to secretly perform meritorious service and get gold stars. If you really wrote a letter of introduction, I would like to thank you. I can finally bring them in. Go back to a safe place." Filipov took out his pen and said, "I'll write now." "Don't!" some students screamed. Suddenly, a student shouted, "Look, Marshal Rokosov! Filipov, that's our psychological warfare unit. Marshal Rokosov has been held down. His headquarters has been parked 41 kilometers away from here for more than 2 weeks. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, take a look." As he was talking, the sound of music came. There was no doubt that it came from the Rokosov Type 2 tanks equipped with loudspeakers of the psychological warfare unit. The sound of music even drowned out the roar of the tank. If the ground hadn't been shaking, Filipov wouldn't have been able to feel the approach of the tank. Soon, the Rokosov Type 2 tank with the dummy standing upright appeared. The commander asked Filipov loudly, "Have you seen the revenge of the heroic brother?" Filipov turned around and saw all the way west written on the tank's turret. "Commander, Sukkabule, we let Proson's mine blow up the track. It took 6 hours to repair it, but the revenge of the heroic brother disappeared. Filipov, the forward battalion of our regiment is with it, rushing towards the center of Prosonia, the Buddenberg Gate. Do you want me to call them by radio?" "No need, just keep walking along the avenue and we will definitely catch up." With that, the tank roared past the convoy at the regiment headquarters. When passing by the students, several students looked at each other, and then they saw that the student who was their leader asked, "Why are you not accompanying the infantry?" "We were repairing the car, but the infantrymen were in a hurry and went forward first." As soon as he finished speaking, the 30 students rushed forward with a roar and scrambled to climb onto the tank. The captain leading the team, "No. You are doing this to write an inspection. No, you need to be engaged in military law." The student leader said, "We saw friendly forces in need of help, so we took initiative." "Yes. Ask Marshal Rokosov, he will definitely agree with our approach. He will even give us medals." When the captain saw that the students could not be moved, he turned to Filipov and said, "You should talk about them, Comrade Major. Filipov, you may not know that I am an old subordinate of the marshal. I have been fighting under the marshal since Lktov. My good friend Vesely is the adjutant of the marshal and is now the head of the psychological warfare unit. But I am familiar with the marshal. You are right, the marshal will laugh, praise you for a job well done, and then award you with medals." The students were overjoyed. The commander of the vehicle heading west cursed, "Sukkabule, with so many people coming up, if the enemy has a 20mm machine gun aimed at us, the tank will be fine, but you will all be finished." "Student, isn't this a marshal's dummy? The enemy will definitely be frightened and surrender as soon as they see it." Filipov raised his eyebrows, thinking of the Prosens who had surrendered when the group of people on white horses passed by just now. Maybe, that's really the case. He suddenly laughed and muttered, "I wonder how many old soldiers of Plossen will be scared to death if the real marshal comes to the front line. The veterans of the Asgard Knights who are still resisting are basically afraid of the marshal as long as they have been on the Eastern Front. The loop is closed." At the same time, the frontline headquarters of the Ant Army is 51 kilometers away from the center of Plossen. As soon as Wang Zhong touched the door handle, Pavlov shouted, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the toilet." Wang Zhong turned around and said, "Do I need someone to follow me to the toilet? Or do you want me to poop here?" "Ah! Do you want to come with me? Pooping together shows our friendship. Pavlov, Sergeant Gregory, follow the marshal. If he poops, you poop too. If he runs to the front, you follow him. Wang Zhong, you don't believe me. Besides, the headquarters has no idle vehicles now. In order to prevent me from going to the front, you even sent away the tanks of the headquarters guard regiment. Don't you know why I did this? Popov also said, well, if the progress is fast, the troops will reach the city center today. Once the enemy is eliminated, you can swagger in. Wang Zhong, won't it be too late? I mean, my poop. After that, he walked out. Sergeant Gregory followed him. Here's the paper, Marshal. The Marshal took the paper. Thank you. Sergeant Gregory, actually, there are still cars left. Wang Zhong, forget it, I still hope that the bald guy will organize an attack on the Fuzhou Empire. I can't let him go home to hug his children. That's it. Gregory, really? In fact, I think Colonel Vasily's strategy is very effective. Maybe if you go to the front line now, you can really scare the last stubborn enemy to death. Wang Zhong thought it was not that exaggerated. I just think that relying on my own hostility perception should ensure safety, and I don't want to scare the enemy to death. After all, I'm not really an angel of the Emperor who can chop a tank with one knife. Even if there is psychic power in this world, it is mild psychic power and low magic level. Thinking like this, Wang Zhong took the paper and walked out of the headquarters. Then he saw a white horse jumping over the wall of the headquarters. Yes, a 2-meter-high wall was jumped over by a white horse. Wang Zhong, fuck you, is this really a low magic world? Bucephalus landed lightly, flipped his hooves, and then ran to Wang Zhong happily, biting the roll of paper in Wang Zhong's hand, and only a paper core was left in a few bites. Sergeant Major Gregory, if you ask me, this is the manifestation of Saint Andrew, Comrade Marshal. Chapter 780, Marshal and Number 039, S. Military Power. Wang Zhong patted the neck of Bashi Hazazel, and looked back at the door of the headquarters. At this time, the breeder of Basaharis drove the jeep and entered the headquarters and shouted, Marshal! Your horse ran away again. Ah, it has arrived? We didn't catch up with it. Grand Crusades, my transportation is here too. Wang Zhong thought about it, turned over and found that there was no whip. However, Basahal's does not seem to need a whip, it knows when to stop. Wang Zhong grabbed the reins, and before he kicked his stomach, he ran up with his legs and jumped directly over the car pole in front of the command. Go to the west. Go to the city center of Prosnia. Wang Zhong shouted. The white horse was hissing, sprinting his legs to the west. When Wang Zhong heard the sound of the engine behind him, he saw that the senior sergeant of Grijalai and the senior soldiers with 3 armed soldiers drove the jeep. Basilos also looked back at the jeep, and disdained his pace. The road is full of troops to enter Provenia. Wang Zhong shouted to the troops of the roadside, Davari. The striker is less than 10 kilometers away from the city center. The soldiers turned around, and a Chinese scholar joked, why do you have only one person? Isn't it that your fake marshals are in a group? Well, the things that Vasily's psychological war troops do have no secrets on their own side. I don't know how long the proofs can be cheated. But now the trees of Procyon are scattered, and I don't feel that Vasily's drama is needed. Wang Zhong thought about these, running next to the army, and the jeep followed by the latter raised a lot of soil and snow. Suddenly, someone in the army shouted, hey, look at the sergeant on the jeep, there are 2 Venus. There are not many infantry who can get 2 Venus. One of them is the patriarchal head of the marshal. The crowd hurriedly turned to see, but the jeep of the Grand Senior Grijalai had already drove forward, and could only see his tail. The soldiers immediately discussed. Is it Marshal himself? Indeed, we just passed the headquarters, this horse came from there. The deception troops should be in the front. It's broken, it's a real thing. Seeing the situation of the army's incense, the troops shouted, "Davery, Marshal has run in front, we can't fall behind. Run go!" A big gang began to rush. The general headquarters, 51 kilometers from the center of Prosnia. He ran again. Pavlov raised his head. "How did you run? Did the plane landed directly in front of the chief commander? I didn't hear the engine sound." The head of the guards who came to the report was embarrassed. The marshal's white horse skipped the wall and ran to the marshal. "We felt that this seemed to be San Andrew showed saint, busy praying, not stopping." Pavlov, "Did you pray not to stop or do you want to stop?" Guard head, "Allah, no, it is prayer and not stopped." Pavlov sighed, "Okay, if he died in the battle that captured Prosnia, it would be considered a romantic atmosphere. Poperv, but if he survives, everyone will only call him Saint Rakosov in the future." Pavlov nodded, "Yes." "Popapov, have you gone to pick? Although I am not proficient in military, as the third place in the command sequence, I barely can support the new chief of staff." Pavlov, "How could I pick a child at this time? What if I have a good situation because of my good situation? What should I do?" Poperv, "Yeah, you make sense." Pavlov, "But the commander of the commander must be treated seriously to run ahead. Even if he comes back alive, he should review the people of the country." "Yeah, yes," Popov nodded again and again, "you say it makes sense." At the same time, in southwestern Pros, Ziegfei flying defense line. The troops of the 3rd Infantry Division of the United Nations have been blocked in front of the line of defense for 3 days. General Gary, the head of the division, is asking for a colonel. General Garuis, "Mr. Colonel, do you know, Anti is about to occupy your capital Prosnia immediately." Colonel replied in Sasa, "Of course we know." General Garuis, "Why don't you surrender directly? Don't you worry about the 8 retaliated?" Colonel, "Of course worry." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. General Garuis, "You only answered the second question, the first question? Why not surrender? The royal family of the United Kingdom, and the relationship between your Prufson's royal family, half a century ago, the Queen of the United Kingdom half a century ago, the Queen of the Kingdom a century ago, still your Emperor's cousin." Colonel, "What about that? There is no hindering the joint kingdom to stab the knife to us. The Anders may retaliate, but they defeat us, and you are our men. Even now, you have no way to break through yet. Our line of defense. No, the glorious Prosan army will surrender to the defeat of defeat." General Garui said angrily, "This is simply unreasonable. The Anders can defeat you, and it also depends on the supplies delivered by our Lianzhong kingdom. In that case, you should be more powerful with more supplies from the United States." The colonel responded calmly, "But I don't feel that. The unit I belong to is considered a second-line unit in Plassen. There are not many veterans in the unit who have returned from the Eastern Front purgatory, but we can still stop you here." The general was silent for a few seconds, threw down a sentence, "Let's see what information we can get," turned around and left the interrogation room and lit a cigarette outside. The division chief of staff came to him and said, "It is said that until the second year of the invasion of Ant, the Prosan people looked down on the Ant people, so they insisted on maintaining heavy troops on the western front to guard against the Allied landing." General, why do you mention this? Now the facts have become like this. The higher UPS should probably consider using negotiations to get Ant to agree to divide and occupy Prosan equally. Especially Leonard of the United Kingdom, he must want this. Chief of Staff, a huge secular Prosan, Prime Minister Leonard will never be able to sleep well in his life. General Gary, I think he has more to worry about than this. It is said that there are already many secular believers among the senior staff of the United Kingdom. You talk as if there are no secular believers in the United States. Bucephalus ran all the way, causing Wang Zhong's buttocks to hurt like hell. Riding a bicycle for a long time will make your buttocks tired and painful, let alone riding a horse. When Bucephalus ran, his steps were very large, causing the saddle to bump far beyond imagination. When there were only 25 kilometers left, Wang Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. After confirming that there were no hostile targets around, he pulled the reins hard and asked Bucephalus to stop. The jeep following behind also stopped immediately. Gregory asked loudly, "What's wrong? Your butt can't stand it." Wang Zhong nodded, got off the horse and covered his butt and grinned. There were still troops marching on the road, but most people thought Wang Zhong was a substitute created by Vasily's psychological warfare headquarters. However, when Wang Zhong stopped, people passing by him began to find something wrong. "Hey, why do you look so much like Marshal Davarish in the newspaper?" the passing veteran asked puzzledly. "Wang Zhong, because I am Marshal Rokosov, and this horse is my mount, Bucephalus." The old soldier was stunned. "Really? People have to say that?" The second-class soldier next to the old soldier joked, "Otherwise, what if the Prosan people hear it? The Prosan people know that the marshal that makes them terrified is actually a fake, so they are not afraid of the marshal." "No, I won't make a mistake, this is the marshal in the photo." "Marshal Davarish, please give instructions." "Wang Zhong, keep going, target Prozenia." "Yes." The old soldier saluted and followed the troops forward. The soldiers who passed by Wang Zhong behind him all looked at Wang Zhong with admiration, and some of them even changed their gun-holding posture to a gun salute. "No mistake, one sentence, one content, 1-6, one book, one bar, take a look." Wang Zhong rested for a while, drank some water, then got on the horse and continued to gallop towards Prozenia. In fact, at this time, satellite cities with dense buildings could be seen on both sides of the road. Stas has taken over part of the city, and members of Stas can be seen patrolling the streets. These people obviously haven't seen Wang Zhong's photo, so they completely treat Wang Zhong as a fake. When passing the central square of a village, Wang Zhong saw Stas and people from the anti-secular church distributing food, so Wang Zhong stopped and asked the anti-priest next to the big pot, "How is the situation of the people in Prosan?" The priest replied, "It's very bad. Many people haven't eaten meat for a long time, and the only vegetables are cabbage." At this time, the Skitarii soldier next to him said, "These people, although they eat rotten food and all the metal objects in their homes have been taken away, they still have more things left than us. It can be seen that they are much richer than us. Why do they invade us?" "Wang Zhong, I'm going to ask their emperor this question now, and I will publish the answer in the newspaper." "Skitarii soldier, you said this as if you are the real Marshal Rokosov. Aren't you just a substitute for the psychological warfare unit?" Wang Zhong thought, even the Skitarii soldiers knew about this, and it seemed that the regular army of Prosan also knew about it. But Vasily did not report the failure of the plan. That is to say, even if the enemy knew there was a fake Rokosov, they were still afraid. "Maybe if I had charged earlier, Prozenia could have been taken many days earlier." Wang Zhong gently kicked Bucephalus's belly, and the white horse ran again. It left the village and rushed to a high ground next to the village. The main urban area of Prozenia opened up in front of Wang Zhong, directly occupying almost the entire horizon. Dozens of thick smoke rose from the urban area and reached the sky. Wang Zhong suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves beside him. He turned his head and saw Crown Prince Ivan riding a maroon dawn horse, slowly walking towards him, and the old Duke Rokosov riding the black horse at home. The two stopped beside Wang Zhong and looked at the burning Prozenia with him. Then Wang Zhong heard a familiar voice, "General, it's Prozenia." Yakov ran past Bucephalus, stopped in front of his horse, and pointed to the city in the distance. "We are finally here." The cold wind blew, and the end of the scarf that Yakov gave Wang Zhong around his neck fluttered in the wind. The next moment, Wang Zhong saw the members of the first generation 422 crew supporting each other, appearing behind their 3 horses, standing side by side with Sergeant Major Gregory in his car. There was also Elisha, who died and looked off. He held the hand of the girl he loved and stood side by side in the afternoon sun and on the snow. Wang Zhong felt something and took out a notebook full of names from his pocket. In fact, since the first notebook was full, Wang Zhong stopped recording names because he couldn't remember them all, no matter how many notebooks were used. There were many people who didn't know where they died or how they died. The moment Wang Zhong opened the notebook, he saw thousands of people who died standing behind him, like an army of undead who were summoned. This army was endless and covered the entire field. Suddenly, a gust of wind came with flying snow all over the sky, which fascinated Wang Zhong's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the army of undead disappeared, and only the scarf from Yakov was still swaying in the wind. Sergeant Gregory, Marshal. Wang Zhong, I'm fine. I had some hallucinations, no, some beautiful imaginations. I imagined that those who sacrificed, those unknown heroes, are now with us. Gregory, if this is true, that would be great. Wang Zhong, yes, if this is true, that would be great. As he said this, he gently pinched Bucephalus's belly, and the white horse raised its front hooves high, howled to the sky, and then ran down the mountain, heading towards Prosenia. Gregory hurriedly jumped on the jeep and followed the white horse down the mountain. The sound of the jeep's engine made Wang Zhong hallucinate again. He heard thousands of troops following him. Wang Zhong shouted loudly, "Alai!" It was obviously just one person and one horse, plus a jeep, but it had the momentum of 1,000,000 troops. On the afternoon of December 13, 1917, Marshal Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov rushed into the Prosenia he had been thinking about. The bunker of the Prozan Palace. Emperor Prozan suddenly opened the door of his office. Marshal Celtic and his adjutant who were in the corridor looked at the emperor in surprise. The marshal mistakenly thought that the emperor was going to see off the body of his court supervisor, and said, "We are tidying up his appearance." "Emperor, no, I want to go to the ground." "What?" "The enemy has just finished the bombardment, and there are many fires in the palace." "The fire brigade is." "Emperor, I want to go to the ground and sit on my throne. I feel that Rokosov is coming to me." "Giles, come with me." Marshal Celtic and his adjutant were both shocked and looked at the emperor in horror. The emperor's eyes were focused, as if Giles, the red-haired best friend, was standing in the focus. The emperor walked forward in square steps. Chapter 781 Marshal and Number 039, S. Justice. The column of the Psychological War Command of Vasily was on the streets of the king. As a result, I saw a red flag and a horn-equipped Rokosov Type 2 tank stopped at the center of the crossroads. "That's the tank of our headquarters, just open it to see which car is," Vasily said. The jeep immediately accelerated. As soon as I ran to the tank, Vasily laughed when I saw the text on the tank, "Why are you?" Captain cried and lost his face, "Colonel Davary, we don't want to. But this seems to be cursed. You see us entering the city and stepping on the landmine 3 times. Now the car broke down again. In this virtue, you see the killing ring on the gun tube, and all of them are not killed in key battles. It seems that as long as it is not a key battle, the curse on our body will fail. Vasily, you can also get into Prosnia, and you don't miss the final battle. You say this." The chief of the car still frowned. We were entering the city. As a result, a Prosan devil was not seen. The machine guns were shot without driving. "How much did we bring when we entered the city?" "How many?" The driver immediately opposed, "No, we fired a cannon and exploded the roadblocks on the road." "Okay. I drove a barrier." The chief of the car sighed, "We picked the barricades as the fruit of the turret." "Lusha, paint. Vasily, okay, I use radio to call for maintenance camp." It's useless, we have called it, the maintenance camp is busy repairing other tanks, and a repair car can't be drawn. The revenge of the hero brother is placed together, and they will say, ah, these are two cars serving in a troops, one who has participated in all the key battles, and the other missed all the ones. Key battle. Vasily was about to speak, and his deputy patted his shoulder. Look at it, is that our fake Rokosov? What? Vasily turned back, and then looked at the deputy's fingers, looking like, but why is he alone? How can this be killed immediately to deceive the enemy? Discipline. Vasily jumped out of the car and came to the middle of the road. Look at me to stop him, train hard. White Horse rushed all the way to Vasily's. What's going on? Vasily shouted, if you say you can't act alone, you will not be allowed to wear the martial military costume when you act alone. Give me it. The White Horse Cavaliers stopped and said to Vasily, Vasily, can't find the north to be promoted to the school? I think you want to continue to pick dung. As soon as he heard the voice of the person, Vasily shrank his neck, broken, why are you genuine? Marshal Rokosov, of course I am a genuine, but the last blow to Prosnia, but I can't miss me. Bring your troops, we continue to move forward. Oh. Vasil nodded and gave up the way. White Horse immediately sprinkled his legs and ran forward. On the jeep behind the White Horse, the chief of the Grogan sees Colonel Vasily with a bad smile while saluting Colonel Vasily. Vasily climbed into a jeep and murmured, how can it be a genuine? Driver, commander, what should we do? Follow up, Marshal has entered, can we still stay behind? So the jeep car started, chasing the jeep of the former Marshal follower, and the entire psychological war force commander team followed the car of Vasily, and the group followed the Marshal. The head of the car all the way patted the tip of the turret with his hand, don't go. You get out of my car, I will go. Hey! Don't go! Do not repair my car. Filippov took the group into a relatively well-preserved steel concrete building and found that it was actually a house. From the perspective of decoration, it should be Proson's noble or rich. He climbed up to the highest floor and opened the door, and found that the room was full of furniture that looked expensive. That huge dining table, Filippov never seen it in the manner of Marshal Rokosov. Essence. Filippov's staff opened the cabinet by the wall and immediately shouted, this family has so many silverware and iron. Obviously, did we break into the house of senior proven officials? Generally, the iron of the Proson family is taken away, and the recycled iron and rare metals are used to make ammunition and weapons. There are so many iron in this family, and the status is definitely unusual. At this time, a Proson woman pushed the door and entered the room with a rectangular tray, with 6 cups of coffee on the plate. Women said in Pronozen, I invite you to drink coffee. Filippov, thank you. Staff, there are coffee in her family. The garters of the Youth League replied, looking at her clothes, my mother didn't wear such good clothes. Filippov, Marshal forbids us from robbery civilians, and people have invited us to drink coffee. When Prosian builds a secular country, they become our devarie. Drink coffee, Vanya. The guard took out his own kettle, what does it mean to drink coffee, let's order this, Major Devarie. Filippov, good guy, you still brought wine. The priest knows, you have to punish you to get dung. Vanya, put up dung, your friends who are dung, now you are all the way. Filippov smiled. Vanya picked up a cup of coffee and poured it in the hostess's potted plant, let it grow up quickly. Then he opened his kettle, poured the liquid inside in the coffee cup, and handed it to Filippov. Filippov took a drink, and it was a pure ant vodka. Oh, he said, if you know proven, you can get a lot of money to sell this to Stas. Vanya, okay, after all, there are only beer like horse shurized in the local tavern. Come on, you also drink. Speaking of, Vanya picked up another cup, poured coffee into the potted plant, poured into the wine and handed it to the staff. The group took a few drinks like this, and then Filipov sat into the sofa with his buttocks, pulled out the piano, and blew the song in the new military song that was received before the attack. Vanya cleared her throat, and sang with the melody of the harmonica. We haven't rest for a long time. He has no time to go all the way, he takes care. Once the first half of the Yoruba is behind. Tomorrow is the last battle, the most cruel battle. But I want to go back to Auntie's motherland. Seeing my mother for many years. I want to go back to Auntie's motherland. See my hometown for a long time. Others sang the second paragraph together. In the past 3 years, Prasan devils have never made me comfortable. In the past 3 years, hard sweat has remitted Jiang He. I want to fall in love with a good girl. There is no smell of smoke. I eager to touch the land of the motherland. There is no cold landmine in the dirt. Just when everyone was chorus, the bell rang. Filipov put down the piano and grabbed his pistol, looking back at the hostess who was about to answer the phone. The hostess asked, "Can you pick it up?" Filipov thought for a while and nodded, "Take it." The hostess picked up the phone and answered in Prosian, "William, who are you? Urban Defense Command? Hello Commander. What? Do you ask me if there is Auntie here? Of course, what are they doing? They are singing, Commander, I don't understand, but it seems to be a sad song." After a short pause, the hostess asked doubtful, "Are you the Commander-in-Chief of Prosan's Urban Defense, or Auntie's Urban Defense Commander?" Filipov thought that the hostess was very humorous as a Radisson. At this time, the hostess put down the phone and turned back to Filipov. He hung up the phone angrily, and it looked like Prosian's Urban Defense Commander. Filipov, the commander of the city defense, personally called to confirm where we were advancing, indicating that the Prosan's command and communication system have been finished. Davary, don't rest, and then work harder, we have to work harder. Take down Prosian. As soon as the words fell, it was said that the soldiers opened the door and said, "Marshal Rakosov is coming to us along the street." Filipov was shocked. What? Marshal Rakosov is coming along the street? Filipov immediately rectified the whole army and ran downstairs. As soon as he arrived on the street, he saw Marshal Rakosov riding a white horse and ran along the street. Filipov. He stopped in front of Filipov. What's wrong? Start to enjoy the blessing? Continue to move forward, Davary. Yes. Marshal continued to urge the horse forward, a lot of vehicles followed him. Filipov actually saw Vesely, and the latter continued to do gestures, "Quick, catch up. You don't want to miss the most important ending of the war." Filipov scolded in his heart, "Of course I don't want to." He climbed up the jeep and urged the driver, "Drive, hurry up. Can't get slower than the dung." Podoliskov opened the intersection for his heroic revenge and opened a wide street. When he looked north, he saw a door with a familiar look. "That's right, it's the Benberg door we have seen before the offensive." Podoliskov excitedly shouted. "It is the palace behind it, next to the capital, and the Pronozan emperor from the door." "The statue," Captain said excitedly, "that's great. We raised the statue of a gun so that Stas's Davary would save it again with manpower." Podoliskov laughed, "Just do this, the concrete invades the bombs." At this time, the infantry behind the tank suddenly became noisy. "Is that Marshal? Fake it." The fake one is a cluster action, then one person. Also follow a lot of vehicles. Podoliskov turned his head in doubt and saw a white horse riding a dust. He couldn't help but open his mouth. The name of revenge for the hero brother is from the Marshal. Even if it is so far, Podoliskov sees it clearly, and the white Marshal is immediately in white. There is also the white horse, except for Marshal's Mount Basahalis, no other horses can have such a king's style. Podoliskov raised his right hand to salute, "Marshal Davary, pay tribute to you." Marshal Rokosov passed by the tank and shouted, "Podoliskov, I remember you and your brother. Come on, let's take revenge on the culprit. Forward." "Yes." Podoliskov picked up the microphone. "Forward. Gunner, aren't you going to blow up the sculpture?" Podoliskov, "No. It's just a stone statue, use the tank to knock it down." Rokosov too is not for show. The tank started and forced its way behind the marshal, squeezing all the vehicles behind. The accompanying infantry was in high spirits and shouted, "The marshal is charging in person. Kill!" Originally, the enemy's firepower was quite strong, and everyone was relying on bunkers to advance alternately. When the marshal appeared, everyone came out of the bunker. The veterans were still awake and shouted, "Throw smoke bombs! Throw as far as you can!" In the chaos, the revenge for the heroic brother rushed to the statue of Emperor Prosen. "Turn the turret 15 degrees to the right," Podolskov ordered. So the barrel just missed the statue. Without this order, the barrel would have hit the little jiji of the statue of Emperor Zaprsin like a lance. Then the front armor of the tank hit the statue. The Rokosov II was more than 10 tons heavier than the Rokosov I, but its mobility was not reduced. The impact of this behemoth running at full speed was terrible. At the moment of impact, the base of the statue broke, and then the whole statue fell forward. Podolskov retreated into the turret and closed the hatch. The shattered statue hit the armor of the tank. When he opened the hatch again, he had a lot of effort to push it open, and then he saw the stone head of Emperor Zaprsin stuck on the base of the anti-aircraft machine gun. "Sukabuli!" Podolskov hurriedly threw the thing off the tank. "Bad luck. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look." Then he looked up to find the marshal, but found that there was smoke everywhere and he couldn't see anything. "Podoliskov, it's bad, the marshal is gone." The driver replied, "The marshal must have gone straight to the palace. I know the way. Run over the statue, rush through the gate, and go straight to the palace. Then go forward. The target is the enemy's palace." The tank engine roared, passed the half-remaining statue base, rushed through the Botenbag gate, passed in front of the capital, and went straight to the palace. Emperor Plasen walked into the empty audience hall. The palace guards were still faithfully performing their duties, following him into the hall and setting up defenses behind the pillars and furniture. The emperor ignored them, walked straight up the long steps, and sat on the throne. He glanced at the side, and the seat that should have been the queen's was empty. The imperial sister would sit in this position before, but now the imperial sister has been sent to the southwest of the empire, and the troops protecting her may have surrendered to the allies. Then the emperor turned his head and looked at the chair for the prime minister on the platform slightly lower than the throne. "Gil Ace, you sit there," he said. The palace guards looked at their emperor in horror. But the emperor stared at the imaginary Gil Ace. The illusion spoke, "I'm right beside you, I'm not going anywhere." The emperor nodded, "Okay, let's face our fate." As soon as the voice fell, the explosion occurred, and the door of the audience hall was blown away directly. The smoke and dust filled most of the room at once, and were blown towards the throne by the wind, blinding the emperor's eyes. He rubbed his eyes desperately until they were full of tears, and then he barely opened his eyes. The sunlight shone in from the hole that used to be the door, and it dazzled the emperor's eyes. He raised his hand to block the sunlight, and then he saw the silhouette of a tall knight. At that moment, the emperor remembered what those crazy Prosen soldiers had said. He rode a white horse and came from the darkness. The Marshal of Ant, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, rode a white horse and entered the audience hall of Emperor Prosen with his head held high. The horse's hooves left mud marks one after another on the red carpet. The white horse walked slowly, but was extremely firm, as if it foreshadowed that the fate of Prosen's demise could not be stopped. The marshal on the white horse ignored the muzzle of the palace guards and raised his chin. The guard officer finally reacted and shouted, "Aim!" The next moment, a huge tank appeared behind the white horse and directly smashed the walls on both sides of the gate. The red flags and slogans on the tank stung the emperor's eyes. Then a large number of soldiers in cloaks poured in from the enlarged gate of the tank, firing and advancing. The tank's machine gun also opened fire, and a storm of death swept through the audience hall. Finally, the tank fired a shot, and the corridor leading to the guard barracks on the right side of the audience hall was directly blown down, and the smoke and dust from the explosion even blocked half of the emperor's vision. But the white horse was still there. The battle was over, and there was no longer a soldier loyal to the emperor in the audience hall. The emperor stood up slowly. "Rokosov, you are finally here. I am very happy that you finally accepted my challenge." Wang Zhong did not understand what Emperor Prosan was saying. After all, he did not speak Prosan. From a bird's eye view, the emperor had no desire to fight. In fact, when he rushed into the room, he knew that everyone in the room had lost their will to fight when they saw him enter the room. That's why he came in so swaggeringly. Now, he felt very sorry that he couldn't have a few words with Emperor Prosan because of the language problem. Unexpectedly, at this time, the emperor began to speak Ant language. "Rokosov, you finally accepted my challenge." Before Wang Zhong answered, Emperor Prosan continued, "I have never lost in a duel. Let's go to hell together today." The moment the voice fell, the emperor drew his gun, so fast that Wang Zhong couldn't see clearly. However, Sergeant Major Gregory was faster. The bullet fired by the thread-cutting machine accurately hit the emperor's pistol, knocking the gun directly away and breaking the emperor's finger. The emperor screamed and covered his finger. "You are a scoundrel." "Wang Zhong," I said, "I will not duel with a despicable bastard. No, you are not qualified. You can only accept the trial." The emperor stared at Wang Zhong angrily. "You." Wang Zhong got off the horse, opened the holster given to him by Yegorov, and pulled out the pistol from it. He didn't notice that Vesely jumped onto the tank and whispered something to Podolskov. The next moment, the loudspeaker on the Revenge for the Heroic Brother began to play the Holy War. Wang Zhong stopped walking towards the emperor and turned back and said, "Okay. Vesely, the music suitable for this moment has not been created yet." "Vesely, this one won't work." "Wang Zhong, no, this one describes the great country's rebellion. And I am now seeking personal revenge." Vesely made a gesture, and the music stopped abruptly. Wang Zhong took the gun, ejected the magazine, and removed the first bullet. "Because of you, the regiment I originally commanded was basically all sacrificed." The second bullet was removed and thrown on the ground. "Because of you, the first crew I commanded has now all been sacrificed. My gunner's mother, Aunt Alexeyevna, only has one son who survived the war." Emperor Prosan stared at Wang Zhong with wide eyes, as if he saw something that frightened him greatly. Wang Zhong removed the third bullet and threw it on the ground. "Because of you, only a few of your more than 1,000 student soldiers are still alive." The fourth bullet fell on the ground. "Because of you, only a few people in the 1st Division I commanded broke through to Shepetovka. Also because of you, the people of Araki were slaughtered by you." The fifth bullet fell on the ground. "Because of you, little Griff lost his childhood forever. No one will play on the swing at the corner of the alley anymore." After the sixth bullet fell on the ground, it was immediately stepped on by Wang Zhong. "Because of you, I will never see those benefactors who rescued me from under the tank again." The seventh bullet fell. "Because of you, countless Melania's children died tragically on the street." The last bullet bounced on the ground, making a crisp sound. "Because of you, the children of Prosan must go to the battlefield and be slaughtered." Wang Zhong had already walked to the emperor. Every time he took a step forward, the emperor retreated with his hands and feet. His face no longer had the martyr-like expression just now. He looked at Wang Zhong in horror and at the things behind Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong took out the bullets obtained from Herman. Because of you, I lost my father, my brother, my best friend, my most trusted adjutant. Vesely, eh? Ah, my fault, don't look at me. I shut up. Wang Zhong retracted his gaze, stared at the emperor, loaded Herman's bullet into the magazine, and loaded it into the pistol. He pulled the slide and pushed the revenge bullet into the chamber. Then he slowly raised the pistol, and the muzzle moved up from the emperor's crotch to his forehead. The emperor's expression was twisted into a ball because of extreme fear. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of his grandfather on earth. When his grandfather sang the section Crossing the Sea of Forests in the Peking opera Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, when he sang the sentence Swear to bury the mountain eagle in the mountains, he must have sung the word bury with anger and blood, as if he really wanted to bury a hateful guy. Now, Wang Zhong understands. Bury. Bury. He didn't know that his expression was exactly the same as the thick-browed and big-eyed protagonist in the model opera when he buried his enemy, and exactly the same as Li Xiangyang who avenged Xiao Bao in Plain Gorillas. Wang Zhong, on behalf of all those who have been invaded and harmed by you, I will execute you on the spot. At this moment, the emperor shouted, Where is procedural justice? You use lynching like this and still call yourself a messenger of justice. Wang Zhong, it is St. Andrew's business to judge you, and what I think of as justice is to send you to see him. After saying that, he pulled the trigger. The revenge bullet hit the emperor's forehead, and came out from the back of his head, leaving a scar as big as a bowl. The brain that planned the invasion of the entire Europa turned into a pool of brain matter, which was smeared on the throne of the Prosan Empire that had been passed down for countless years. Chapter 782, Today and number 039, S celebratory drink. At the same time as Emperor Plasen died, on the top of the Plasen capital, 1 kilometer away from the palace. Photographer Robert Capa pressed the shutter, and after the flash flashed, he said to the anti-warrior who climbed to the top of the capital in front of him, Very good. This photo will go down in history. Really? Then will you tell everyone that it was the two of us holding the flag? The soldier asked. Of course, my partner will write down your names. Reporter Mike also nodded, I promise. Your names will appear on the front page of the largest newspaper in the United States. And I think that Ant will also use this photo. I have confidence in my partner's skills. At this time, an Ant Army lieutenant ran up to the rooftop of the Capitol and shouted, Reporter Mike, Photographer Robert. What are you doing? Just now, Marshal Rokosov personally shot Emperor Prosan. Reporter Mike thought he had heard it wrong for a moment. What? Wasn't Marshal Rokosov held down by his chief of staff at the headquarters 51 kilometers away and couldn't move forward? It may have been before, but now he has indeed arrived in Prosania, entered the palace, and shot Emperor Prosan. Robert Capa slapped his thigh, It's bad. We missed the key historical moment. No, I have to go to the palace immediately, maybe I can catch up to take pictures of Emperor Prosan's body. I hope they don't take the body away immediately. After speaking, Robert ran towards the stairs. Reporter Mike followed closely behind, running and soothing him, Don't worry, can you ask the marshal to pose for a photo? No, don't think I'm the same as the guy who took the flag-raising photo on Iwo Jima. I will never pose for a photo. If I miss the moment when the marshal shot the emperor, then I will find a way to record history somewhere else. Reporter Mike, to be honest, partner, I really admire you for this. I mean, you use real photos and fight against those posed photos. This is really amazing. Robert Capa turned around, glanced at his partner, and smiled slightly. Then he continued to run wildly, passing through the capital where gunshots were heard from time to time, and jumped into a jeep in front of the door. The driver of the jeep exclaimed, Who are you? I was ordered to send the photographer of the Ekaterina Daily to collect materials, you. Mike showed a photo of himself and Rokosov, we are friends of Marshal Rokosov, we are going to take a key photo. Driver, Marshal's friend, you said it earlier, get in the car. I heard that the Marshal personally led the troops to attack the palace. Now there is no gunfire over there, I'm afraid the battle is over. Robert Capa gritted his teeth and said, I know, I fucking know. The jeep started, away from the capital where gunfire was still heard from time to time, and rushed towards the palace which had basically quieted down. Wang Zhong lowered the muzzle of the gun and looked at the body of Emperor Prasen. Vesely, I will immediately notify all psychological warfare units and broadcast the news that Emperor Prasen is dead, so that they can lay down their weapons and stop resisting. Wang Zhong, okay, we have shed enough blood. Shouldn't the Prasen people continue to resist the Allies so that our army has more time to occupy more Prasen territory? Filipov, who was not far behind Wang Zhong, asked. Wang Zhong, we have already occupied a lot of Prasen territory first, and we should not let the Allies make more sacrifices for post-war considerations. The war in Europa should end. While he was talking, Vesely took the walkie-talkie and began to give orders to his psychological warfare units. Just then, Wang Zhong heard someone shouting, "Please make way. We are reporters. We are here to record the great moment." Wang Zhong looked and saw Mike and Robert trying to get through the crowd. "Vesely, my photographer has taken the photos. I will give you a copy of the film after it is developed." Robert Capa looked very frustrated. "Okay, thank you for your kindness, Colonel." Reporter Mike focused on the body in front of Wang Zhong. "Is this Emperor Prasen? Isn't it a stand-in?" Wang Zhong thought that I have confirmed it through my plug-in, so it must be right, but I can't say it on the surface, so he answered seriously, "I will let the judges check it out." Robert Capa also turned his attention to the body and began to look for angles. "Mike, come on, my partner, maybe you can take a photo of Marat's death." Wang Zhong, "Then don't do it. A demon is not worthy of being recorded in history." Robert did not answer and began to change the angle to take pictures. Mike asked Wang Zhong, "So now the Prasen army will continue to resist the Allies according to your instructions?" Wang Zhong, "The sacrifices in the Europa battle are too great, and the Allied soldiers are also the flesh and blood of my mother. No, I will not order the Prasen army to continue to stop the Allied advance. How much land can be taken depends on which side runs faster. The mechanization level of the Allied army should be higher than ours." "Mike, Marshal, you have also learned the tricks of a diplomat. I know that you have the assistance of Stas, and it is estimated that you will get the assistance of the Prasen army later. You can use Prasen's railway system to transport troops, and the Allied forces will have to spend a lot of energy to take over these systems. You will quickly occupy most of Prasen." Wang Zhong just smiled. The proven empire's infrastructure level is much stronger than Ant. Not only has there of highway, but also dense railway networks, a large number of locomotives and car skin. The Prasen railway network, which can directly control the operating status, is essential for transportation for troops to seize key nodes. Wang Zhong, MC reporter, "We are still the Allied forces, and we have to launch the landing operation of the Fuzang Empire together. If it is not conducive to unity, don't say it." "Indeed, I understand." Mike laughed. In the early morning of December 14th, the Prime Minister Leonard was awakened by the phone ringing during the war. He scolded and picked up his handset. "Who? No matter who you are, it is best for you to interrupt my dream." The other side of the phone replied, "Prime Minister, Marshal Rokosov shot the Emperor Prasen, now the Prasen army in Prosnia has begun to let go of his weapon to be adapted." "What?" Leonard's voice was a few octaves, becoming as sharp as a female treble. But he calmed down immediately held an emergency cabinet meeting. Also asked the generals, "Is the Prasen army that confronts our confrontation with us? More Prasen territory? If the confrontation occurs along the Rhine, it will be terrible. The entire Yuloba will tremble in front of Ant's iron hoof. At this time, Leonard also believed that Anti would annex and Malalonia. After putting down the phone, Leonard said to the housekeeper who came to Wensheng, "Be prepared for a car right away, I'm going to meet with the cabinet members." "Okay, master." After more than an hour, Lundad looked at the members and generals of the cabinet gathered and sneered, "When the Prasen refused to surrender to us, I felt the situation was wrong. Marshal Mago, don't set the theory too early. The news I received is that there are proven forces that have begun to surrender. Maybe Rokosov is not as evil as you think. They are Antians." Leonard patted the table hard. The entire Uroba trembled in front of the ant road machine for hundreds of years. Marshal Mago shook his head and did not continue to speak. At this time, Leonard's chief secretary entered the room and said, "There is a bad news, and the opposition party does not know where to get the news. Now they are connecting in series, asking for the termination of the war state, and re-election of the Prime Minister." "Leonard, what? I led them to survive the war, but they couldn't wait to get me down. These damn party, this is not an ordinary party in the wild, must be punching. Marshal Mago, do you want to dispatch the troops to surround Congress and become a new generation of guardians? But, the army no longer wants to hang a king anymore." Leonard stared at Mager's face. "You? Mago, the army killed a king, so there is no royal title so far. We don't want to kill a king anymore. As a result, the units that have won the royal titles in the army forces have also lost the royal title. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Leonard, you guy. Don't think I don't know, what you want most now is to hold the Empire Sword at the victory celebration. Holding the Empire Sword is a kind of etiquette of the United Kingdom. At the end of the war, the maximum generals were eligible to spend a sword in front of the royal family. When making speeches in the royal family, they held their hands to maintain their salute. Marshal Mago has long wanted to win this award. As soon as Leonard finished speaking, the chief secretary entered the room again. "President Lao Luo's cross call has received the telephone in front of you." Leonard immediately picked up the handset. "Teddy, President Lao Luo's nickname, Rokhoff may let the Pro-San army continue to resist the Allied forces. This way, Anti has enough technology and production capacity, which can compete with the entire Western world." President Lao Luo replied slowly, "If you have such concerns, it is better to say to Marshal Rokosov in person." In person? Leonard was a little wrong. "Lao Luo, yes, we are going to hold a meeting in the worry-free palace outside Prosnian to discuss landing on the Fusan Empire and establish the United Nations. Leonard, I hope that they can consider this way they can occupy the Fusan Empire alone." Lao Luo laughed, "I'm afraid it is difficult. The Fuzang Empire now costs 100 million yuan. They seem to feel that as long as they are resolved enough, they can get the corresponding status after the war. Maybe the emperor is still thinking about it. He signed a more traditional stop-war agreement with us. So the landing of the Fusan Empire is basically nailed on the board. Not to mention this, I have prepared to set off to the worry-free palace. It is said that the Proton emperor who established the worry-free palace has a strong Cirrus complex. I wanted to go there for a long time. Are you coming? My old friend." Leonard was silent for a few seconds and replied, "Of course I am going. I hope to bring General de Gaulle of Freedom Galling." "Of course, he will go too. So, see the worry-free palace." Leonard put down the phone and looked at the cabinet members and generals. "I'm going to the palace of Susi to fight for the interests of the empire, but those damn opposition parties are planning to get me out. These damn ungrateful bastards." Royal Navy Admiral Cunningham said, "These people still think that military spending should be cut and the number of Royal Navy warships should be reduced. It's nonsense. Leonard, don't worry, voters will see our contribution in the war. In order to ensure re-election, I should fight for enough benefits for the empire at the meeting in the palace of Susi. December 20, Goran, a city south of Plasen. A huge convoy consisting of Allied Pershing tanks, Jackson tank destroyers and a large number of M3 half-track vehicles was advancing on the road. Suddenly, the Pershing tank serving as the lead vehicle braked sharply. The commander of the tank used a telescope to observe the northeast, and soon he saw a tank with a round turret appear. The tank did not use the standard camouflage paint of Plasen, and there was no striped anti-magnetic coating on the shell. The tank was full of soldiers wearing cloaks, which were the attire of the Ant Guards. The commander picked up the microphone. The lead car called the general. We seem to have encountered the Ant troops. A jeep with 4 stars on it ran to the front of the team. The 4-star General Little John jumped out of the car and stood in the middle of the road, facing the Ant tank. The barrel of the Ant tank was much thicker than that of the Pershing, and the overall armor design was more reasonable. Just looking at its appearance, you can tell that its defense capability is exceptionally outstanding. General Little John muttered, "No wonder the quality of the tanks of Prosan's armored forces is much higher than ours. They are fighting this kind of thing." The Ant tank loaded with infantry finally stopped in front of the general. A colonel climbed out of the turret, separated the human reactive armor on the vehicle, jumped to the ground, and walked towards the general with big strides, saying in Ansa language, "Finally I met you, Davarish. General Little John, we didn't expect to meet you so soon. You ran too fast." "Colonel, we used the railway system of Prosan, and Prosan will soon become a secular country. General Davarish, we Ant people will drink a glass of good wine at this time. What do you think? The colonel's adjutant has come with wine and a glass." "General Little John, coincidentally, we also brought good wine. Let's use good wine to commemorate this beautiful moment. Children, the war is over." The soldiers of the United States seemed to have been waiting for this moment. They cheered and jumped off the half-track vehicles and tanks and rushed towards the Ant soldiers. The Ant people also responded enthusiastically, jumped off the tanks, and hugged the Allied soldiers they met for the first time on the snow. The colonel raised his glass to Admiral Little John. "Cheers! Cheers!" Chapter 783 Victory. Holy Leaf Karanaberg, Xia Palace, January 1, 1918. In the large office used by the Tsar Emperor in the past, Olga looked at the calendar. "There are 6 days before Christmas, and my brother really ended the war before Christmas." March 7. Marshal Gorky reminded, "The war has not ended, we also have to start war on the Fusan Empire." The combat plan was formulated by Pavlov himself, divided into 2 stages in total. "Olga, I approve the plan." "Mikhail." The imperial manager Mihail immediately opened the side door and came in. "Your Majesty." "Olga, let the cabinet ministers and generals come here, I have important things to announce." 20 minutes later, the cabinet minister and general entered the office. Judging from the expressions of many people, they have guessed what happened. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Olga stood in front of the desk, looked up at the oil paintings of the Tsar, which was hanging in the office, and finally fell on the national emblem of the Ant Empire. She took a deep breath. "I was about to set off to the worry-free palace to participate in the upcoming international conference. After the surrender ceremony and the signing of the announcement, I would step down as the head of the Ant Empire in front of the main leaders of the Allies." "Marshal Gorky, is that Rokov succeed you to become the new Tsar?" "No, I think my brother can't know it. He has always wanted to build a real secular country, the Republic of Anti." The cabinet ministers looked at each other, and eventually asked the Prime Minister, "So, will he participate in the election? Or will he directly act as the first citizen?" "I don't know." Olga smiled like a little girl. "Of course, this kind of thing is given to the new government to decide. I will directly accept my brother's protection in the worry-free palace. The manor is now on the White Sea, the scenery is beautiful. Everyone was silent, and eventually Marshal Goki broke the silence. Congratulations to His Majesty, and finally you can do what he wants to do. Olga turned on the wall and found the portrait of the Queen Yekaterina. It was her renamed auntie's capital called St. Leif Karaneberg and became the unique queen in auntie history. Olga, when I was a kid, I always hoped that I became Yekaterina III, opened the territory, and let my name stay in the history of the empire. But now I found that the times have changed. My brother has been teaching me, and then Marshal Turgenev kept telling me that the time without the Tsar is coming. Belinsky did not persuade me much. It may be because my brother is too powerful, people are too high, and even with me. Of course not, Majesty. Belinsky's voice came from the door, and Demukha passed through the automatic separation crowd to come to Olga. I am on you and see the light of wisdom. I knowing that you will make the right choice. Olga laughed, yes. Yet. Belinsky paused and asked, I don't know what job do you want to do after the abdication? Olga thought for a while, and replied, I want to be a photographer. Belinsky, photographer? Why? Olga came to the window and looked at the snowy garden of Xia Palace outside the window, because I want to record everything of Aunt. The most historic photos of the war just past were taken by a United Nations photographer. I think this is not in line with Auntie's identity as a big country. Belinsky, this is really suitable for you. Olga asked, can my brother be the head of Dahu? Of course, he is a living saint. So, then I can rest assured. Olga nodded. Southwest Provenia, worry-free palace. Wang Zhong looked at the famous Cirrus gazebo in the Wuyu Palace courtyard, muttering, this Salia's style is really strange. Pavlov, if you really want to see the real Cirrus architecture, wait for the operation of climbing the Nerda peak. However, you can no longer follow the striker. Can be dormant like a cockroach underground, wait for important vehicles to come over and shout what a dark card is half-loaded and detonated. Wang Zhong, I know, I will wait for the troops to thoroughly eliminate the enemy before moving forward. It should not be difficult to help people who resist the organization. Pavlov changed the topic. At noon today, the delegation of the United Kingdom should arrive. They also brought the Freedom Galling, and it seemed to be intended to add a pair of tableware when the account was divided. Wang Zhong, let them add, President Lao Luo and our ideas are the same, that is, to dispel the old colonial system of the United Kingdom. The words did not fall. Vasily drove a jeep into the courtyard and drove along the road. Marshal. The newspaper on the Lianzhong side was sent. United Nations Bank. Wang Zhong, he finally did it. Pavlov, is there any impact on this? Wang Zhong, of course, the functions of the United Nations as a country in the future will be more complete. However, this has nothing to do with us. Pavlov asked Vasily, what about the situation of the Fuzang Empire? Is the United Navy's navy approaching the Fusan Empire? In the second edition, the United Nations fleet has shot the Fusan Empire, and dispatched a large number of bombers for night bombing, using a combustion bomb to burn the large area of the Fuzang Empire in the city. It seems that they like to use wood to build a house. Wang Zhong, is the commander of the Lianzhong National Air Force called Li Mei? Yes, it's called this name. Wang Zhong, I have seen him. At that time, he was with the commander of the 8th Air Force. It was a ruthless person. It turned out that now he was transferred to fight the Fusan Empire. Vasily, you seem to be looking forward to attacking the Fusan Empire. Of course, but now there is still a little ending here, you must finish it. Wang Zhong looked at the east. Otherwise, I would fly to the distant Oriental. On January 9, Worry-Free Palace. The unconditional surrender ceremony of Prosan Empire. When Marshal Celtics of the Price Empire saw Wang Zhong's moment, he stopped and looked up and down. Marshal Celtics, at first glance, it is a general, and it is worthy of destroying so many troops. Wang Zhong, How many troops I eliminated like it had nothing to do with my appearance. You say yes. The old marshal who was over and rare to salute Wang Zhong, a young man. The times have indeed changed, and our old antiques can no longer adapt to modern war. Wang Zhong returned to the ceremony, and then looked at Dianye official, is there any process? Hurry up. In the next 20 minutes, Wang Zhong was almost overwhelmed by a series of diplomatic resignations. Finally, at the moment of signing, Marshal Celtics sat next to Wang Zhong, saw the unconditional surrender agreement, sighed, and signed his name. Wang Zhong also wrote his own name on the agreement, representing the Ant Empire accepted Prosian's unconditional surrender. General Ike's 5-star signing on behalf of Lian Zhong was signed, followed by Marshal Mago in the United Kingdom, and then the representative of 2 Melania. The reason why Melania has 2 representatives is because Melania now has 2 governments, one is the exile government in the United Kingdom, and the other is the representative of the secular country established by the secular believers. Both representatives ignored the existence of the other party and signed on the surrender book. The process quickly reached the end. After all the representatives signed the completion, the artillery forces began to release the gift artillery. In the sound of rituals, the waiter brought wine. General John held the wine glass and came to Wang Zhong, can you tell me how you defeated the Prosan army? We are so hard to fight their second-tier troops. Wang Zhong drank a mouthful of wine and said, the answer is courage, sacrifice and a little modern war art. Grandma raised the wine glass, toast for the art of war. Wang Zhong, toast for courage and sacrifice. After the two were drinking, Wang Zhong asked, why didn't the General Tom come? The answer to Wang Zhong was General Ike, he is busy directing the special mixed task fleet. Now it is estimated that he is patrolling near the coastline of the Fuzang Empire, the military facility of the enemy, and the rescue bomber pilot. By the way, Marshal, when will you start attacking? Wang Zhong, on February 26, we would be able to complete all preparations. At that time, the elite guards forces will make the Fusan Empire taste great. We expect to defeat the Fuzang Empire outside the Cirrus Pass for 18 days. Occupy Kuoshan. Then we will use airborne soldiers to seize Malaysia Island and clear the obstacles to landing on the local area of the Fusan Empire. Next, we will rely on you to transport our troops and Selris troops to the island. General John, the Navy will do things well. Let's toast it now. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Ike also raised his wine glass, for the victory. Wang Zhong, for the victory. On January 10, Worry-Free Palace. In front of the door, Wang Zhong held President Lao Luo's hand. President, I heard that your body is very poor, letting you drag your sick body to attend the meeting, I'm sorry. President Lao Luo, don't sorry, this meeting is very important. I feel that it may affect the future world pattern. At this time, General Dao Jao of Leonard and Liberty Galling also entered the hall. After hearing Lao Luo's words, Leonard said, for example, at this meeting, he would decide whether to land on the local area of the Fusan Empire. I heard that in the island battle, the enemy showed a headache. The tenaciousness has led to the huge casualties of the Lianzhong national soldiers. I see, don't log in, use the new weapons of Lianzhong Kingdom to force the enemy to surrender. Wang Zhong, no, let them occupy the first country in the history of human history to be hit by the thermal nuclear weapons. Soon they will try to use this to cover up their war and cover their atrocities. No, you can't throw the aura nuclear weapons on the Fuzang Empire, and you cannot give them the opportunity to give off the shameless gadgets. They must nail them on the column of shame. Leonard turned his head to look at General de Gaulle. Obviously, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom regards himself as de Gaulle's benefactor. Without his persistence, de Gaulle is not qualified to appear here, at least he thinks so. General de Gao looked at Wang Zhong and said, I also feel that it should not leave an excuse for the enemy. Freedom Galolan is willing to send landing troops to participate in the battle to completely eliminate the Fusan Empire. Leonard's eyes widened and stared at General de Gao. At this time, a machine hurriedly ran into the hall and whispered a few words in Leonard's ear. Leonard looked wrong. What? How could they collect my Prime Minister away when I negotiated on behalf of the Empire? Is this in line with the law? The secretary of the machine, it should be legal, even if it is illegal, let the Supreme Court explain. Leonard, this. Who will fight for the Empire? Secretary of the Opportunity, new negotiation representatives will arrive by plane tomorrow. Leonard was stunned. When the waiter passed, he took a cup of champagne from the tray and drank in one breath. Then he looked at Wang Zhong, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, and finally gave up, and turned to the door he had just passed. Wang Zhong's service soldiers immediately took the hat and coat of Leonard, and sent it to the hands of the former Prime Minister of Leonard. For the last time the Prime Minister looked back at Wang Zhong, then put on a coat, put on a hat, and pushed the door into the flying little snow. The flash was on at this time, and then Wang Zhong's two old acquaintances Mike Reporter and Robert Photographer entered the hall. Mike Reporter, what did you say to the Prime Minister? Wang Zhong, nothing, just let him know that he has just become a former Prime Minister. Really? The reporter Mike widened, forget it, don't answer, just understand the expression of Leonard, or give it to my old partner. Robert Kappa nodded, let me. At this time, President Lao Luo urged in a wheelchair, okay, the greetings should be almost over, let's go to the conference room to continue discussing the clause of the joint communique. Wang Zhong, I am still the case, to open a bunch of conditions that the Emperor of the Fuzang Empire must not agree, so that we can log in, otherwise it will suddenly surrender, and there is no place to report it. At the same time as the joint announcement of the Fuzu Empire in the Worry-Free Palace, the East Skida mark was led by the CO announcement of the Fusan Empire. Andreas got off the train and looked up at this strange station. I don't recognize it at all, after all, he has never been to this station. He took out photos of sister and brother to himself. Although Andreas wanted to return to the hometown quietly, the kind Stas still helped him notify his sister and brother. He has to remember the appearance of the two. At this time, when someone saw the photo, he shocked, are you Andrei? Andreas was shocked, looking up, and really saw the two in the photo holding hands and looking at himself. Me. Andreas worriedly looked at the police officers of the newborn republic on the platform, and two black priests who were chatting farther away. At this time, a strange woman took a step forward and gave a warm hug. Andreas, you are finally back, welcome you. But I am not. Andreas said softly. It doesn't matter, at least tell us where he was buried. You can wait for the news of our family's family. Sister said, thank you for taking care of him, Kosrek. Andreas burst into tears. In the distance, the military orchestra began to play music. Chapter 784 Epilogue. On February 26, Syria's northern border, the Fusan Empire Cyrus occupied the troops. Captain Guitian's birthday of the post today, so the soldiers of the entire team went to the landlord nearby for a few days, and finally got some white rice. The captain also specifically instructed that the ammunition of the crooked machine gun was given to the guerrillas in the partition, and a few chickens were changed. The post finally had meat. Early in the morning, the people in the post were busy. Captain Guitian stood at the top of the post and sighed with a sigh, when more than 10 years ago, when I first arrived in Sirius, a gentleman born in Japan would be lined up to give gifts. Our burial place. As soon as the words fell, the sound came from the sky. Immediately, the ground began to shake, and the explosive storm directly blown the Captain Guitian, crossed the fence of the roof, fell on the ground, and the neck bent into an impossible angle. The shells of the Daiwan mountain continue. In the 15th minute of the shells, the post was directly hit by a 203 mm heavy artillery shell, the main structure was directly penetrated, and the shell exploded inside the building. The posts that have been towering on the border are so dusty, and the soil returns to the soil. The shells lasted for an hour. When everything became calm, the surviving devil soldiers got up from the rubble. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Rice!" He was lying on the ground, crazy, pushing the rubble, and wanted to collect white rice pressed under the rubble. Before he picked up, the rice in the gravel began to dance. The devil stared at the rice grains in doubt, and then he found that the sand next to the rice grain also danced. Later, the earth trembled. Then the roar of the tank engine came from the sky. The soldiers of the Fusan Empire had not heard of the sound of so many tanks, and they were at a loss. Soon, even with themselves shake with the earth, the kettle on their bodies kept touching the belt to make a wooden fish-like sound. Then a Rukosov Type 2 tank appeared. Finally, a veteran responded, picked up the latest triggering anti-tank Thorn gun, shouting, "Half-load of the sky in the sky," rushed towards the tank. The stabbing gun exploded, but the tank fart was not available. The infantry in the car knocked down the veteran. Then the machine gun on the tank turned on fire, knocking all the remaining Fusan Empires. As if they had just stopped the fire, it was to give a chance to help the ghost. The heavy tank hit the broken wall of the post, and the roar went forward. More and more pots of pot lids followed the posts, and they crossed the whistle, like the torrent of steel, rushed to the defense area of the Fusan Empire. On March 5, somewhere in the northern border of Selris, the Fusan Empire was ruined. Several Cirrus people are looking for useful things in the rubble, such as rifles, bullets, and grenades. They can be used to prevent themselves or change traffic tickets for guerrillas. At this time, the engine sounded. Since the Ant army crossed the border, the people of the Cirrus have become accustomed to engine sounds, so they did not panic, but calmed their heads calmly and looked at the direction of the team. The long team stopped in front of the ruins, and a young General Ant, actually Marshal, got out of the car with a medal on her chest. The Cirrus watched the general bent down in doubt and inserted his 10 fingers into the black soil of Cirrus. He grabbed a black soil, held it, and sent it to the nose. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. The Cirrus people looked at each other, and a child said, "This man is so hungry to eat soil." The adult immediately blocked the child's mouth. "Don't be noisy, this is Auntie's army." The official, "Your mother-in-law is killed alive because of the bad words of the grandfather of the army." The young General Ant raised his head. He put down the soil, took the handkerchief sent by the deputy, wiped his hands, and cleared his throat seriously. Then he said, "Is it convenient to bring us away?" The Cirrus looked at each other. Finally, Lu boldly said, "Listen to your accent, are you learning to learn from the Southerners?" Anti-General stayed embarrassed, and then laughed after a while, "Yeah, my chef is from the Southerner, and I was asked from Lianzhongguo." Lu boldly, "I just said, I heard the Southerners who came with your army a few days ago. Can you help you?" General was silent for a few seconds, and said something that Lu boldly confused. "Nothing, I want to go home and see it, especially." The general raised his head and looked at the south. Chapter 785, What country produced the most expensive movie in the world? Chapter 785, Which country is the most expensive movie in the world? Young director Bonchuk cannot restrain his inner excitement. Because he was going to visit Marshal of Alexandrovich Rokokosov, who was on vacation in the White Sea Villa today. Of course, with Bang Dakik's qualifications, he could not have a private relationship with Marshal. This time, he visited Marshal to shoot a movie of the Great Patriotic War in the reaction 30 years ago. He brought a streamlined working group with the player of Marshal, the player of Marshal Madam, the actor of The Last Tsar Urga, and so on, and all the screenwriters. Most of the actors are young people born after the war, and they are now excited. The old actor who plays Marshal Pavlov is calm. Don't be so excited. Griff, Marshal played to the old actor in his early 50s, this is the legend of alive. Rakosov, who is turning to the tide, is said to secretly control the situation of most of Yoruba. Griff laughed, hi, when you see the Marshal, he has a kind of approachable atmosphere. Speaking of Griffy out of a cross, look, this cross is a gift that Marshal gave me. It was the defending battle in Abavaham. At that time, I was a child. Followed, he also helped Marshal kill a proven soldier. Marshal really charges in person? Bangda Kook asked in surprise. Yeah, Marshal really charges in person, we saw it. Marshal's second deputy Yakov was still dead on the road. Unfortunately, if he survives, he should be promoted now. The old man sighed and touched his bald head. Bangda Kook asked, have you visited Marshal Pavlov? I have visited, but the old man is more than 80, and he is busy writing memoirs, and his temper is very strange. He does not accept my interview at all. I go, he will say go to the guy who opened the little tank, or go to go, or go to go, or go ask Yegorov, their story is wonderful, I just wiped them. Everyone laughed. At this time, the bus entered the Rakosov manor. Look at it, there are air defense missiles. It seems to be 2K-99. The young man who played General Vasily shouted, why is there an air defense missile in the Marshal mansion? Bang Damak, that's because the war broke out, it will become a headquarters directly. Isn't it normal to have air defense missiles? The young man shrugged. The bus went to the courtyard all the way and drove a seaside avenue. Someone exclaimed, look! Someone is watching birds. A middle-aged woman, who looks like a 40-year-old, is holding a camera, and a long shot faces the seagulls flying over the beach. She didn't seem to notice the bus at all. Is this Ms. Olga, the last Tsar? Someone muttered. I heard that her wife and Marshal Rakosov lived in this villa, and helped the son and daughter of Marshal education. I heard that Marshal's daughter is actually her child. Hush, don't die, people from the State Administration of Security are finished, and the Chief of the General Administration of Security, Filipov, is the Department of Marshal. After participating in the war, he will fight under Marshal after joining the war. The car finally drove in front of a beautiful building, and 100 old people wearing pajamas were waiting in front of the door. Bangda Kak first got out of the car and hurried forward and held the Marshal's hand. Hello, I am Bangda Kiko, to shoot panorama. Liberation, right? Marshal interrupted Bangda Kook's words, I still recommend you to be the director. Hey! Bangda Kik was shocked. Marshal asked again, Nili's situation is okay. Ms. Nili? Of course she is okay. We have received her full support. Marshal, she refused to come back to see me in person. Bangda Kook lived in embarrassment. Marshal, Luda thought all day, and he should find a man who is reliable for Nili. I am annoyed. When you say Nili does not want to marry, do NT force her? As a result, you guess what, Luda said, let Nili marry and no wonder she is unwilling to come back to see my old bones. Speaking of Marshal looks at the people behind Bangda Kook, these are actors? Let me see, this is the most handsome one to play me, right? This old bald is playing Pavlov, which is quite similar. Wait, why do I think you are a little familiar? Marshal was a little out of mind for a moment, and then joyfully said, Little Griff. Ha 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 ha, you are actually an actor. Griff, haven't you watched my movie? The Holy Road and the Return of the Holy Road is a household name in our allies. I watched it, I thought it was the same name. Marshal said. Griff, Marshal, you just recognized me all at once. How can you not recognize the movie? Marshal scratched the cheeks embarrassingly, maybe it's because of makeup. Don't mention this, Have you ever seen Pavlov? Yes, but he bombed me out. Hi, Pavlov always felt that he was a work-based work, but it was not the case. I told you that he was like a little daughter-in-law. As soon as I ran forward, he had a temper. If you want to pick up, you must perform this little daughter-in-law. It was speaking that several people wearing the Morania People's Army came out of the room. The leader said to Marshal, "Then let's go first." Okay, remember, the task of secular faction is to meet the needs of the people. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Yes. Morania's soldiers saluted Marshal. Bang Damaka said, "You still keep in touch with the Melania people?" "Yeah, I still have a little reputation with them." "By the way, which of Vasilis actor?" "It's me." Vasilis player stepped forward to salute the Marshal. "Well, the casting is good, there is the smell of the ghost machine. Have you ever been interviewed?" "No, the general is now inspecting the base along the Baltic coast." "Ah, he went to inspect Figure 22M just deployed in place." "For his affairs, you asked me, so let me tell you, what he was best at that year, in fact, it was dung. Fast and good." The people in Bangkok and the working group looked at each other. "Marshal, have Yegorov visited?" "I have seen it, Marshal is strange, with a black cat all day." "That's his patron saint." "Oh right, what about Popov?" "His Alzheimer's disease is better." "Bangkok? No, in fact, when we visited, he couldn't speak anymore. Only when he saw the make-up photo of your actor, he suddenly looked clear and said, 'Oh, the old guy's boss, I know you will come. Is it that Lianzhong Kingdom has launched a war on us? Help me, I can fight.'" Marshal laughed. After laughing, he stopped and pointed at the big tree in the yard and said, "This was the year of victory, and I planted it by myself. At that time, my old friend Tom 5-star also helped." "Woolen cloth? Is it the 5-star general of the United Kingdom Navy?" "Yeah, the one of the shelter and the one in Judah. You must make a good film so that he can also see it on the other side of the ocean. Give me it, you can't be embarrassed, take a good movie." Marshal stops. Bangkok immediately showed loyalty. We must complete the task." "Very good, I believe you will." After a short silence, Marshal said, "The name of the series is determined to be liberated." "Yes, Marshal Davari, but we are still discussing each subtitle." "Marshal, in the first part, I think it is called Armor Arc. Bangkok immediately nodded, "Okay. It's a good name." After the book is over. Closing remarks. It's finished. And this time, those who say it's a bad ending are either colleagues who come to make trouble, or they haven't read the book at all, or my illiterate haters. Don't worry about them. Anyway, if you think it's a bad ending, just don't read the next one. I think this book's ending is perfect, so let's meet on March 1st for the new book. I want to write a naval battle theme for the new book, Fighting the Fuzhou Empire, but I don't know if I can write it. Anyway, I have already written the beginning, and I will probably send the beginning to the editor tomorrow when I find him to change it to the finished state. I am a bad author, and I rarely finished my books before. At the beginning, I really didn't have the ability. For example, my first work Blue Sky Battle Flag was actually a comprehensive comic. At that time, I was very green, with only social experience in the ivory tower of university. Although I was working outside at that time, and even worked part-time at Guangdong TV for a while, I was still a teenager who had not been beaten by society. So I cut the book at that time because I really couldn't write anymore and I didn't have enough ability. But I have a very good habit, which is to insist on reading books that I need to look up to, such as various famous works. I have systematically read the works of famous writers such as Hugo, Stendhal, Tolstoy, and Dickens. Recently, I have even started to complete them very purposefully. For example, I finished reading the complete works of Dostoyev in 2023. Although I did not read the complete works of writers this year, I finished reading all the military works of David Glantz, in Chinese. With such a large amount of reading, I am definitely making progress. In addition, my social experience is constantly increasing. Not long after Blue Sky Battle Flag, I went to a social work agency for an internship and worked there for a whole year. My love experience has also become richer. When I wrote Blue Sky Battle Flag, I actually had only one serious relationship, that is, it developed to the stage of cohabitation, but when I wrote I Teach Kendo in Tokyo in 2020, I had already had 3 relationships that progressed to the stage of cohabitation. All these experiences have made my writing ability leap forward. In fact, when I was writing Kendo, I felt that it was not my lack of ability to finish it, but whether I was interested in finishing it. And I maintained my interest for a year. In the first year of serialization of Kendo, the quality of the whole story was very high. After a year, I didn't want to write anymore, and then all kinds of problems occurred. As long as the serialization time is compressed within 1 year in real time, as long as I want to write, I can finish it perfectly. For the next book, whether I can write about fighting the Fuzhou Empire or not, I will continue to stay in my comfort zone. Many people have actually discovered that I don't like to write about things that have already been written, and I don't like to stay in my comfort zone. 10 years ago, my World War II Can't Be So Cute was also the ceiling of modern war themes. The editor asked me to write another one, but I didn't. I chose to write a science fiction notes on raising a galaxy overlord. At that time, I was a boy chasing the wind, so I was always challenging myself. But now, I want to land, and I want to prepare for the future down to earth. For example, write 3 or 5 books in the comfort zone first, until I get the platinum title. So I will continue to dance in the comfort zone for the next book. No mistakes, just read the content. Indiana 16191 Book Bar. See you on March 1, 2025. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen. Cannon Fire Arc novel completed.